Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope you're having a great Thursday thus far. And if you're not, hopefully it improves, or at the very least, you can kind of get away from that and hang out for the evening on the stream. So appreciate King Matthew, you and Stewie being here. No worries, King Matthew being a little late. I understand life takes priority, and definitely health takes priority. So trust me, I understand that for sure. Glad to see you're back at home though, and hopefully you'll get the good news there. How's it going, Stewie? So when it comes to Dexter, Original Sin is over. Resurrection should get a season 2. So depending on which version of Dexter you preferred, there'll be some more Dexter, just maybe not the way that everybody would have wanted it. Yeah, King Matthew, you nailed it. Season 2 should be happening. I don't know if we've gotten like official word of stuff, but it's all but a guarantee at this point. Yeah, I know Cranston's been discussed. I feel like that's more so like a fan preference, which makes sense. He's a pretty strong character in another drama series. So Breaking Bad and Dexter kind of ran neck and neck back in the day. My favorite piece of my collection. Are we talking like figure arts back there? I actually debated doing a stream. Let me throw in some music too. I debated doing a stream sometime, or not a stream, a video ranking like every figure in my collection. Probably limited people that would be interested in that, but since I do still cover that stuff, I figured maybe do something like that. Hey, Bendy and Cope, appreciate you being here too. I meant to turn on music. I added some new songs for today, so we'll get some slightly more variety. And let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Probably a bigger issue if it's too loud, but maybe I'll make it slightly lower. But yeah, hopefully a decent level there. But as far as favorite figure art in my collection, that's a tough question. I also am seeing, I don't know if anyone has ever done this before, but I have like a spot on my head like an hour before streaming that I saw and I picked that. I don't think I got like rid of it. Instead of that, I just built like a blood moat around it. So maybe if I put my hat like that, it'll be gone for some of the time. But favorite figure art, okay, cool, thank you, is probably... You can kind of see that Broly right there that I reviewed on the channel is probably pretty high on the list. I think at some point it would probably make sense for me to do some video kind of covering the collection, but tough to say. He would be up there for sure. Actually did just recently, I put a post about this, but I recently grabbed the Shoto Todoroki from My Hero. Kind of been watching that show, so I figured why not pick him up. He's between him and Midoriya, probably my two favorite characters, but I have Bakugo. Actually, he's back there still. I have not put him elsewhere, but I figured Todoroki's kind of a cool character, so I did also get out, since we're doing figure arts, I guess. I reviewed him previously, but since Demon Slayer was kind of going on, I grabbed him out for a second too. So, Stewie, what's your favorite? If you got a decent collection going, you were gonna start making Jason masks with sheet metal and wood for wall hangings. That sounds awesome. I mean, I feel like that kind of art for like horror stuff is always cool to see. Like if you go to like a convention or something like that and seeing like handmade things or like made by people, I am typically a bigger fan of supporting that over some big company. Oh, you ordered the I Know What You Did Last Summer? Nice. Oh, the Chucky figure back there? Yeah, I would not totally prepared because I don't think there's batteries currently in him, but maybe in a future stream I'll grab him over here, and he actually talks, which is both fun and creepy. If you say, "Hey Chucky," he has like voice lines that he gives back to you. He has like 3 lines. It's like 2 of them are kind of the nice Chucky, then the last one's him like getting angry. But yeah, that's a popcorn bucket from Halloween Horror Nights. I got it online. It's one of the only times I bought something off of eBay afterwards. Part of me wondered if it was legit because I felt like some of the packaging felt a little off, but he looks like the same, so I'm like, maybe it was just some variation. Who would win a fight, Goku or I assume you mean Luffy from One Piece? I mean, probably Goku, right? I mean, Luffy's got like the fruit or whatever, but Goku can just throw him in the water. So there's that. The Frankenstein right there. Oh, I all over the place. That actually, I mentioned I got that Chucky on eBay. He was included. That's partially why I ordered it. Both of those were from Halloween Horror Nights. So either Orlando or California. But I didn't go. I just bought it online. They kind of came as a package, but that's where originally that came from there. I should probably find a way to... I don't like having the bottom of my screen cut off, but I feel like every time on stream I wind up doing this and showing off the top ones too. But then now I feel like I'm like too low. Yeah, I probably should arrange my backdrop a little better, but I have like the popcorn buckets up top, and then actually technically that's like a is that the Going Merry from One Piece? And what else we have? We have Mario Squad here. I just have random stuff kind of on bottom. Where am I going? Some Godzilla stuff here, and then some Universal Monsters TMNT characters there. Actually, I guess actually also right here, you probably cannot tell what this is. It's super dark, so that's probably partially why. But this is actually a popcorn bucket from that. I never watched it, but that probably pretty bad Lord of the Rings War of the Rohirrim movie. I went to some other movie at the time, and the price of it was like the same price of a popcorn, so we just added it. So, but yeah, I need to probably adjust some stuff back there. Movie do you most look forward to the year that disappointed you? That I've seen already? Because I know there's a lot that have been talked about that I kind of passed on or may pass on. Most look forward to that disappointed me. That's a good question. There haven't been too many stellar ones, I'll say. Like, I don't know what you guys think, but I don't feel like there's been the strongest releases this year. Like, I'm trying to just rattle off the names of the movies I've seen. Like, I saw The Monkey, which kind of disappointed me. I saw Hard Eyes, which also kind of disappointed me. It's probably easier to name what did not disappoint me, honestly. It may be something like The Monkey, because that one I feel like it was getting a lot of praise. I think there's a lot that I didn't have a lot of expectations for. Honestly, as much as I liked Weapons, I felt like people said it was like the best movie of the year. I wouldn't say that, but it's probably not the most disappointing. Oh, they're doing Terrifier this year? That makes sense. I mean, Terrifier is all over the place. Like, I've seen Spirit Halloween as like, that is their IP for this year. So that makes sense. Yeah, King Matthew, the new Strangers film. I kind of planned on watching it because I reviewed the last one last year. But I've been hearing awful things, so I don't know. I may wind up skipping that one. Sometimes I'd like to review stuff even if it's going to be bad, but it's harder to be like super enthused about going to see that when I've heard it may not be even as good as the first one. And the first one, so 20 years later was bad. I wouldn't call it good, but I thought I was like kind of in the middle of the road for that one. I'm not like the hugest fan of the franchise. I feel like they're like decent, but it was weird. I'll say that. Like that was the most shocking ending of a movie this year for sure. You liked Hard Eyes? Yeah, I think I wanted more of like the first 10 minutes of Hard Eyes. I think my wife was happy about it because it turned into like a rom-com almost and less of the horror stuff. I also feel like some of the actors that are more well-known didn't really have much prominent roles in it. That's all I'll probably say without spoiling it. You liked Hard Eyes, King Matthew? Happy Death Day 3. I don't know. I haven't heard much about that. The first two were actually not bad. When you say the first Strangers is great, do you mean like the Strangers from like when did it come out, like 20 years ago, or Chapter 1? Because that's a different story. Well, it's kind of the same story, but different answer I would give. The new Wolverine game, that's actually one of the things I was going to cover today. I had a bunch of like random stuff that I was going to show and chat about. Okay, 2008. Yeah, I'm not big on that movie, but it's not bad. Whereas The Strangers Chapter 1 I thought was bad. Like, they tried to just do the same thing, but they made changes that were like worse, it felt like. But I don't know. Maybe some people liked it. I feel like they were just... It seems like we could have skipped that movie, but then again, it sounds like maybe the second one's also not good. So maybe just the whole franchise doesn't need a... I think that's the main thing. I don't feel like The Strangers really needs to be a franchise. Like, it's a one-off movie. If you want to remake it, I guess. But, like, the point is that these people kill without much reason. And the more movies you make, there's, like, more reasons that get provided. So it kind of loses the point of the movie. Prey Night. I don't think I've ever saw that one. I know some people dug that one. The ending reminds you of Funny Games. Yeah. Saw a decent fan film for Halloween called Halloween Immortal. I haven't watched a whole lot of fan films. I've seen, Never Hike Alone, the Friday the 13th one. I thought that one was decent. But there's not a whole lot of them I seek out. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't, like, dig into it too much. But Never Hike Alone, as I said, that was a pretty solid one. Milk and Cereal, truly amazing. I don't know if I know that one. I've like indirectly watched some of them because I watched like a live of somebody else watching it. So like, I probably have seen more than I realize. What kind of fun stuff do I have for? Since we did slightly talk about collectible stuff, I'll briefly breeze over that because I thought it was kind of fun. Let's see. Let's grab you, right? I made a few posts about this, but the Over the Garden Wall figures got put on pre-order today. I will say I have never gone down like the Mondo side of things as far as a toy company. I've always heard they're like very high quality, but they're also extremely expensive. So I've mostly stuck with stuff that's like more in a price range that I was into, but also that price range is also getting a bit crazy. So figured I'd just share this again because I don't know. I thought for people that like Over the Garden Wall, you may not, if you're not into it, it may not be the same connection for you. My face is like blocking this. I'll just switch pictures here around. But you have like the main few characters from the show. I think they're making like multiple releases for this in the future, but this is like the first one with these two characters. I'm actually wearing the shirt today. Can't see the bottom of it, but it says we came here to burgle your turts, which is a reference to the show. But I'd recommend people checking out if they're not familiar with it. It's a pretty short binge. Like what? There's like, I think there's only like 10 or so episodes, and they're all like 10 to 20 minutes or something. So pretty easy to fly through. But yeah, I just thought these were like super cool. You have, I know I covered Yellow Jackets on the channel. Kind of funny. You have Elijah Wood, who plays the older brother there, Wirt. And the bird there is actually, what's her name, Melanie Linsky. So 2 characters from Yellow Jackets. So kind of fun. But as I said, I've never gotten anything from Mondo, so this would be my first entry into that side of things. Downside is you have like tariffs and stuff, as you see on here. So I don't know. They make great stuff. It seems like I just have never picked anything up myself. Kind of showing off some of their other stuff they've done recently. Like, I don't know. Some of these look awesome. Like this Gambit, for example. Super cool if you like X-Men. Maybe for this community, the horror community here, you have McCready from The Thing, which honestly, like, that's the one thing I will say. Like the likeness that Bandai does on like the, I guess Dragon Ball is not live action, but they do some live action stuff, and I don't feel like they capture the characters super well. Whereas this, like, that looks like Kurt Russell or whatever. So like the price is insanely high. Like, what is this thing? Like 260 something bucks? Yeah, like kind of absurd pricing. But at least you're getting something that's like, I don't know, good quality. So not a company I'm probably gonna really dive into, but the Over the Garden Wall stuff made me intrigued at least. So I can admire from afar. It's only an hour long, that movie you're talking about. Okay. I never saw, I'm trying to catch up real quick. Stu, I've never seen Megan 2.0. I thought about seeing it this year, but I heard kind of bad feedback about it not being nearly the same as the first one. It felt like it got a little silly. So I never watched it. Maybe when it's probably on streaming by now, right? I may watch it at some point. Actually, speaking of that, I did another post on YouTube the other day where popcorn buckets, they had the Megan popcorn buckets, and I think it's like the new character, or is it? I don't know if that's Megan. It's like the one where she's like decked out in like the face mask gear, and they were giving that away for like, it was maybe like $10. It's definitely like deep discounts on buckets at this point. But I never saw it. I just heard not the greatest. First was dreadful. I mean, it was definitely trying to do the Chucky thing, so it wasn't overly creative, but I thought it was okay. Yeah, it seemed kind of like, from my understanding, it seemed like Megan 1 was like the Terminator, and then Megan 2 was kind of like Terminator 2. I know it's probably a blasphemous analogy, but the point is, she became a good guy, right? Like, she's helping people at this point. You looking for the Hellraiser game? Yeah, I'm interested to see what comes of that one. Okay, I'll check it out, Cope, on Discord afterwards. Yeah, we'll be talking Halloween too. That's the other one I was gonna run through. Channing Tatum as Gambit. So I actually never. I know I've already gotten these spoilers. I have not actually seen Deadpool and Wolverine, so I can't comment on it. Kind of funny though that he was voicing in the dub for the Demon Slayer movie. So, but I assume he's probably okay as Gambit. Are they keeping that like going forward, or was it just like a one-off? Megan 2.0. Yeah, that's what you just said. Yeah, you probably beat me to saying that. Still staying clear from Megan. This is Kurt Russell. This is I know I'm just on this screen now, but this is McCready from The Thing. So here's, I guess, everything that comes with this guy. I was just showing off another example of like, I feel like the quality that these guys do is pretty top notch. Granted, you're paying for it, so makes sense. Thing 2. I don't know. Is it like you don't view that as like an untouchable? Like you don't bother to mess with it at this point? You want them to try it? I mean, people. I didn't entirely hate the more recent one they made. I mean, I don't want to spoil, I guess, the plot of it or like the timeline of it, but the one after this one, I didn't hate, but I know a lot of people don't like that one as nearly as much. Yeah, I did recently get Disney Plus, so I'll probably check out. I'm imagining Deadpool and Wolverine is probably on that, so. I mean, you could have like a different group. It'd be weird to have the same like couple characters though, because the end of the thing is right. It's like kind of a Inception ending where it's like who's infected, who's not. So you'd like be giving a definite answer if you continued with those same characters, but yeah, he's the main character. Actually, we talked about Keith David the other day. He's, I think, the other one in that one. The guy who plays the Arbiter in Halo 2. Okay. Yeah, I think he'd be okay. I mean, I don't mind Channing Tatum. He's not like a strong actor for me, but he's not like bad either. Pretty neutral. He's in that movie coming out with, talk about an actor who's being like put in a lot of stuff, Peter Dinklage, where he's like, living in that store or whatever. I think he's like a criminal. Carpenter and Kurt Russell will talk about. Interesting. Yeah, it feels like some things maybe don't mess with. I mean, they have already messed with it. Technically, the thing is a remake too, right? So, all right, what else we got? I will let's bounce around a little bit. We've talked about probably more collectibles or toys or action figures than some of you would prefer. Let's switch over to here. I love this little like top thing with this game. I don't know how the gameplay that's going to be, but it seems kind of funny. We're just going to kind of recap state of play. I know I'm covering a lot of stuff before we actually get into any topics, but I figured it'd be kind of chat engagement at this point. So state of play was what, yesterday? Yeah. And I mean, I'm not like massive with PlayStation these days. I mean, I have a PS5, so I still partake. I've kind of shifted over towards a PC. If you watch Z Nation, people were brought back with no explanation. Yeah, the thing is a remake. So technically, there's what, 3 of them then? 1950s. That sounds right. I know it was before the one that Carpenter did. So difficult and dumb. Did you play it? Baby Steps? Is it out already? There's a new The Blob coming out. I mean, does that need a remake too? I mean, technically there is already 2 of them. Is it like a new idea or is it like continuing? I did go to a Blob panel a couple months ago, mainly because it was Shawnee Smith. I like her from Saw, so I went to go to that. And Kevin Dillon, is that the guy's name from Entourage? So that's probably as much as I've engaged with The Blob. I've seen bits and pieces of the remake, but it kind of feels like a generic, like, I don't know, that feels like an idea that worked well in like previous cinema times. A Thing from Another World, 1951. Okay. You watch someone play the demo. It feels like walking would be frustrating in that game. Yeah, I mean, I realize you're taking bigger risks, but I'm a fan of Hollywood doing something new. Like, look at this year. What are the best horror movies? Probably even best movies in general. You have Sinners, you have Weapons. Together, I mean, together you can debate if that, I know they had their whole like issues before launching, but these newer ideas, people liked a lot more. I mean, granted, the bigger ones may make more money because technically what, The Conjuring made the most money ever. So if you're trying to make money, I guess keep doing it, but people don't like it as much. They're giving a whole new origin story. I mean, that would make sense because it's been, what, like at least like 30, 40 years since the last one. Yeah, I prefer the more creative original stuff. Yeah, let me jump back into the game stuff here. So the state of play, we had Battlefield get announced. I'm personally not big into like the military shooters these days. I used to play some of those in the past. Like we talked about PlayStation games previously, and I mentioned like SOCOM 2 was one I really got into. I don't really do COD or Battlefield. I'll do more Call of Duty because it's like free to play when you're doing like Warfare or whatever. So I know a lot of people are hyped about this though. And obviously it's a big franchise. They've had some duds though, I feel like, from like, I haven't played really any of them, but I've heard, what was it? Battlefield 2042? Is that, am I making that up? Battlefield 1, I think people weren't big fans of. So I think the franchise is due probably for a return. If you liked Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1950s film, 1970s. Yeah, I need to probably watch those again. I've talked about before that I really dig The Faculty, and that's pretty much like almost a copy of like doing Invasion of the Body Snatcher stuff. COD Zombies, that's probably fun to do. I mean, any of these games we were playing online with like friends too, you're gonna have fun. What's up, Eli? Appreciate you being here. Co-sponsor God. Thank you, Eli. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, man. I have heard they're doing a remake of The Faculty. That kind of scares me. I mentioned it plenty of times on the channel as far as being one of my favorite movies. So I'm a little worried about them messing that one up. I kind of would prefer that stay in the past. It feels like it's I don't know. It feels like a very 90s movie, so I'm curious what they would do. Yeah, some people are probably pumped for Battlefield coming out like later this year, right? This fall. This one, I like the idea of like more indie stuff like this one appeared to be. But the trailer was like very hard to see anything. Like even the picture here, this character like blends in the background kind of a lot. So I don't know, it's probably not my go-to. But Code Vein, I've never really played any of them. It felt like a bit of a anime-esque Dark Souls clone, but not a franchise I've really dove into. I don't play with people. I mean, that's the best way to do. Like, that's the thing. A lot of times when you're judging these games that are like multiplayers, it's like, yeah, it's fun with friends. It's like, well, probably pretty much anything could be fun with friends. You could play like the worst game possible. So, yeah, The Faculty, I have heard that they're supposedly remaking. Yeah, that's true. He was in that. He had a really small role, though. Yeah, I'm curious who the cast will be because, I mean, honestly, I don't know if they realized it at the time, but they have a lot of like kind of fun cameos in that movie. All right, Crimson Desert. This is like the, Black Desert type of game. Probably not for me either. Deus Ex Remastered. I've played, what was it, Deus Ex Machina? But not a franchise I've really got into either. Dynasty Warriors Remastered. Apparently we're just remastering everything. These games were kind of fun back in the day. Playing like multiplayer, like local co-op, and just like slashing a bunch of people. I don't know which one I played. I don't know if it was 3, but probably like 4 around that time when I played it. God of War controller, not for me. I know a lot of people really dig like customized controllers and consoles. Despite like buying memorabilia and stuff like that, controllers and consoles, I don't really ever like, functionality is what I care about, so I don't care about paying an extra whatever for a Kratos inspired controller, but it looks cool. Honestly, DualSense controllers these days are already like at least $70 or $80, so. Urban Legends is gonna reboot. Okay, we're in like the remake era, because I mean, Scream, obviously, I Know What You Did Last Summer. I'm curious how that would do too, because I mean, some of those I feel like are such like, as mentioned with the faculty, like a bit of like of the time, and they're kind of stupid in some parts, but they're like fun stupid. So I feel like when stuff comes out today, people judge it a little bit more harshly. Yeah, I agree, Eli. I like more creative, unique stuff that hasn't been done already. Your husband's dating a controller. It looks cool. I just don't need it. Honestly, if you like give me just a generic white one and for cheaper, I'm like, yep, give me that one. Do you have the original Halo Xbox still? That's awesome. Does it still work? I think I talked about that on Discord the other day, but like some of those older disc-based consoles, they like break very easily given time. Whereas something with like cartridges, like the old like Nintendo stuff, those still work just fine. But problem with those is like you need the correct wiring because we've moved on to like HDMI instead of those like yellow, white, red things. All right, Gran Turismo. I've never been major into racing, like realism stuff. I can recognize it looks cool, but not really my thing. Halloween. This is one King Matthew mentioned earlier. I am a little bit on the fence with this because I watched the trailer and I encourage you guys to check it out if you're interested, but I actually grabbed a screenshot, I think. I'm probably going to be blocking it, but you can see on the right here. Let me just... can I just grab the image by itself? Yeah. So this is like one of the still shots from the new Halloween game. And I know they pitched it as like, oh, we're going to have single player and it'll be flushed down stuff. But from the trailer, they talked about asymmetrical multiplayer. And it's the same people that made Friday the 13th. And watching the animations, like shooting Myers and having him like get back up, it very much looked like similar assets and like engine and all that kind of stuff, which it makes sense, but it pretty much looked like Friday the 13th, just with Myers instead of Jason. So I don't know. Are you guys hyped about this one? It comes out sometime next year. I don't know if I'll pick it up. Maybe this is one that I would probably follow. Like if friends got it, I would join in. But on my own, they kind of burned us previously with Friday the 13th. Like you can't even play that game anymore unless you get on like private servers. But I feel like they were pitching this as having a single player. And from what I've seen thus far, I just kind of assume it's going to have bots. But maybe they'll flush out more than that. I'll have an anthology releasing next year. Okay, nice. I did see Kenan Thompson remaking Sleepaway Camp. That one's kind of funny to see that. All these comedians are getting into like horror. Like we had Danny McBride with Halloween. But I'm up for that. I mean, part of me is like, well, if you've seen the original, you know the surprise. So how are you going to make it unique? So we'll see how they pull that off. Omega God of War? I don't know. Are you talking about something different than just the God of War franchise? You prefer your arcade type racing? Yeah, I think you mentioned Hot Wheels, maybe something like that before. Yeah, that's true. I've seen people make I've seen people play a PC version of like a Halloween game where you're having a similar. I think people just took like the Dead by Daylight Myers and put him in a game where he's like following you around, but that was just like fan made. So to your point, people have been clamoring for this and they're probably going to support it regardless. To me, it just feels like it's Friday the 13th again, which I really enjoyed it. Honestly, that was like one of the most fun things to do playing that online, but it was short-lived, and maybe because this one has less legal disputes than F13, maybe it'll be more sustainable, but a lot of these are kind of just like the talk of the week. Like we've had Friday, we've had Predator, we've had Evil Dead. Just feels like there's so many of those at this point. Which, if done well, I'm still here for it, but they've kind of burned people before. Texas Chainsaw, it's another one. That's the worst design for Myers. Yeah, Jason, I mean, he was fun to play as. They definitely made it work where you were counselors or Jason, and you didn't find out which character you were until you loaded in, so. Bring back Midnight Club definition. I would be down for that remake. As many remakes as we get. Yeah, it's very similar to Dead by Daylight. I don't know if you played F13, but it's an ASIM horror where you have like one character versus, I think for F13 it was 7 people, but then you would bring one back as Tommy. Does Halloween have enough characters? I mean, probably actually. If you're using all of the franchise, what am I saying? I was just thinking of like the first Halloween movie, but if you're using the entire franchise, there's probably a ton of characters you can play with. It can't be worse than Friday the 13th for NES. That was hard. All those NES games were challenging. Yeah, I would be down for a Scream game. I know we talked about a little bit on Discord too, having that be like a dark pictures kind of game where you're doing like choices and stuff like that. Turn to Ricky Bobby. I'm probably more of a fan of arcade racing too. Those I feel like I'll play a couple races, then I'll be good. Yeah, Scream would be a good like a retro game. I'm looking forward to the Terminator one. It was supposed to come out this September, but it got pushed until I think pushed till Halloween. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Let's pop that off. But I was really looking forward to the Terminator game. Let's grab like you maybe. Okay, that's very small. That's not gonna help. Okay, I'll move my head here. But it looked like it replicated like a lot of scenes from Terminator 2. So I was pretty hyped for this to come out, but it got, I think it's still, from what I saw, was Halloween was the release date. It's very much like an old school, like retro style game, just using the plot of Terminator 2. Yeah, the Hellraiser game, I am excited for it, but we'll see if it meets expectations. I'm glad it's a single player, not just another ASIM. Art the Clown game, that would be, I mean, I guess they are doing Hellraiser, but that would be very much like a extremely mature. There is an Art the Clown game? I don't know if I knew that. Interesting. I assume it's not made by like a big studio. Oh, you got the deluxe edition, Eli. That's awesome. It looks cool. Back in 2011, there's a Scream game for the promotion Scream 4. Yeah, I vaguely remember the Dexter one. You guys are saying Art has a game. I don't know if I knew that. What kind of, like, what style of game is it? Yeah, Eli's got the answer for when it comes out next year and around the fall time frame. Maybe Stewie. He may stream it. He hasn't done a lot of gaming streams recently, I don't think. I know he was doing The Walking Dead there for a bit. You played the Art the Clown game? What kind of game is it? Like, what's the play style? Let's go back over to... So yeah, I am intrigued by Halloween, but I'm not going to get my hopes up, given the history of Ilphonic and Gunn. Don't really know about this one. Not really interested. This one looked interesting, if I remember correctly. I know, actually, I'm thinking of the other game that had a similar title. Yeah, Let It Die Inferno. I don't think I knew this one. Wolverine, King Matthew, you talked about. finally getting this. I know we had like the leaks that came out previously that we pretty much never heard anything after that. Trailer intrigued me. I've kind of been a little bit out of the superhero side of things. I never played Spider-Man 2. I played the first one and Miles Morales, which were both good. I imagine the second one's good too. It just felt like more of the same. But this looked interesting. Like it looked pretty like graphic. Like you're literally using Wolverine's like claws to like stab people in the head. Like it looked. They're leading into the gore for that one, which makes sense. It felt very Logan-esque when it comes to the gore of it. Thought there wasn't a release date. An old school beat 'em up 16-bit. That's what the Art the Clown's like, or the Terrifier game. Interesting. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna look that one up too while we're sitting here. Terrifier game. Okay, I see. It very much looks like, to your point, like a TMNT or like the Scott Pilgrim games. That could be kind of fun. I'm a fan of doing those old school styles for sure. Demos on PS5 and Steam. Maybe I'll check that out then. Yeah, I don't know if I'm really excited for Wolverine, but I think it's cool that we're getting kind of some more of the Marvel stuff in a more unique way. You think they should do a Nightmare game? I mean, I know Dead by Daylight is kind of old news at this point, but I feel like people have to admit their like catalog of characters, like having Freddy, is impressive. And I got really into that game for a long time. I haven't played it in years, but who should replace Robert Englund as Freddy? That's a good question. I honestly didn't mind. I'm blanking on his name from the remake. I know a lot of people like dog on that movie, which it's not the greatest, but there were some good moments, like in the convenience store. So I think there's a lot of good options. I would probably not go with somebody famous, if I'm being honest. Like, give me somebody obscure that when I'm watching it, I'm not like, oh, that's Pedro Pascal. I can't like immerse myself into him being Freddy. I just see the actor instead. So I honestly would probably just find somebody that I'm not familiar with at this point. Turtles in Time you played the other day. I like the recent Turtles games they put out on console. Timmy the Elephant, that'd be a good one. If I'm picking somebody prominent, that'd be a decent choice. Jackie Earle Haley, that's it, yeah. Yeah, I thought he was decent overall. Like, I didn't hate that movie as much as a lot of people do. Flight Simulator, kind of funny that this is coming to PlayStation. It seems that Xbox has thrown in the towel on exclusives and just said, let's sell our games everywhere. So you got Gears of War, now you got Flight Simulator. I've heard not the greatest things about this 2024 version, but the visuals in the game I would be intrigued by. Neo 3, while I do like Souls games, I don't really like Souls-like games because I don't feel like people do it as well as FromSoft. The first two Neos I was pretty neutral on. So I know people really dig the franchise, so that's awesome, but I'm probably not going to be interested in Neo 3. And we got news of our monthly games. While I'm not currently a PS Plus subscriber anymore, which is kind of a bummer given this lineup, I don't really care about Goat Simulator 3, but Alan Wake 2 I would be intrigued to play. And Cocoon is a indie game that I've wanted to pick up previously, but never have, so two really solid options for October. What else? Yeah, their speaker or whatever. Saros looked interesting. I don't know if I'll like play it or anything, but it looked kind of cool. Sonic Racing Crossworlds. There's Mega Man in Sonic Racing, apparently. It's kind of funny that Sonic's driving a car when it's like Sonic literally just goes insanely fast. Seven Deadly Sins. I've never watched this show, but I don't know. Anime games kind of suck a lot of times, so I'm not expecting much there. This one, I didn't really know much about. I think it's Zero Parade. I don't know how you pronounce the second word there, but Zero Parades. Assuming it's not like a unique pronunciation there. But this looked like, I don't know if it is. Okay, it is. I was gonna say the trailer I saw looked very much like Disco Elysium, which is a game I really wanted to play and get into, but I've played it like 3 or 4 separate times and I just can't get into it. I don't think it's because, I know a lot of people mention it's because you have to read a lot. It's almost like reading a book, but I just feel like I get a little bit lost. I'm like, all right, I'm done. So I've heard amazing things about Disco Elysium. It just hasn't really ever hit for me as much as I wanted it to. Also, the studio, I assume this is probably the same people. I watched a documentary on this studio. It was on YouTube, so you could probably find it somewhere, but it seemed like they're not the greatest guys. Like, I think the original creators of Disco kind of got the game stolen from them. So I haven't kept up as far as the latest with them, but yeah, they didn't give us a whole lot. I'm kind of surprised. I guess State of Plays are like future, but I'm a little surprised they didn't do any kind of teases for the new Ghost of Tsushima game. So yeah, that was the State of Play stuff I wanted to kind of cover. Macaulay Culkin, that could be interesting. Does he do a lot these days? I know he's like in the public sphere a whole lot, but I don't know if he was in what, that I think he was in one of those like American Horror Story movies about vampires. I'm maybe misremembering that, but I thought that was the case. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best Nightmare movie, but I don't dislike it as much as a lot of people. That and the Friday the 13th remake, I saw those both in theaters and had a good time with them. I also feel like I think of the line in Nightmare in that movie where he's like, talk about a wet dream. Like he's super creepy. It's kind of interesting how they have him maybe being pitched as like a victim, but then they do kind of like reverse course on that, unfortunately. I don't know. Freddy's kind of a weird character where it's like, I know a lot of people like him as their favorite character or like favorite horror icon, but it's like, you're kind of creepy. So is it weird to, so weird to like you that much? True. That, I mean, he wasn't Robert Englund, so pretty much whoever came. It was kind of like when you replaced Dexter with Patty Gibson, although I thought he did an amazing job. So, but anytime you're replacing like an icon, it's gonna be tough. Alan Wake 2. I probably will play it at some point. Do I need to finish the first one though? I like played some of the first one. What a song. Looked like a Mega Man. I think that was Mega Man, wasn't it? He's in Sonic apparently. Where were you at? Somewhere down here. Yeah. What's your theory about Art the Clown, Death, and Terrifier 4? So I will say, I know they're working on Terrifier 4. I think it comes out next year, right? I'm not the biggest Terrifier enthusiast. I've seen like some of the third one. I haven't seen the first couple though. So while it's like iconic, and I did go to a panel with a couple of the actors, but that's a franchise I probably need to visit. But I also know like, I know there's some, like, they've developed the story since the first one, but I don't know if that franchise is like my kind of thing, but it would make sense maybe him dying in the fourth one since it's supposed to be the last one. I assume that he was talking about the future Terrifier 4 movie. I hated 2009 Friday. Really? I thought that was a great remake. I think a lot of fans, like, when people think of like best horror remakes, I feel like that and Texas Chainsaw are like the two that people think of. The opening to Friday the 13th, the 2009 one, is probably one of the best like horror openings, I will say. They haven't shown more footage of Gears of War. Yeah, that franchise since I left Xbox for PlayStation, I haven't really kept up with Gears, but That's kind of like Halo. You can probably just like pump those things out continuously. Yeah, next year comes out. Yeah, Cope, that's kind of my thought on the Terrifier franchise. My assumption from like an outside view. So that's normal. I'm not like big into gore. Like I'm fine with it, but it's not like something I go into a movie like wanting to see a whole lot of. Story will be confusing regardless. Okay, that's good. I know people when they had the Game Awards, they had like the music from one of these scenes that people were like not pumped about. At least like if you weren't familiar with the game. Not too many movies are in that category. I wish they still made movies without twist ending. True. I mean, honestly, I am a sucker for a twist ending, but the problem is once you do it, like the Saw franchise, for example, the hard part when you make more Saw movies is you're looking for a twist, so it kind of defeats the point of having a twist. So I really like them in movies, but I know it's like you can only do it so much without getting kind of old. All right, so we have not touched on like anything I planned on covering today, but it was fun kind of covering these things. Do you guys want to talk Alien Earth, or do you want to jump into some tier list stuff? I do realize I marked this as Halloween tier list, which could be confusing because I'm like, oh, technically that's the name of the horror franchise. My point of it was to be like Halloween season tier lists. So there's a few that I have there, but we can talk Alien Earth first if you guys want. Either way. Yeah, I've heard the later Terrifiers, they actually build out the lore a little bit more than just like mindless killing. I am like the one-off fan who watches Saw movies for like the soap opera plot instead of watching people's limbs get cut off. Yeah, exactly, Cope. It's like, hey, what's a list of top 10 horror movie twists? All right, I'm going to watch those movies. It's like, well, I kind of know that something's going to happen now. All right, let me let's switch over to camera here. I mean, I have heard Terrifier, both 2 and 3. I think I heard mostly good things. The first one, it seems like, was not as like high budget, probably. Makes sense. You guys want to quickly do some Alien? Yeah, let's jump into some Alien stuff. I will maybe quickly take a 30-second step away, but let's just jump into some of the Alien conversation here right afterwards. All right, thank you. So yeah, Alien Earth. Let's jump into some of the discussion here. I didn't really prepare too much conversation, so it's going to be somewhat kind of spitball and stuff here. Let's catch up on chat real quick. It's just like Christopher Reeve said, Hollywood is a symptom called sequelitis. Yeah. I mean, if you see one successful movie, it's like, let's do more. I know this is something I talked about previously with like Sinners. I've heard the director has got kind of like hounded, being like, hey, let's make another Sinners movie. And he's just like, I'm done with that. So, although Weapons, it does sound like we're getting a prequel to Weapons. It's probably gonna be a few years though, because Zach Krager's working on Resident Evil right now, but the eye. I mean, Joe had like the most insane plot armor imaginable. I was hoping for more of an explanation throughout it. Like, I mean, that guy had like 50 lives. Like from the very beginning, before Wendy becomes friends with the alien, you have him like get tackled by the xenomorph. He gets like in a fight earlier with like that party scene. Actually, first, he gets tackled down that stairwell. Then he has the moment at the party where he survives, and then Morrow comes and kind of saves him. And then he gets tackled out that other window at the end of episode 2. And the alien just like sticks him to the inside of that shipping container. And then jumps on top of him. And then Wendy takes care of it. But then after that, he was supposed to be the victim for the face hugger, but conveniently got out of that. I don't know. He avoided the eye. It just felt like Wendy had a lot of plot armor, but she had like at least some reasons to have it, whereas Joe's just kind of like lucky. So I don't know. I didn't hate him as much in like the last couple episodes, but for a while there, I was just like, Joe, you're very one-dimensional. You just want to get off the island. Okay, I mean, King Matthew, we may be talking spoilers, so I don't want to like burst your bubble, but since we are talking Alien, I don't want to like totally ruin things for you, but just FYI. Monster Squad was a film I wanted a sequel to. That's fair. Yeah, Joe had so much plot armor. Like, I don't know. I got that like Wendy eventually talked to the xenomorph, but like before that happened, why did it not just rip him to shreds instantly like it did every other character? It like sticks him to the wall and they're like, oh, you're good. I don't know if he was supposed to be like a trap or something, but he just had like 9 lives. Yeah, Wendy, I mean, she just got too powerful. And then her character got really inconsistent to where she's like badgering Joe for saving his friend's life, but she's like, let's save everyone. But when I say everyone, I mean just the hybrids. Just kidding though, because I'm gonna leave without me and Slightly, so just Nibs and the xenomorph. Like, she was pretty inconsistent. And then to end episode 7, she was so mad at Joe. And then it took no time for her to be like, and I get maybe she's a kid, so she gets over stuff quickly, but she's then just like, oh, I'm thinking of memories of you, so now I'm going to let you out. Also, I've talked about it before, but the stupidity of Prodigy. You know she has these powers, and you just put her in this cage, and you're just like, she'll stay there. Nothing bad will happen. Like, why aren't you shutting her down? I get they can't track them anymore, but once they have them, just like shut her down. I don't really get to the end of episode 7 with the whole Nibs scene. If you were going to have like that be a dramatic moment, but then have her just be in episode 8 again, it's like, you were so mad at Joe, and apparently he just like stunned her. So that was a weird choice overall. From episode 7 to 8, we had no, like, I was expecting episode 8 to pick up and then be on the docks, then have like the soldiers actually do something and decide to bring them back to Prodigy. And maybe along the way you have Wendy call the xenomorph and like pick off the soldiers. But instead we just advanced to like Arthur on the beach, which I don't know how we got there, but he's there on the beach and we see a crab and the xenomorph says hi to the crab, and that's pretty much it. Also was absurd that the eye creature went for dead Arthur instead of any other living person that was in Prodigy's building. Like, why did it know Arthur was on the beach? I don't know how that's possible. Kind of strange too that it can control somebody who is already dead. Yeah, I agree. I liked the showdown between Kirsch and Morrow. It just, was pretty short-lived, and Kirsch was a big letdown for me in the last episode, for being honest. Like, him, Morrow, and Teoslus, the eyeball creature, were probably my 3 favorite characters in the show. But in the last episode, you just have, like, for the whole season, you're thinking Kirsch is up to something, but then by the end, it's like, no, he's not. He's not, like, he has no ulterior motives. He's just messing around, essentially, because he's on Team Prodigy, and it doesn't really make sense why. Like, earlier when we had the whole scene with Toodles opening up the cage to feed the flies, I thought maybe Kirsch tampered with it, and that's how it ripped off. But apparently, Toodles is just super strong, and that's why it ripped off. Like, I wanted Kirsch to have more going on than what they gave us, and maybe we'll find out more in season 2. But I feel like that character, I liked a lot of aspects of, and then they kind of just, like every character in the last episode, it kind of became a dud. You have a favorite moment now with the last episode? Boy Genius skipped down the hallway. That's true. When he, first to find me gets $1 million. Yeah, he was pretty effective in the last episode, I'll say. His character. I know you were wanting him to be around for season 2, so that's, I guess, one positive. Yeah, they definitely do those, like, I keep calling them montages when I'm, like, talking about it, but it's like those fading between scenes where we're seeing, like, half of one moment and then half of another moment. A lot of times when they're doing, like, reflective things, but to your point in the opening with the alien, they do that, where it's just, like, transitioning between scenes. I'm like, okay, what is the point of this? Oh, you finished Breaking Bad, King Matthew? Nice. Yeah, that Breaking Bad's, it's a really good show, and that's definitely probably my answer for, like, best ending to a show. So I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I do still have to do my season review for Alien Earth, and I think I know what my score is going to be, but the last episode has me thinking, that's for sure. So I did write some things down here. Kind of interesting. I felt like it was pretty obvious all along that Ains was a synth, but I got the impression that when Cavalier tells the story about his dad and then building a synth when he was a kid, that Ains was that person. I'm also wondering, does Ains look like Cavalier's real dad and he just, like, modeled him after him? Interesting if that's the case. Also, I didn't really think of it at the time, but after reflection, Dame wearing, like, the bandana, I think that was intending to, like, make her look like a pirate, because she's, like, one of Captain Hook's crew. She's one of Boy Cavalier's crew. So, like, subtle nods to Peter Pan there. I have to rewatch it, but one of the things I thought about was when Joe was running away from the eye and he goes into that cage, which was a smart move, he's, like, closing the door against it. And then when the eye goes on the other side into, like, the feeding area, he's able to get back out through that door. I don't remember if he fully closed that, because I'm like, should that door reopen again? Also, it's weird that there's even, like, a handle on the inside. But that was probably, like, thinking too much about it. Yeah, it seemed like pretty obvious that Ains was, I think earlier in the season where we have him, like, catch that ball that's going, like, super fast, that probably made it obvious. Yeah, it seemed like she was just, like, I don't know, almost just kind of trying to be like a hippie or something with her bandana. Like, she was just, like, out of it. At this point, she wasn't in doctor mode anymore. But I think it was supposed to be a nod to being, like, a pirate. Pretty obvious at this point, but, like, the tension with Wendy in scenes feels like it's, like, very minimal. She seems unstoppable. Like, okay, she's doing the speak to the xenomorph thing, which one was a bit absurd, that the xenomorph is, like, across the island and she's, like, doing the noises and can hear her. I'm like, is this, like, a telepathic thing at this point? Because there's, like, multiple rooms of, like, steel reinforced walls between you and this xenomorph miles away, and you're talking to it? Don't know there. They didn't really explain how Wendy has that power, but the other hybrids don't. Didn't really get much explanation there. But I think the big one for me was when Ains was like attacking her and she just like freezes him. I'm like, okay, well, she's got every power. She can just do anything. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if in like season 2, there's like Yutani ships coming in and she just like, I don't know, Neo like blasts them away or something. And like Star Wars like forces them and crashes them. Seems like she can do kind of anything. So that I think the tension goes away when these characters just are like invincible. And then you have Joe with like the insane plot armor. Yeah, it does feel like she just immediately forgot. Like, I don't know why they made them husband and wife, because to be honest, it would have been more believable if they were just coworkers. Like, why have them be married and have her have that like very relaxed reaction? Like, she did not care that he got fired, that he had to go, that now he's, I mean, I don't know if she knows, but like she didn't try to call him once. Meanwhile, she's like over here going to these grave sites when things are on like lockdown, and I don't know. Dame Sylvie is not a character that worked for me. I did pull up, I think I have a character list that we can kind of go through that too. Yeah, Wendy seems like they're just like making up things. I prefer if they like stay within this realm of like established abilities, but when they just, she unlocks new things that we just have not been shown before, it's like, okay, well, why? She can do it, like she can do anything at this point. Hey, Rusty, you're good, man. I appreciate you hopping in for at least a little bit. You're in between a 5-hour movie marathon. What are you watching? 5-hour movie marathon. I'm trying to think what that would like. That's not like a Lord of the Rings marathon, but it's like at least a couple of films. Yeah, she is very much Superman. I gave the Goku analogy, but she's Neo, she's Superman, she's Goku, she's just an insane like power at this point. One battle or another was awesome. 2.5 hours in, almost 3. Okay, so you're seeing like theater movies. Strangers Chapter 2, God bless you. Let's hope you like it, because I did not like the first one, and I've heard awful things about 2, so I look forward to, you're probably going to do some review for it. I look forward to seeing your feedback, but I'm not sure I'm going to wind up seeing that one. I probably need to get started on my Halloween movies, honestly. In the theater, then doing reviews. Nice. Well, it should be hopefully at least fun to do. I'm not saying that you probably enjoy watching. I don't know, the first one maybe you said was awesome at least. Yeah, it's gonna wind up being like last year, where it's like already, I mean, we're a week away from October at this point, where I have to like back to back do these movie reviews. It was different. Okay. Is that the one? I'm trying to think. Is that the one that had Leo in it? As a perfect score. With Leo, yeah. Paul Thomas Anderson film. He is hit or miss for me. I know you're a fan. One of the other things, when the soldiers earlier in episode 8, they make a comment before that elevator scene where they get stuck in, which was dumb that happened anyway. But one of the soldiers makes the comment, the like main guy says, we need to go to the armory to get like guns, like the big weapons. And I don't know why they chose to have that point of dialogue, because they never go to the armory. They like go through the hallways and eventually go into the lab, and we get the plant attack there. And then the guy doesn't shoot at the plant. He's just like standing there, like looking at, like, oh, okay, I'm gonna turn around and just get whacked in the face. So it's not the trailer. That's a good sign. I mean, maybe people have expectations, but it's nice that it's not like all spoiled. Maybe one of the best of this year. Okay. I don't remember what the plot of that one was. I've seen trailers for it. Yeah, and also I guess that's another thing. The alien, like the xenomorph's like strength feels very inconsistent. Like, you know, you have Wendy earlier in the show take one out, and then here you have like multiple people shooting bullets at it, and it's just like eating all the bullets. I know it has some kind of like hardened skin, like armor-ish skin, but I don't know. I don't really feel like I have a good grasp on how durable the xenomorph is, because sometimes it feels like it's super strong and sometimes it feels like it's super weak, depending on, you know, if we're using a major character or a minor character who's fighting it. So I don't know. I was glad we got some payoff for that that plant monster. It just felt like it was a little bit forced too. One interesting part, though, will be, while it didn't make sense for the eyeball creature to go after Arthur, it's going to have all of Arthur's knowledge now, so it's going to know everything about the hybrids, so it's going to have the upper hand potentially. I heard somebody comment it'd be hilarious if Arthur comes back to Prodigy and Dame just, like, doesn't realize it's not actually him. It's just, like, this very much assumes Arthur's just back. When an evil enemy resurfaces after 16 years, a group of ex-revolutionaries reunites to rescue the one of their own daughter. Sounds intriguing. I mean, it's an intriguing premise for sure. I'll have to look into it at least, especially since you said maybe one of your best of the year. Let me pull up probably close some of these tabs at this point. The cast of Alien. So some of these ones at the bottom, I feel like only had like one episode or so. So probably from like Smee upward is who we'll be focusing on. And this is focusing on the character, obviously not like the actor or anything, because I feel like a lot of the actors, honestly, all the actors pretty much did a great job. It's just some of the characters didn't work for me. Starting with Wendy. Her and Joe's story I wanted to like early on, but it felt like it didn't really go anywhere interesting for me. And I talked about her being kind of insanely powerful and not overly unique. Like, you can kind of do anything you want at this point. I'm curious if they explore more so like why she has these powers and the others don't, other than just having like the Peter Pan, like Wendy analogy. Kirsch is one of the top actors or top characters for me in the show. I talked about kind of his letdown when it didn't really amount to much, a lot of the stuff he was doing, so that's a factor. Nibs just felt like she was kind of crazy. The whole pregnant thing didn't really amount to anything. I don't know if that was if there was supposed to be something more there and I just didn't pick up on it, but never really went anywhere with that whole thing. And she kind of just turned into a killing machine. In episode 8, when she kills that guard, I felt like it was very cartoonish. Like, he just sits there and she's just like jumping on him and you're hearing like the punching noises or whatever. Joe, we talked about, there was moments earlier on where I was like, okay. And at the end, a little bit too, but he didn't really provide much intrigue beyond just being like Wendy's brother and wanting what was best for her, despite her not always believing that. Boy Cavalier, he probably would be one of my standouts too. I didn't really like him for most of the show, but he probably did the best in the last episode, and he made a lot of dumb choices. So that's probably my only critique. I realize he's supposed to be a little bit arrogant, but for being this trillionaire, he didn't hire like, I don't know, to your point, he had the line about like $1 million to whoever finds me. feel like he could have paid a lot of people to have like a lot more security. So it just feels like he was a little bit inconsistent with how detail-oriented he was. Dame Sylvia never really worked for me from start to finish. She's obviously the mother figure of these hybrids, but I don't know. She didn't seem like a real person. Like, she almost felt like she was like a synth with how little she cared about her husband or really anything. I guess she kind of cared about the hybrids. Next girl is the one from episode 5, so I don't really need to talk about her too much. Curly was a bit of a nothing for me. I thought they were going to do a little bit more with her when she was like wanting to be Cavalier's favorite, but then didn't really amount to much. Ains, same thing. He didn't really like, him being a synth was kind of intriguing, but he just got taken down by Superman in the end. Arthur, I liked this character early on. I feel like when him and Dame were talking in one of the earlier episodes or mid-season episodes, when he was like, everything's gonna go to hell, we need a plan to get out of here. He seemed like a pretty level-headed person. And then they made him like overly emotional and like caring for the hybrids, which lost some of his like realness for me. So I liked him as a character. He, like, the episode, I mean, spoilers, I guess, but the episode that he goes into the lab and stuff, the realism for the choices he makes are not there for me. He just makes a lot of like just boneheaded decisions. Toodles, I mean, he was kind of like the same as Curly, wanting to impress Cavalier. I don't think his choices in the lab made sense either, but if you want to say he was a kid, okay. Morrow was pretty much strong from start to finish. He was probably the most consistent because I mentioned Kirsch kind of faded in the end because he didn't have really anything unique, but Morrow, from beginning to end, I would say provided a lot of fun moments. Yutani, she's just kind of there managing that side of things. Maybe we'll get more of her in season 2, assuming we get a season 2, I guess. And then Slightly and Smee, I thought they were fine. Smee was probably one of the best at portraying actually being a kid, because he didn't have like a lot of the adult aspirations. He just wanted to play a lot of times. So I thought that actor did a good job as far as like being a kid ultimately. Let's see. Let's catch up on chat. Okay, we're talking one battle after another. My boy Genius and Chris, my favorites. They were probably them two and Morrow, I would agree with. No problem, Rusty. About to watch a 90-minute trailer set of Strangers 3. Do you think they would cancel? I mean, you may be dipping out, but I'm curious if they would cancel the third one if this bombs. Because I remember, what was it? Exorcist Believer was supposed to be a trilogy. Then after the first one, they're like, yeah, just kidding. It didn't do well. It's called bad writing. Yeah. He, I think they try to pitch him as being like the sympathetic character, but earlier on, he was being the logical one, being like, hey, we need to be smart here. Even when he was like giving Joe all the information, he was like clearly in front of the security cameras doing stuff on the computer. Also made no sense they allowed him to do that. You would think that if they're telling him to leave, they would immediately restrict access. But I don't know, Prodigy overall, all these companies, for as like powerful as they are, make bad choices, and they put people in positions that also make bad choices. So you're surprised Timothy Olyphant's in Alien Earth. Yeah, he's bounced around quite a bit. I like him as an actor for the most part. I don't think he's been in anything that I overly did not like him in. I have to watch Dreamcatcher again. I talked about that one being kind of a fun Stephen King movie that I liked that a lot of people didn't, but it's been a while since I watched it. The Girl Next Door, a lot of movies actually. Yeah, he seems to bounce around genres quite a bit. Let's see. All right, I may quickly grab some water, but I guess before leaving, I would be curious to close out the Alien Earth conversation. We talked a lot about episode 8 because it was the finale that didn't overly deliver for me. It seems like you guys probably agree. But season as a whole for Alien Earth, where would you guys like fall as far as were you satisfied with it? If you want to give a score, you can. And where do you want the future to go? So I'll leave that as food for thought real quick. All right, thanks. Let me throw music back on. We'll go back to screen share and I'll pull up the season as a whole because obviously they're wanting a season 2 and on all likelihood they'll get it, but let's take a look at some of these scores and feel like it's likely. 7.4 overall for the show, so that's a decent score. I think originally IGN was giving it like a 9, so it's definitely not as high there. The Crazies Go, Live Free, Die Hard, yeah, other elephant movies. I think it's a pretty fair rating, Cope. I would agree that honestly, it would be the biggest like disaster if they did not get a next season. It feels like because how it ends pretty much implies that they would. So if they didn't, I don't know. It would probably be one of the biggest like disasters when it comes to like a season ending, in my opinion, or like a series ending. That's fair, King Matthew. Totally understand there. As far as the scores though for the show, so 7.6, a little above average. 7.8 are increasing. A little bit dip for episode 3. 7.4, 7.3. So hovering around kind of the mid 7s. And then the episode people like the most, episode 5, where they're actually doing the space stuff for Alien, which most people prefer, 8.6. Surprised it's not even higher than that. Like I'm thinking of like Dexter Resurrection. I think the lowest episode there was like an 8.8. So the best episode for Alien Earth is worse than the worst episode for Dexter. 7.1, 7, 6.2. So I would very much agree with the logic here. I don't know if the scores I would totally align with, but the show for me peaked in episode 5. Like I liked episode 4 and I liked episode 5. But if I'm looking at my review scores for the entire season, we have episode 1 I gave a positive, 2 and 3 I gave neutrals, 4 and 5 I gave positive. Then after that, episode 6 negative, episode 7 neutral, episode 8 negative. So the last 3 we have 2 negatives and a neutral. So it definitely went downhill after the outer space episode. I think it worked to have that episode be mid-season, but it definitely took the wind out of the sail a little bit. Which is funny though, because I was ultimately digging the story with the hybrids. It just felt like, I don't know. not much like interesting wound up happening with them ultimately, and they had a lot of cliffhangers for a next season. You know, like the space episode. I know a lot of people were saying it was like the best Alien thing since Aliens. I liked it. There's a lot of dumb choices there too, but we at least got like Alien in the Alien show. Why was that one synth so weird with that one girl? And they kill him off camera. I'm trying to think of what you're referring to. Why was that one synth so weird with that one girl? In episode 5, were you talking still? Oh, I think you're talking about the Asian guy in episode 5. He definitely weirdly just got like taken out, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they definitely set up a lot of stuff. That was the other thing I think that they missed out on. This being only 8 episodes, I believe Noah Hawley would have preferred 10. Feels like maybe they could have wrapped up some stuff a little bit better if they had a little bit more time. 8 is kind of quick. Granted, they're used to like just having movies, so it's a lot more than that. Okay. Sounds good, King Matthew. I've heard mostly good things about that. The one with Jack Quaid. That's true. And he was being very like creepy a lot and just didn't he was just like got taken out when he was in the interrogation room. And a lot of those characters didn't really have much payoff. The lab person that was like very much just like eating and drinking in the lab, like a lot of those people probably, I don't want to say deserved their fate, but had it coming at least. What's wrong with you? Yeah. I don't feel like a lot of characters, except for Kirsch, until like the last episode, I feel like a lot of characters did not consistently make good choices. Like we kind of did the like unintelligent horror movie tropes with characters, like choosing different things that made it convenient for the plot. They definitely had it coming. Yeah, I kind of felt that way too. Yeah, overall, I'm mostly mixed on it. I will do that final season review, but as I kind of talked about my progression throughout the season, it kind of was going up and then it definitely dropped at the end. I don't know, for the future, I'm pretty open. Obviously, they're not doing like an anthology. They're definitely continuing with these characters, assuming we get a season 2, because your season finale is a 6.2, as you see here on screen. Is Disney going to fork up the money to do another season? I mean, maybe if they've already kind of agreed to it, but if they haven't, 6.2 is not very good. Like, Dexter Original Sin got canned, and I don't think any episode got that low. But they have so many outstanding cliffhangers that'd be super disappointing if we don't get more. I'm expecting, like, the Eye with Arthur to be an adversary. We have the hybrids getting invaded by Yutani. Maybe Yutani makes the same like dumb mistakes that Prodigy made. I want to see the Lost Boys fall. Yeah, I don't know what like takes them out has not been consistent. Super like, I was pretty sure that Nibs died at the end of the last episode, and then just kidding. So it feels like they should be pretty easily like shut down, but people in charge are making a lot of bad choices. I don't know. I guess it depends how many seasons they go for, but I would expect Wendy and Joe to continue to be like the main characters, at least for next season. Yeah, she's totally fine. Which I'm fine with doing that, but then don't have this big like dramatic close to episode 7 if you're going to make her fine. So, that's probably all I got for Alien. I'm happy to still chat it if people in the chat want to talk anything, but as far as like my thoughts, I think that pretty much sums everything up. Kind of a bummer if we do get a season 2, if it's like a couple of years from now, because you're waiting for, I don't know, that's the other part. You like Stranger Things, I feel like ends super well, but they have gaps between their stuff. But because it ends well, people come back. The last thing you put in people's like memory here was a 6.2. Are people coming back for next season? You'll have to probably give people more of a reason and have more episodes like that episode 5, but we'll see. Also, I think having more of the aliens in Alien would make sense. I assume they had to have known like the Teoslis and the Plumacare and the Xenomorph were going to be people like what people want to see and not the hybrids as much. So I think they should lean into some of those other creatures going forward, but we'll see. We shall see. They didn't really pay off the whole Peter Pan conversation super well either, other than having Wendy be like, "You're not Peter." So I don't know if that's a theme they'll continue into future seasons or not. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch Stranger Things season 5, but I know a lot of times people are like, when they get the trailers that come out, people are like, I'm not gonna watch that. I'm done with that at this point. Then it gets close to coming out, and people are like, actually, I will watch it. So it definitely feels like a franchise that can kind of reel you back in. All right, well, let's I probably should have done this more up front because this is more of an audience participation thing. So we'll see what makes sense as far as format here, but I planned on doing, it's a little early, it's not even October yet, but it's about to be, some tier list stuff, so different than like bracket fights, and instead doing tier list stuff when it comes to Halloween specific topics. Let me bounce back over here. And I don't know if it's just you me talking about it, but maybe light on the audience participation here. But I had 3 categories for Halloween topics. First one being kind of random, I guess, Halloween candy. Second one was Halloween movies. And then third one was just horror characters overall. So how can you not watch it? It's like waiting time between Harry Potter movies. Yeah, that's true. It's another one. Although they'll should remake it again. So I'm sure in 10 years from now, we'll just have Stranger Things, the remake. So, all right. So let's, yeah, I kind of grabbed Halloween thematic things. I think I've done on the stream before a bracket fight for like Halloween candy before. So let's see how this goes. Let's pop you up first. So once again, similar to the bracket fights, I just found this online. You want to do movies or characters? We can run with that. So we have, as I said, candy here. We have movies, and then we have characters. Honestly, I'm planning to do all 3 of them. It's just a matter of like which one we do first. So I did add a few more tiers to the movies one. On this one, weirdly enough, it just had S through C, and then haven't seen. I added D and F because it felt like S through C isn't really enough of a range. So yeah, I'm down to do all 3 of these, and especially since there's not too many people in chat, it's probably gonna go a lot faster than it normally would. You want to do movies or characters? You said though. I don't mind doing. I don't know why that's in. Is there a backslash there? We can do some movies to start things off. I guess I'm down for whatever. That's fair. Let's start with movies. We'll do that. I will say I have not seen all of these movies, so I'm down to kind of place these roughly a compromise between what your thoughts are, and my thoughts. But probably I'm just gonna go with like how much you like the movie, because it kind of becomes a gray area when it comes to like, hey, how much do you enjoy this as a Halloween themed movie is a little bit different than like the movie's just a high quality movie or one that you enjoy watching. So I'm not going to do like specific saying this is the best Halloween movie. I'm just going to say this is the best movie that happens to be listed here as a Halloween movie. So, all right, let's jump in here. Poltergeist. I'm also good with there's probably be a slight delay. I'm good with like placing these, and if you want to chime in, I can make some compromises and moving stuff around. Poltergeist. Yeah. I mean, it's probably a C for me. You think A? I can compromise and say B if you like. I didn't really watch it growing up, so I don't have the heavy nostalgia for it, I will say. I know they have like a ton of movies in that franchise. I've only seen the first one, I believe, though. Kind of sad story with the main actress. But I feel like it's one of those movies that was like probably very scary for the time, but if you watch it today, it's not as scary, so it's a little bit harder to judge. They used a real skeleton in the pool scene. Yeah, I feel like back in the day, movies, they were a little bit more like risky with some of their choices. I will compromise on B if you're good with that. The Fog. I'm trying to think what The Fog is. It's not The Mist, obviously. The Fog. Have you seen The Fog? If I've seen it, I don't remember it, so I would probably put it here unless you got a spot that you feel confident. The Fog, A. I mean, it's hard for me to like compromise if my answer is haven't seen and yours is A, but since you're here chatting, I'm down to put it in A. That sounds like a Stephen King movie for some reason. Jamie Lee Curtis, I'm largely indifferent towards her as an actress. She's okay, but I didn't know she did a lot of horror stuff outside of Halloween. We'll put in A. Either way. Sure, we'll do that. Is this the first? What is some of these? Like, that's the downside that some of these are so like hard to see. Is this? This isn't the first Halloween, right? Because this 1980 John Carpenter movie, actually. Oh, The Fog. That does kind of look like a. I mean, I don't know if this is true, but the text looks like something like The Thing or a very John Carpenter-esque photo. I can't tell what this says here. Is this a Halloween 2 maybe? Yeah, we can probably go with that at least. I'm trying to see if the other Halloween's on here. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, we can maybe assume it's Halloween 2. Halloween 2, it's probably a B for me. What do you think? I'd probably put it like in front of Poltergeist B. But I'm not like the most massive Halloween franchise fan. I feel like it's kind of a continuation of the first one. They just ramp up the kills a little bit more. B's good. What do we have here? Is this Coraline? Is that what this is? It weirdly cuts. I realize it's got to be a square, so that is partially why. But I think this is Coraline. I think I want to like this movie more than I do. Honestly, it may be like a D for me. I like the idea of it more than maybe the execution. It feels like the second half of the movie falls a little bit flat. Okay, maybe we'll stick it in D for now. Harry Potter. I feel like this is going to be S for you. This is the first one, right? The Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone, depending on what part of the world you're from. Well, I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. The first few were probably I enjoy more because they were like when I was a kid, they were out. Harry Potter S. Coraline's Fun, however, wasn't your favorite. Okay. King Matthew, if you want to kind of, I don't know if you're hanging out for a bit or not, but what I've been doing is I've been kind of compromising between me and Cope. So if you want to chime in also, maybe I'll give you guys a little bit more influence, there being two of you. You think S tier? I can agree on A. I think the first Harry Potter, I can agree on an A, I think. I respect a lot of things it did. It's Harry Potter. Yeah, but then you gotta have like these, there's tiers and stuff. I know this isn't like all movies, but like for me, like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. So problem is you put Harry Potter at the top, there's nowhere to go up from there. So Harry Potter's not the top for me. Cast the spell on you. Yeah. I think I'm good with A. Because it's definitely not my favorite, like, probably from this list. Now we got Gremlins. Honestly, Gremlins is probably an A for me too. You'll probably find out during this. I tend to like, I feel like on those tests where it's like strongly agree, strongly disagree, I always like skew towards the middle with everything. But I mostly like Gremlins. But I will allow input here as far as your guys' thoughts. We can put it below Harry Potter if you feel better about that, since you are adamant having it in S. Also, how many... This is a pretty lengthy list. As I said, this is predetermined. I didn't pick these, so if at the very end you're like, hey, they didn't list this movie that I think is a Halloween movie, feel free to chime in, but... Ghostbusters may be in here. So this is Halloween movies that whoever put this list together picked these as being Halloween-ish type of movies. Give an A or B. All right. Lower than Harry Potter A seems solid. But Ghostbusters may be on here. You've never seen Gremlins? I would check them out. I mean, they're like kind of fun times. Like the first one is more... Honestly, Gremlins is like a borderline Christmas movie, right? The second one gets a little bit crazy with like all the other Mogwai. But I feel like Gizmo is a cute mascot. He's kind of like Baby Yoda before Baby Yoda's time. Killer Clowns, another multiplayer asymmetrical horror game based off of a franchise. I haven't seen Killer Clowns in a long time. I don't know if I've even like watched it to completion. So I'll defer to you guys. I feel like I haven't watched it enough that I would put it here if I was doing it myself. But if you guys feel a certain kind of way, I'm down to put it up somewhere. Yeah, it kind of is a Christmas movie. D or F? I'm down to send it on probably D. F has to be something I really dislike. As I said, I haven't watched it in a long time, so I can't overly chime in, so I'm comfortable with going in D. Scream. I'm gonna assume based off of most of the audience here that S likely makes sense. Killer Clowns is B tier for you. Wasn't your favorite, but it's still a fun film. Okay. I mean, maybe we can compromise at D because I am in the haven't seen crowd. Cope said D or F, you said B. I mean, it's either C or D then. A tier? Would you not put it at so there's S above A, but S tier, yeah. I think we're probably unanimously there. All right, we have The Lost Boys, which I think I actually watched for the first time the last couple of years, so I don't have the nostalgia for it, but it's pretty good. mean, for me, it's probably like here-ish. D? Dang, you don't like it at all. I think it's a movie that I wanted to like more than I liked because I know a lot of people think it's like a top horror movie for them or like top movie for them. I'm down to put it in C since you said D and I would probably put it in B. I don't have a strong attachment to it. There's some fun parts. I think I like the world more than I like the actual movie. Okay, Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. This has probably been a haven't seen for me unless you guys have input here. Honestly, I'm expecting a lot of these for me not to have a lot of feedback, so we'll see how much you guys have input here. Old school Frankenstein. I'm assuming too when these fill up, they'll probably just get like larger in space. Frankenstein's like a C for you. I don't know if King Matthew has seen it. I may keep it at haven't seen then if you're not high on it and I don't have any input. Then we have Dracula. Which Dracula even is this? I think the photo looks newish. What's up, King of Kush? Appreciate you hopping in. We are doing some Halloween themed. When I say Halloween, I mean the holiday themed tier lists. So we're currently doing like movies and just ranking them on this tier list, how much you like them. Kind of blending my thoughts with chat's thoughts. So definitely, if you want to hang out for a bit, share your feedback here. Homeboy throws a girl in the water and she drowns. And Frankenstein or Dracula? What's up, Wiggly Rain? I think we have the Cope squad here, it seems like. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. As I was saying, we are doing Halloween-themed tier lists, and the first one we're doing is movies. So kind of collaborating my thoughts with chat's thoughts and putting these out here, just kind of gauging where we're at. This Dracula, Cope, do you know if this, as I said, this poster looks newish, but I only really know like the old like what's it, Bram Stoker's Dracula. Yes, a few friends come by. Awesome. We were on Dracula, which, as I've said, I don't know which Dracula this is, so I haven't really dove into any of them, so I would honestly drop it like here, but if you guys have somewhere you want to put it. Harry Potter is Halloween-ish. Yeah, they definitely air it on TV during like the Halloween season. It's another one that feels maybe more Christmas themed. Oh, it's a Gary Oldman one. Yeah, we'll send it to Haven't Seen then if you feel that way too. 1950s Dracula. Probably not if it's Gary Oldman's in it, but I don't know. I feel like there's probably a lot of vampire movies that I have not kept up with. Then we got Beetlejuice, which was, I know, Cope, you were streaming the other day, or watching with Discord. Dracula's D tier for you? Yeah, I think a lot of times the Universal monsters, I like the idea more of than actually watching them in like a movie. But that's part of just like the aging of cinema. Yeah, I think also like Harry Potter, like costumes, anything you dress up as. I've seen Lord of the Rings be played during like Halloween season too, so Beetlejuice B. I'm pretty neutral on Beetlejuice, so I don't mind putting it in B. I would probably be between, honestly, if it was me, I'd probably say like C, but The new Alien Earth. Yeah, we just talked about Alien Earth, which is probably good if you haven't seen it then, because I don't want to spoil it for you. So I've reviewed each of the episodes on the channel, but I would say my thoughts, and I'll do my season review, but my thoughts are it's 8 episodes, and from start to finish, it's like this, and then drops. Like, the finale was very underwhelming, but I liked a lot of things they did throughout the season. So I would say if you like Alien and that like franchise, check it out. But if you don't, it's not something you have to watch. So the first Beetlejuice was great. Second one was fun too. So A tier for you. Okay. So A and B, I think I'm in agreement with Cope. I'll go with B because I would probably say C. So between A through C, we'll drop it in B here. Rocky Horror Picture Show, another one that's like a classic that I don't remember enough of to really judge. It's about the eye, anyways. Yeah, there is plenty of xenomorph in Alien, but it definitely focuses on different things. So I would say don't overly expect it to be just revolved around the xenomorph. Expect like other subplots to take place. You're a fan of the first couple Aliens franchise, has a few duds. Yeah, I think that most people think the first 2 are great, and then after that, it's hit or miss. So I would agree with you, King of Kush. There's a lot that if I've seen, I don't really remember enough to give like input. So I'm right there with you. Just to jump to the left B for you. So like right there, you're saying? I know it's super iconic. That's the one that also has what's the Venus flytrap's name? It's in that, right? Then it has its own like spin-off movie. But I am not overly. A little jump to the left. It's lyrics on the movie. Okay, so it was not literally to the left. It's fair. I mean, I don't mind putting it there too. It's Alien started out as an epic sci-fi thriller and slowly became a character drama. Yeah, I would say it's more of a sci-fi show than an Alien specific show. It kind of like tries to jump into like some deeper conversations when it comes to like sentient beings and all that kind of stuff. Which life is more valuable? Haunting in Venice. Never seen this. No idea. Has anyone else seen this? There was a show. Yeah, Alien Earth, the TV show. Haunting in Venice was decent. I like the actor a lot. Who is that? It looks kind of familiar. Hard to tell in this tiny photo, though. Shot in theater. You give it a B. Best of Charlie Brown S tier. All right, Wiggly Rain, appreciate you hopping in for a bit. I think you said you're heading to work, so have a good time. Thanks for chilling for a bit. Kenneth Branagh. Okay. Anyone else seen Haunting in Venice? I know Cope said B. I'm tempted to put it here if nobody else has seen it. Oh, it's Kush coming for. Okay, gotcha. Guitar is also probably a lot more fun than work. Yeah, we'll put this in haven't seen. Hocus Pocus. Kind of an iconic one, but not necessarily my go-to. Yeah, you're on the way to work. Honestly, when it comes to like these old school like Disney Holy movies, Under Wraps is probably the one I mostly enjoyed. Hocus Pocus for me probably is like B-ish. A. I would not be offended by saying A. A would be okay in my opinion. Core member to S for you. That is fair. So a couple A's and S. Maybe we'll put it in front of Gremlins because I'm afraid of putting it in front of Harry Potter. Because I don't think Cope would be down for that one. I never watched the sequel that came out a few years ago. I heard that wasn't nearly as good. It's the best kids horror film. It is pretty dark. I watched it a few years ago. I kind of forget that, like, doesn't some kid like die at the beginning? The sequel was a movie. That's all I need to know. Hocus Pocus is a tier for you. Okay. Yeah, 2 kids. Okay. Yeah, it's surprisingly kind of dark, despite it being like a Disney jovial thing. It's kind of like how Heavyweights is like a bit edgy for a Disney comedy. Sequel was okay. The ending made me cry though. Okay. So tugging on heartstrings. Cabin in the Woods. For me, I'm thinking S tier. This is one I plan to review this year, so this is kind of showing my hand. But Cabin in the Woods, I thought was awesome. We'll see if on rewatch if I still feel that way, but the other witch from Ted Lasso. Who is she in Ted Lasso? Is she the owner of the team, or is she the girlfriend of the player? Those are like the 2 like women characters I know in Ted Lasso. Yeah, I think Cabin in the Woods for the ending alone. The team owner, okay. Too solid. The big boss. What is this? Demon Knight? Do you guys know what Demon Knight is? Hannah Waddington. I don't know if she was good in it, so. Yeah, the elevator scene and then the ending with like, I mean, surprisingly doesn't really end super happy, but you've never seen Cabin in the Woods. King Matthew, I highly recommend that. I know you're watching stuff tonight, but I would say put it near the top of your like upcoming list. I'm curious what you think about it. I think it's an awesome movie. It's got Chris Hemsworth in it too, so it's got Thor. Demon Knight, I've never heard of this in my life, so have you guys heard of Demon Knight? I'm assuming that's what that says. Yeah, I've not seen this. We'll skip this one then. There's a few animated ones in here that I don't feel like I have much tied to. Like, what is this? What's it say? Ichabod and Mr. Toad? Some animated? Some guy with his horse? The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. That's a haven't seen for me. I really want to see more, man. Yeah, I think I'm assuming most of this audience has not seen this movie, but maybe I'm mistaken. You haven't seen it in a while, so you have seen it at some point. I'm going to keep it here probably then. I may take a quick restroom break, but I'll see these next 3. Let me know your guys' thoughts on these next 3 while I step away, since they're all kind of related. The Wolfman, Creature from the Black Lagoon, and Bride of Frankenstein, all Universal monsters. Okay, you already answered the question. They haven't seen for me. It's been long enough ago that I would probably put them in the same category, but maybe someone else in chat has seen, so I'll allow that potential. I'll be right back. I'll keep the music going, I guess. All right. Appreciate you guys' patience. Let's see. King of Kush. You've heard of Ichabod, Mr. Toad, but never watched it. That's fair. I've never even... I mean, Ichabod Crane, I'm assuming, is the main character there. Wolfman is finger looking fantastic. Would you put it somewhere on here? I mean, since you're here, I'm down with allowing you to chime in on a placement. Otherwise, I would probably put the 3 of them in Haven't Seen, but... Okay, sounds good, King of Kush. Thanks for hopping in for been hanging out. Down for... I mean, a lot of the old school Universal monsters, as I said, I like the idea of them, but the movies don't feel like necessarily like they are overly great in modern era. Probably A or B, not quite S. Okay. Since I've not seen it, it seems like most of chat, or I guess I've seen it but a long time ago, we'll put it at the end of B. Yeah, thanks for coming by for sure. Appreciate any Cope's friends always hopping in, and Cope, appreciate you kind of sharing the channel. All right, so we have E.T. Kind of weird choice for a Halloween movie, but I mean, it's probably an A or B for me. E.T. is black. D. Really? But it's got kid version of what's her name from Scream right there. D. I don't know if I can go D. I'm kind of thinking like right there. I mean, it's like a classic at this point. Drew Barrymore, yeah. I think B is an okay compromise for A to D. Spielberg too, right? So, Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. I believe somebody said earlier it has to be like S tier or else they riot, but I haven't seen this in a long time. It was a fun. Charlie Brown's okay, C. It's pretty short, right? Like it's just kind of like an episode, if I believe. It's not like overly long. Yeah, Rain said that. How about we throw it in B? Kind of like right there, maybe. Somewhat satisfying the S to D. All right, Constantine. I have seen this. Pretty underrated movie. I don't know if I would classify it as Halloween, but sure. For me, Constantine's probably like an A. I think it's an underrated movie. Haven't watched it in quite a while, but I remember thinking it was like cool back in the day. Keanu Reeves, Shia LaBeouf. What's up, Bendy? S rank, praying for a sequel. Ooh, I don't know if I would put it S rank, but A feels appropriate. Maybe like here, maybe in front of Harry Potter in the A. I don't know if people do tier lists where they like position it, but I kind of feel like I do, where it's like in somewhat of an order. Even though they're like all A's, it's like ranked amongst the A's. The part where he's like floating up in the sky and like gives the finger. It's great. You ready? Awesome. We're doing some tier list stuff, so we're kind of collaborating on a placement for these things. We're ranking our hearts out. Yeah, I think this is the long... Jeez, there's so many movies on here. I think this is the longest tier list that I pulled up. OG Evil Dead. It's been too long since I've seen this for me to give a strong opinion here. I'd probably put it like the back of B. It's definitely not my favorite Evil Dead movie. Although I went to a panel for this one, and it was fun to hear a lot of the actors talk about it. For the remake, so C. And maybe we'll go there with B. So like just above the Wolfman. Frankenstein, another one of these like old school Universal monsters. I don't have much to say, so if you guys want to chime in on Frankenstein, feel free. But I don't have much to comment with it. What else we got on this list? Nah, okay. F-13 Final Chapter. That's what, the fourth one, technically? I don't think I know the names super well. I think that's the fourth one. The Friday the 13th movies I've talked about before, I need to rewatch them all, but I like Jason probably more as an icon than I do as like his actual movies. You haven't seen it? I think maybe we put it like there for now. That seems appropriate. Final Chapter was alright. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about most of them. That's why honestly the remake I feel like I do like. You recognize this as Harry Potter and Cabin in the Woods. That's fair. I mean, you can attest to this bottom row. I have not seen a lot of these. Okay, we got Fright Night. Is this the original Fright Night? This movie poster looks newish, but I have not seen the Colin Farrell one. I've seen the original. Yeah, the character ones are a little bit more like universally able. Also, Candy. Yeah, Candy. I don't know if we treat this as the original, as this poster looks kind of, it's hard to say. The original, I would honestly probably put like there. The OG. You haven't seen it? I would check it out. It kind of, I mean, it's harder to watch some older movies if you don't have like the nostalgia for it, but it's just one similar to Lost Boys, I watched for the first time a few years ago and did wind up enjoying it, so I'd say it's worth checking out. Okay, that's a fair reason. The original has shoot, what's his name? He's in a lot of stuff I actually like. The guy who plays the villain in The Princess Bride, and he plays the cop in the first Child's Play. Chris Sarandon. He's in this. Does a pretty good job. Okay, Halloween 78. Also one that I'm planning to review this year. Maybe hot take, prior to watching it, I will give that caveat. Not too high on the OG Halloween. I feel like there's a lot of boring parts, but that's also because I don't have the deep nostalgia for it. The remake has the actor from the OG movie in it. That's kind of cool. A little throwback. You know, you're saying Halloween. I'm assuming you're going to probably put it like up high in S area. Can we compromise on B? It can fit with its partner. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am rewatching it this year, so we'll see. But there's just so much like downtime throughout it where they're trying to build suspense, but I'm just like, Oh no, A then. I mean, but King Matthew said he likes 2 better than 1. There's more action in 2, I will say that. Like the hot tub scene, and like the whole ending where he's like on fire. It's not overrated. I feel like I view it more like, once again, I'm gonna watch it again this year, and maybe my opinion will change. I view it kind of like how I view Also, is this Halloween 2 right here? I'm now seeing. Does this mean this is not Halloween 2? Is this like Halloween 4? This mask, I'm thinking, is like a later in the franchise. But I was going to say, Halloween 78 to me is kind of like the Beatles, where it's like, I appreciate what you did for music. I don't personally really like enjoy a lot of stuff, but I get it. The movie doesn't do the book justice for Coraline. Yeah, I wasn't big on the movie. I think this is Halloween 2 though, so we're gonna have to do some adjusting. I'm trying to see if this bottom right says something, but I'm like, is this the Curse of Michael Myers? Yeah, I have not seen Halloween 4, so if you guys want to chime in on it, I am down to put it anywhere. I kind of meant to watch the Friday and Halloween movies last year. I did watch all the Nightmare movies, so I got caught up to speed there. I'm assuming Halloween 4 is probably not as high as the first two. Maybe like there or there. Or even there. I don't have much of an opinion on that Halloween, but I think this is probably an okay spot because King Matthew, you were saying you didn't think it was as good as 2. I may agree, although 2 is just kind of like an extension. 2 is like Halloween 1B. It's a little faster paced. That's fair. I mean, people have their kind of go-tos. I think, honestly, Halloween is that for a lot of people. So I think I am probably more of the outlier than you are. We got some Scooby-Doo movie. I'm going to put this in haven't seen unless you guys have seen it. The only one I've seen is the Monster Island one, which I don't believe this is. Halloween 1B sounds like a classroom. It does. It does sound like homeroom. You're in 7th grade, class B. Yeah, I'm gonna put that. We're gonna get pretty full of haven't seen here pretty shortly. Okay, what Harry Potter? Do we have all the Harry Potters? I don't think so. Is this Goblet of Fire? I can't see that. Or is that Prisoner of Azkaban? I think that says Prisoner of Azkaban. I would honestly, this was probably one of the weaker. I've only like comfortably could say I remember things from the first 4 movies, and this is probably my least favorite of the first 4. Like this would probably be like C tier for me. Third one, Azkaban, S or A for you. I can compromise and put it like here in B. Because, I mean, you may have all of the Harry Potters up here, so that's possible. But this is probably my least favorite of the ones I like know well. Fine. What do we got here? Hotel Transylvania. This is what this is, right? Is this the first Hotel Transylvania? I saw the 3rd one at a screener a few years ago. I think it was the 3rd one, but they were like on a boat and stuff. Yeah, unless you guys, maybe somebody else has input, I also fall in the category of haven't seen. I mean, the 3rd one, whichever one I saw was fun. It's got Sandler and kind of that crew. D to C. I don't mind throwing it up here. Maybe like there. I thought the one I saw was funny. It was fine. Would I watch it again? Probably not, but all right, Evil Dead 2. Probably better than 1. Like, I would honestly do something like that. I need to watch the first 2. Those are the only 2 that I haven't seen in like a long time. So, but I would probably put them near each other. All right, we have like 4 more rows. This could be lengthy. I'm curious if the screen is going to be still visible by the time we get to the. We may have to adjust to move stuff up. Constantine maybe in S tier by the end of this. You're okay with the placement? Okay. This is Halloween 3. I know a lot of people polarizing because it's not related to Myers. Hot take, haven't seen it though. I meant to watch it last year, but did not. So open to feedback. I feel like I would like it though, because I don't have like the over attachment to Myers, so I don't mind having a unique story. Decent C. Okay. I'm down to put it there. Okay, we have. This is the David Gordon Green trilogy. Is this the last one though? Halloween Ends? I can't tell because I don't think Halloween 2018 looked like this. I assume this is Ends. But let me know if you guys think otherwise. Yeah, I'm not sure either. See, friends? Seems fair. Okay, the Mummy's Hand, I haven't seen. I assume probably same for you guys. Never even heard of it, honestly. I'm assuming the Mummy is in it, but... Monster Squad. Somebody mentioned this earlier. I haven't seen Monster Squad, I don't believe. So... I don't think so. So I'm down for your guys' input on Monster Squad. Okay, yeah, if I put it up there, it's just going to move everything down. All right, let's throw it in haven't seen then. Need to make sure things stay on screen here. Haunted Mansion. Is that the Muppets Haunted Mansion? No, I've not seen that. I'd be surprised if anyone's seen the Muppets Haunted Mansion. I've seen the Muppets Christmas Carol. Also, underrated movie Muppet Treasure Island was great, but I've not seen Muppets Haunted Mansion. Yeah, I said some of these movies I would not have picked. But at the end of this, if this gets too full, maybe the haven't seens we can throw back down at the end. You have seen that? You give it a C? The Muppets? All right, I'm down for that. I mean, they're mostly like doing the same thing as the movies, so if you like Haunted Mansion, maybe. Okay, Nightmare 3. A lot of people's favorites. I was a little bit... You did watch it. I was not as super like high on Dream Warriors, but I know it's a big fan favorite. Like a lot of people think it's their favorite one. For me, it would probably go without having seen some of these. Like, well, maybe a B or a C. Yeah, the Christmas Carol one's not too bad. Isn't what's his name? That the eagle guy is like one of the ghosts. I would probably put Dream Wars between a B and a C. C, I suppose. That seems fair. Let's put you like right there. Shaun of the Dead. Been a while, but this is probably going up top for me. I will allow myself to be persuaded, but I'm thinking Shaun of the Dead is either S or A. Easy? Okay, cool. It makes it easier when we agree. Return of the Living Dead. So all of the like old school, like Romero and things like that, I don't really have a lot of memory of. So for me, a lot of them go into the haven't seens, but I'm open to what you guys think about Return of the Living Dead. C, good ending. Okay. That works. All right, The Thing, so the John Carpenter version. Reviewed this last year on the channel. I think for me, I would put it like right there. I know a lot of people put in S. B for you? I mean, I guess technically, I think I gave it like an 8 out of 10. So I will say similar a little bit to Halloween. There's parts of The Thing that are a little bit boring. That I think back then built tension and stuff. Like they have like the eerie music, but it is a little slower paced for being suspenseful. Maybe we could put it like the back half of A. That seems fine. The Frighteners. Never seen this. No idea. I'm also just like throwing these like here because it's like an open spot at this point. You haven't seen in a while? Maybe we'll put in haven't seen that if it's been a minute. Because we still have multiple rows here. All right. 96 has Michael J. Fox. That's, I mean, intriguing. It kind of looks like Oogie Boogie on the cover there. All right, we got Nightmare Before Christmas. I'm not huge into like movies that like have a ton of singing. C+, really? That's surprising. I would have thought you would have put it like way high. I guess you aren't a fan of animated, so maybe that's why. I think I'm kind of thinking like B, maybe like right there. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, and I know a lot of times the like songs portray the plot, but for me, a lot of like movies that have like sing-alongs and stuff, like the old school Disney stuff, I feel like the pacing of those movies can be a little bit hit or miss. Like you're having plot development and then we just break out in a song, like sharing the emotion, and then like, okay, we got to put the movie on pause for a second here. So that is probably a little bit of my perspective. All right, I'm hoping these are staying on screen here. We have H2O. Looks like the bottom of the list we don't have anymore on screen, but H2O, I don't have a lot of input. I know it's a pretty polarizing film. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind songs in movies, but when it's like most of the movie, like, I don't know if it's gonna be on this list, but like Sweeney Todd, for example, yeah. B+ for H2O, really? Is this the one with Busta Rhymes beating up Michael Myers? Don't people like hate this one? Maybe we'll put you right here. That's Resurrection. Okay. Which is the one that has because there's one with Paul Rudd in it, and there's also, isn't there one with Josh Hartnett in it too? Oh, Josh Hartnett, okay. Yeah, I need to watch all the Halloweens, honestly. All right, we got OG Nightmare next. For me, I would probably put OG Nightmare like here, like the very top of B. Ask and answered. Yep, you're on top of it. I know there's a little delay, obviously. Like, I liked Nightmare. of the big three, it's probably the franchise. Well, I have watched it the most recently, but it's probably the one I like the most. C. Ooh. Okay. I will maybe honor. I'll put it behind Halloween for you then. Maybe like right there. Also, I want to move those two around. Maybe we'll put it like right there. All right, we have Van Helsing. Interesting. Kind of one that's more action than horror. You better put it behind Halloween. I mean, a lot of people probably wouldn't though, right? Because it's one of the iconic ones. Van Helsing, I liked at the time. I don't know if the CGI really holds up today. It's probably honestly like a upper C. Decent B minus. Yeah, we kind of the same thought. Probably put it there. What do we got here? The Mummy? Yeah, it's been a while. I like the opening. I remember when he's fighting, was it Dr. Jekyll? It's kind of a cool moment. There's also the like black and white opening with Frankenstein, but I think I would agree. I think you and I may be unique in that opinion, but the OG Mummy, maybe like right there. Well, yeah. That's probably fine. I mean, they're all S tier, but okay. What is this? This is another like Living Dead situation here. Doesn't say anything, but there's a ticket booth. No idea what this is. Maybe going and haven't seen. Haven't seen it? All right, cool. Little Shop of Horrors. This is what I was talking about with what's its name? The plant. The alien Earth plumacare creature. Why am I blanking on the name? It's got like some woman's name, right? It's been a while since I've seen this. I'm not overly big into it, honestly. This probably could be a good spot for it for me, but it's probably more of like it being a moment of the times. Tales from the Crypt you haven't seen. Okay, that's fair. American Werewolf in London. Maybe blasphemous, but I haven't seen it either. I probably should. You never saw Little Shop of Horrors? I've seen it like on TV and stuff. What is it? I'm gonna look this up now. What is that? The plant's name? I forgot. Yeah, it's got the guy from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Audrey. Yeah. American Werewolf. I assume I would probably like it, but I haven't seen it. Werewolf in Paris scared you as a kid. What about in London? I don't know if Paris will be on this list. These two guys were at the convention I went to, I think, but okay, we'll put that in here. Haunted Mansion with Eddie Murphy. Honestly, I feel like this movie kind of sucked. Like, if it was me picking, it'd probably be like, you're not huge into werewolf movies. That's fair. They had what, Lee Whannell's one that came out recently. Then there's also another one they're making. Haunted Mansion, like, this would be borderline DF territory, I think, for me. Like, I wasn't into it. I was a little probably older when it came out. D. Yeah, I don't know if I'll put anything in F, I guess, but I didn't like Haunted Mansion. Okay, what do we have here? What's this? Pumpkinhead? That is what that is, right? It's a little... I have not seen the Pumpkinhead movies, but I think that's who that is. This may be F for me. It's in haven't seen actually, but if never saw it, all right. Okay, Reanimator. Don't want to. Yeah, it does not feel like a high quality film. Reanimator. I know it's a cult classic. Haven't seen it either, so I am showing my lack of horror fan cards here. C plus. Okay. How about like there? Because I have an idea of these movies. I don't really have an idea for Reanimator. All right, here we have old school Dracula finally. There'll be an F on this list. That's a good question. I would debate putting Haunted Mansion there because I was not a big fan of it. But as I said, I realized I was older at the time when it came out. The ride at Disney was fun. You're fine. You're fine. Dracula, I don't really care, honestly. You're watching a lot of the older ones. I think it's harder to get into those unless you just like actually dedicate the time to watching them. Honestly, I don't know. Do you have an opinion on Dracula? All right, let's put it in haven't seen. The Corpse Bride. I've seen all the memorabilia, but I don't know if I've actually ever watched it. I assume it would live somewhere in like the sea territory, but turn the music down a little bit. D. Okay. Let's put it like there in D. Scary Stories. I was let down by this movie. I don't know what you guys thought, but this, I mean, D makes sense for me, I think. It was pretty bad. Yeah, I would agree. Like the most interesting thing was some of like the monster designs, like the big blob one walking. Sleepy Hollow. We talked about this kind of the other day, right? I don't have an opinion here, so I will defer to you. I think it's probably one that you enjoy, right? I would probably put this in haven't seen because I don't have much of an opinion. A. I'm fine with putting it after the thing if you want to do that. No one has voted on the poll for it. Yeah, I think I voted Cabin in the Woods because I need to watch that this year. Okay, Addams Family. Hot take. I don't really care about the Addams Family. I know like the whole Wednesday TV show and stuff, but this is always like constantly on during Halloween, and I just never like this. Was Addams Family Values? It was not chosen. One person has. Honestly, for me, Addams Family would be like either in haven't seen because it's been so long, or like a D. You don't care about that movie? Let's put you down like here with Haunted Mansion, probably. You prefer the monsters? They're both kind of, I don't have the nostalgia to them. All right, Addams Family Values. Let's stick you right there with the other one. Is this another Adam? Is this an animated Addams Family? Let's put this one at F unless you guys like this one. It doesn't look good. I will say that. I probably should put it in haven't seen, but if you guys have seen it, I would be willing to put it up. But honestly, all three Addams Families, like probably F it is. All right. A lot of the old school ones, once again. The Invisible Man, The Mummy. all the Universal monsters, I feel like uncomfortable placing them, so no to those two. Okay. Trick or Treat, I have grown more fond of. I reviewed it last year. When I first watched it, I didn't really get like the appeal to it, but I've probably warmed up to it a bit. Like, it's probably A or B for me. Our first half. Yeah, I mean, I finally like got it, came around for me. B plus. Let's put it right before Halloween. How about that? I mean, it's probably in this territory. I could see it being after. Maybe there. We'll put it between the first and second. Okay, Garfield, Halloween Adventure. I'm going to assume nobody's seen that. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Young Frankenstein, kind of assuming the same thing. We did have King Matthew ask about Ghostbusters earlier. I'm assuming this is the first one. I'm not a big Ghostbusters fan, gotta be honest. Yeah, I'm giving some compromise with Halloween here and there. I assume you're being sarcastic. That feels like never a thing you would put that high. But if you felt that way, I would oblige in some ways, but I assume that you have not seen it. Ghostbusters, you love it, and you think S plus. You'll settle for A. Do I really need to watch this? I'm not a big Garfield fan, but I obviously have watched it a little bit growing up. So you're putting Garfield above Halloween. You're putting Garfield above Halloween here. Is that what you're telling me? You'll settle for A. There's no shot it's that good. I mean, I just don't feel like there's a lot of plot with Garfield, right? Like there's you talked about liking arcade racers. There's a Garfield racing game. Could be up your alley. How about we'll put Garfield like right here. That feels like as high as alley will go without having seen it. Yeah, I'm assuming this and like the Charlie Brown are like pretty short. Honestly, I don't think Over the Garden Wall is on here. Maybe it is and I don't see it yet, but that would be fitting for this. I would definitely S tier that. I watched 2004 live action Garfield as Jennifer Love. I never watched the live action ones. They didn't seem like up my alley. I feel like a lot of times, if something originally was in a cartoon form, it's hard for me to want to watch the live action. Good, thank you. Ghostbusters, though. Matthew was saying S tier, weren't you? And no worries, King Matthew. I fully expect. I mean, anytime I'm watching streams, I'm kind of in and out. Sometimes I tell people I'm leaving, but I don't always. So, you think S tier? I don't know, Cope. What do you think about Ghostbusters? I'm not a big Ghostbusters person. I mean, but I'm not a fan either. So I would take your opinion there. Like, this honestly feels like a good place for me. I will acknowledge King Matthew's S tier status, but yeah, I feel like C is like okay to me. I used to like Bill Murray more than I like do these days. D plus then. I didn't mind what was the first Paul Rudd one? New Empire, whatever the hell it was called. I didn't watch I think the latest one was called Frozen Empire. I didn't watch the most recent one where everything got cold, but I watched the one previously. I know 2016 is like people's like blasphemous stain on Ghostbusters. Afterlife, yeah, that's the one. I thought it was okay. I would maybe consider D, but since King Matthew has it S, I feel like C feels like an okay spot. Okay, Alvin, the Chipmunks, and the Wolfman. Don't know if I remember that one. I feel like I remember the Chipmunks like Christmas song, like All I want for Christmas is 2 front teeth or whatever. I assume it's probably okay though. It's probably like a... Yeah, I think I have, but like when I was like a kid, so I don't know if I can really chime in. It looks kind of fun. Was this Theodore as a Wolfman? Honestly, I would probably put it like between B and C. The Jason Lee ones. The album was an F for you? We'll put it in haven't seen them because I do like the Chipmunks, but I just don't know if I've seen that one. Once again, not fan of really the live action Chipmunks, but the old school ones were fun. What is this? Is this Late Night with the Devil? It just says Devil. Or is it just called Devil? Dude's head's on fire. Maybe he is just Satan himself. He's dressed in a suit, so checks out. Oh, is this Devil the elevator movie? Last Night with the Devil. That's not the same as Late Night with the Devil. Unless you mistype that. Is this Last Night with the Devil? Mistyped. Okay, yeah, the David Desmalchin one. I've seen the clip like at the end with like all hell breaking loose on the scene. You think A+? Maybe we'll put you right there. Because it seemed interesting to me, so... I am intrigued by it. Okay, we have the more modern Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Yeah, it seems like it gets pretty, like, crazy at the end. This one's probably not as good as the first one, right? Where do we have the first one in B? I'm assuming this is like a D section. Like this strikes me as being like in this area. F, B. God, you guys are all over the board. Maybe we go D then. The trailer looked interesting. Isn't like Winona Ryder and stuff in it? Put you right there. Seems fair. Why do you look extremely familiar? I do not like the ones without a title though. What are you? This looks like a fairy tale of some kind. Even she couldn't save the horrible writing. Okay, well, fair enough. They're probably making the third one, right? Like in like 20 years. Beetlejuice. Why does this look familiar? Do you guys know what this is? Cobweb. I never saw Cobweb. Haven't seen it? Yeah, I have not either. I know that and like Talk to Me came out around the same time, I believe, and I wanted to see them both, but I never saw Cobweb. All right, we're down to 2 rows. Dark Harvest. He has no interest in the third one? Really? I mean, if the second one didn't do super great, so that could kind of make sense. Dark Harvest. I kind of dug Dark Harvest, I will say. You have a spider phobia. That seems like a tough one. I think it's fair people like certain topics in like horror to like aren't for everybody. Like I've talked about, while I love the Saw franchise, like in Saw 10 when the girl like cuts her leg, I'm like, I check out a little bit at that part. Like Dark Harvest. I will say, if you haven't seen this, kind of an underrated film. It's a little bit Trick or Treat-esque. I'd probably put you like right. You really loved Garfield, so like right there. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend it. It's kind of a fun movie. I would say what I want to say, but I won't, and to avoid spoiling it. But pretty much the plot is, it's a bit Hunger Games-esque with like a Halloween theme. Like these kids have to go out and like, I think they have to chase and try to kill, what's his name, Pumpkin Jack, whatever. and whoever does it is like rewarded as like the person for like they get like to go off and live a life of luxury. It's a fun movie. I mean, it's definitely like a lower budget film, but if you haven't seen it, I would check it out for sure. I watched it a couple of years ago. Eight-Legged Freaks is your favorite Spider movie? Yeah, that one was fun. I haven't seen the one in a long time, back in like early 2000s. Frankenweenie, never saw it. Don't overly care. How about you guys? Yeah, I would say keep an eye on it. I think when I watched it a couple years ago, it was like during October. So one of the streaming services, I think, threw it up on there during, I don't know if it was like maybe Showtime or something like that, Stars. But I would say check it out. It's a good, like, if I was rating this on Halloween movies and not like quality movie that happens to be tied to Halloween, I would have it probably pretty high because it has like that Trick or Treat-esque. It's pretty much Trick or Treat mixed with like Hunger Games, I would say. The original sucked. Yeah, we can put it in haven't seen. Hopefully the screen's getting a little crazy at this point. Is this Ghostbusters 2016? So I haven't seen it, but I feel pretty confident to put it in F based off of everything I know about it. That is what this is, right? Like that looks like. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe no, it's Ghostbusters 2. He's doing the 2 logo. I take back everything I said. It looked very cheesy, so I was thinking it was 2016. It's got one of the chicks from The Haunting of Hill House in it. Yeah, I think you would at least appreciate it. It's not like my favorite, but I like the direction it went. It did something interesting. Ghostbusters 2 is the best one, so A tier. I probably would. Yeah, we could put it above. How about that? Yeah, I thought it was too by how like goofy this cover looked, but I think the 2. I feel fine maybe putting it here. I know, K Matthew, you seem to be a big Ghostbusters fan, but with its partner and above it, maybe we'll say. Oh, here's Afterlife. Is it blasphemous if I will say I liked Afterlife probably more than the OGs? I haven't watched the first few or first couple in a long time, but Afterlife I thought was okay. Like, maybe put it like, that's still in the C category, I guess, but there. You thought it was decent? I think it seemed to like spit on the face of like fans of the franchise because it seemed like it just turned into a bunch of like crude jokes, like a bunch of like fart jokes almost. Yeah, I would say like I'm like, should it be in B? But I don't know if I like it more than like Van Helsing or The Lost Boys even. Oh, okay, that's awesome. I mean, that's honestly music, movies, whatever like else falls in games probably kind of can like take you back to a time. So it's awesome you have like that connection with that franchise. All right, Dark Shadows. I really wanted to like this movie. Like I remember the trailer being like, I was stoned once, it did not work. But it was like I wouldn't mind putting an F, but I'm down for feedback. I feel like it was pretty bad. But C+, you like the soundtrack? Are you opposed to F? Yeah, that's what this is, I believe. That's Johnny Depp right there. I think thematically I wanted to like it so much. Top of D. How about like right there? How about middle-ish of D? We can compromise. Black Phone. Heard kind of mixed things about the sequel. I was optimistic it'd be good. First one, I liked the idea, but it felt like they didn't do enough for me. I would probably put it maybe in a B, though. I keep putting stuff behind Garfield because you really praised it, so maybe like there. Yeah, I think kind of the trailer may have ruined it for me because I like knew what was going on the whole time, and I don't know. Yeah, it definitely had that kind of eerie. I mean, he's literally like the grabber is similar to a Myers, except he talks. What is this? Is this Phantasm? I've never seen the Phantasms. I've heard the first couple are good, but I think that's what this says, but it's like very poorly cropped. That is true. Like every Blumhouse trailer is like, hey, you want to know the whole movie? All right, good. You don't need to come see it now. So, like speaking of The Strangers Chapter 2, I feel like the whole movie's just the girl getting chased. I think this is Phantasm, but I haven't seen it. Probably should though. All right, I will do Coco here, and I'm gonna take a quick 30-second step away here. But Coco, you guys aren't gonna be in agreement here, but I mean, I'd probably put it like right there. Coco's a good animated movie. I like that's an example of how you do like an original idea well. Like it's not like Toy Story 52. It's like original Pixar movie, good story, has some feel good moments, has some sad moments. Does like Dia de los Muertos, so it gives you some culture to it. Okay, so we have a haven't seen and B tier. Okay, what if I put it just behind Harry Potter? Is that good enough? If we satisfy the Harry Potter crowd? Maybe behind Fright Night too. Yeah, I think that seems okay. I think it's worth checking out if you are into animated movies at all and you haven't seen it. I agree. I came out there, and J-Dev has been in chat a few times. I've told him that's like my recommendation for an animated movie to watch. Has like everything, has like a sad moment, has a funny moment, has a happy moment. It's pretty much across the board. So Up is definitely a go-to. All right. I have not seen Tales of Halloween. I am going to quickly step away and let you guys, if you've seen Tales of Halloween, let me know. I will hear your input. All right, you guys are saying have not seen, so I'm down with that. This is getting a full screen at this point. We're probably way off the board here. Okay, Hellfest. I reviewed this last year also during my October stuff. Hellfest for me, I would probably put it like there. It's not particularly good. It puts you in the Halloween spirit. You loved it, B+. I wanted to like it. Like I like the theme of it, as I said, like going to the theme park and stuff. The ending was interesting, having what happens with the character. Although the like before ending with the like finality at the theme park. I can move it up and see. How about that? We'll put you above Haunted Mansion. And I'll put you there. Yeah, I mean, they kind of, I mean, I won't spoil it for King Matthew, I guess, but I was going to name another movie that they have a similar type of ending. Jason Lives. I don't know if I remember enough about. Jason Lives, is that 6? When they resurrect him? Yeah, I will. That's kind of a movie that's kind of reliant on probably the plot. I think that's 6, but I hate when they go back and forth between the names and like the number. If it is, I don't hate it. What was the copycat one? Is that 5? We'll throw in a haven't seen then if unless King Matthew got a strong feeling. I'm assuming for me it would probably at the highest be like a C. Yeah, I thought it was 6 then. You're good. With that in mind, I would probably maybe right there. All right, what is happening here? We got another Alvin and Chipmunks. Frankenstein. So we have Wolfman and Frankenstein. Gonna assume it's a haven't seen. Nosferatu. How dare you put that in front of Hellfest? I probably think it's better if it is 6. There's some like decent kills and stuff in it. I've never seen Nosferatu. That came out what, last December, I think it was. It seemed like it was like good for like people that are into that like style. C+. Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe without having seen it, I would assume it's kind of in this territory. Probably not for everybody type of movie. All right, what do we got here? It seems like Halloween and Friday love copying the names of each other. That's true. I mean, every movie does like what? Bloodlines, we've had a lot recently. Resurrection, all those kind of like buzzwords. City of the Dead, have not seen. Is this a foreign film? Have not seen. Yeah, we can chuck that one down here. Lisa Frankenstein. So this is one that I wanted to see, and it's like never been on any streaming service I have. I think it may have been on Peacock, but I don't sub to that one, so I've wanted to watch it. I kind of wish it like came to Netflix or something. But I saw what's his name at the convention recently. Big Daddy Kid. Never seen it. It seemed like it was kind of like a fun love story, horror themed. B makes sense, I would assume. Let's put you like right there, maybe. I assume I would like it, but not love it. It's got what? Catherine Newton is the other. And the Jennifer's Body World. Okay. Monster House. I like the idea of Monster House. Like the whole like neighbor's house is being strange type thing, but I don't know if they really nail a lot of it. For me, it probably would go around there. Okay, Robin Williams' daughter directs it. Isn't Monster House a Spielberg thing? I thought like some big name made it. I thought it was okay, but there wasn't really like a big payoff to the movie. It was kind of like a summer of '84 where it's like neighbor's house is weird, or like a Disturbia type of thing where it's like can't go mess with the neighbor, but I don't know. Okay. I mean, as I said, I think I would like Lisa Frankenstein, or at least enjoy it for the most part, but I just haven't caught it anywhere. Hubie Halloween. So this is kind of in the bad Adam Sandler era films, but I kind of had some fun with it, if I'm being honest. Like, it's not the worst thing ever. C+. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Like, a lot of people think it's like an F. I wouldn't put it there. How about we put it like right after Hellfest? That seems like an okay spot. All right, let's buzz through these last few here. What the hell is this? B did have a lot of cameos. Yeah, that's true. I think if you don't take it seriously, you can enjoy it. What is this? Does anyone know what this is? Ginger Snaps? No idea. F. Haven't seen it, so I'm gladly put it in F. Never heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't seen it though. Werewolf movie? Okay, that sounds like it's not your cup of tea. Haunt? Is that what this is? I don't know what the heck this is. We have a few masks here, it looks like. Never heard of this. Thinking probably here, unless you guys have seen it and have a strong opinion. Creative cover, I will say, but good. B. Sure, we'll throw it there. I don't have any input, but I don't mind putting it in B. All right, these next few, let's see if we can probably knock some of these out, because Batman vs. Dracula, I'm assuming you guys haven't seen, but let me know. Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King. We had another Scooby-Doo on here. Where did that one go? Here? How come the Zombie Island is not on here? I feel like that's like the Scooby-Doo movie I think of the most, because I actually remember that one. Yeah, assume not. What is this? You guys know what this is? Grow Up? This looks like those kids with like they wear those masks. I feel like that sounds generic, but like the kids that are in Trick or Treat almost. Is that what this is? Or is no? This is Hell House, right? That's true. I mean, Scooby-Doo is always kind of a good time. All right, you're jumping the gun here. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna put it here unless you guys want to chime in. Hell House. That's what this is, right? You dug it. A+. I know you don't. I'm not a big found footage person. I don't know. I don't know if I could put it like right there. I'll give you. Seem fair? I was kind of like multitasking when I watched it, so I was not super immersed. So I'll give some blame towards that. Yeah, maybe something like that. As Above, So Below. I know you were high on that. I've never seen it. King Matthew, have you seen As Above, So Below? Another found footage-esque, right? It's kind of like Wreck, I thought. You haven't seen it? Yeah, the live-action Scooby-Doo's, I didn't ever watch those. Okay, you think S tier, and I haven't seen it, and King Matthew hasn't seen it, so... I'll ask you this. Would you put it above Harry Potter? I know you would have Harry Potter and S tier, but between the two of them, which one would you prioritize? That's fair. You put it above everything. Wow. I was gonna put it behind Constantine. Maybe we'll put it the very first A then. I feel weird putting something S if I've never seen it, but I am taking team effort here. It seems like it may be your go-to. And then the Wolfman. That's an anticlimactic ending because I haven't seen it. So there's that. So as expected, decent chunk and I haven't seen, and it probably would be more if I didn't get a chat input here. All right, let's try to get the whole screen on here. Let's see. There we go. All right, so conclusion. Best movies we've decided. Scream, The Mummy, Cabin in the Woods, Shaun of the Dead. I mean, those are pretty staples. As Above, So Below, Constantine, Harry Potter, Fright Night, Coco, Hocus Pocus, Gremlins, The Thing, Late Night with the Devil, Sleepy Hollow. I mean, those are all like classics. Let's be real. Halloween, Trick or Treat, Halloween 2, E.T., Nightmare, Garfield. Apparently, I need to watch Garfield. Black Phone, Dark Harvest. I mean, this is pretty directionally fair, I would say. All the movies have moved in their respective houses. Hey, Lexi, appreciate you hopping on. Hope writing went well. We just did tier list of movies, which, as you can see, is pretty lengthy. This list, when it started, was only S through C, and I added D and F, which probably helped spread things out a little bit more. But ton of stuff in the never seen category. I'm surprised The Craft was on this list too. I've never seen it, but I always hear it talked about. So, is there any other ones you think are missing from Halloween movies? I mentioned Under Wraps, but that's like a Disney movie, so lots of B's. I mean, that kind of makes sense. You want to have like a bell curve, right, where like the middle is the bulk of everything. Otherwise, everything's like S tier, and then you can't have like a difference. You put the Garfield movie in Discord as well. Is it like on YouTube or something? Yeah, I'm trying to think what else. I mean, there's movies I watched during Halloween, but aren't Halloween movies. Like I've talked about The Faculty being that. Casper, why is that not on here? I think one of the other lists that I looked at had it, but the rest of it wasn't the greatest. It's on YouTube, okay. Yeah, Casper's a good one that should be on here. That is true. We'll skip Stranger Things Chapter 2. What's up, Rusty? We've been doing like this entire tier list since you've been in that movie. I don't know if you're saying we should skip it or you're going to skip even talking about it, but Sinners, Bring Her Back, Until Dawn, Texas Chainsaw, Pearl X Maxine, Possession, Final Destination, Talk to Me. Yeah, I mean, these aren't just horror movies. It's like Halloween correlations. I think the top called it that, like ultimate Halloween film tier list. Some of those you can correlate. Like I think Until Dawn would probably work. Bring Her Back. I mean, Texas Chainsaw is kind of an iconic one. I guess we did a vampire stuff. So a lot of those you probably could have in this category. But then again, this already took like 2 hours, so you can only imagine. One movie I watched called The Canterville Ghost. F. Campbell and Patrick Stewart should be on the list. What was that other Netflix movie that wasn't the greatest that had David Harbour in it? Where he's like playing a ghost in an attic. I watched that last year. It was not the best. I probably would have put that like in C or D territory. There's no Mad Monster Party. I don't know if I know that one. We Have a Ghost. That was it. Okay. Yeah, that's one I would probably put on this list, but I would not put it high. All right. So we kind of ran through that. I do want to do the other two if you guys are good with it. Maybe we'll do horror characters because that one's a lot shorter. Should be pretty quick. I didn't name these categories. They're just pre-named. So we have Let Me Be By Your Side, I Like You, Nothing Special With You, I've Seen Better, and Are You Kidding Me? So obviously S, A, I don't know, B, C, F, or D, whatever you want to call it. It's a 1967 stop motion animation film. Mad Monster Party. So the other two are horror characters, which much shorter, and Halloween Candy. So that one felt especially like Halloween appropriate. All right, so keeping in mind, similar to movies, we can't put everything in S tier, so there's got to be, you got to make cuts. So, I mean, you can maybe be more top heavy than the last category, but we can't have like 10 people up top. So keeping that in mind, if you say S tier, you really mean S tier. I probably could, but maybe we'll just like chime in verbally because that sounds like more challenging to add pictures. All right, thematically makes sense. We got Xenomorph right off rip. And these are just horror characters who you like the most. So not really Halloween tied or like not strongest in a fight or anything, but like you think are like Mount Rushmore or below characters. Xenomorph. I personally would probably put Xenomorph in the I like you category. C minus. I don't know. Is that probably here or here? It's probably S, A, B, C, then F. I assume we're just not gonna have a D here. So right, prefer the Predator, so you say B. I don't mind Nothing Special With You, because I would have said B, but you're saying C minus. That is fair. As I said, I didn't make these titles here. We can put the Xeno there. Annabelle. Honestly, if I'm trying to use the entire like spectrum of choices, I would probably put Annabelle in the Are You Kidding Me? Annabelle Creation, decent movie, but Annabelle as a character, you're not doing much for me, personally. I can be talked into maybe this one, but yeah, okay. I think I'm in agreement probably at the bottom here. These are going to wind up being like way more spread out than I was thinking that would be. All right, cool. Next up, we have Jigsaw, which I guess this is both the puppet and maybe John Kramer. For me, this probably goes 1 or 2. If I put it at the top, it's because that's the era I grew up in. It probably more realistically should be here, but B. Yeah, Billy the Puppet. You're right. That's technically the dude here. B seems fair. That seems fair. All right, next we have the House of Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects guy, right? Captain Spaulding, whatever his name is. I would probably put him like there, but I'm not big on that franchise as a whole. You think A tier? Should you put him with Jigsaw? Yeah, I I lean toward, like, I don't think he's as good as the xenomorph. Honestly, this shouldn't matter because we're doing our favorites, but if I showed people a picture of these 4 characters, he would probably be the least, like, able to be named. Yeah, I will say he was for sure, like, he was, like, crazy, for sure. I haven't seen those movies in a long time, but he was psychotic. All right, Chucky. For me, I would consider putting Chucky at the very top. I can be talked into moving him to the second tier if you guys felt that way, but I feel like Chucky's awesome. I was a bit disappointed by the TV show. I feel like it kind of followed a similar path to like Yellow Jackets, where it's like season 1, and then 3 was better than 2, although the ending was like so bizarre. Your favorite out of the 3? I don't know if I've seen the 3rd one. Devil's Rejects is probably the one I remember the most because I saw that one in theaters. Chucky's B tier is right, but just a dude trapped in a body. Okay. I don't know, Cope, what do you think about Chucky? Because I can be talked into bringing him down to A or whatever you want to call this, but Prize your favorite C-. Yikes. Okay, well, I'm going to slightly overrule and bring him down, but he's going to stop there, I'll say. All right, Freddy. I know nothing about most of these villains. A lot of these are like slashers, so there is that. Yikes. Freddy for me. The hard part is, I've mentioned before, a lot of these characters, it's like the icon versus like the actual movies that they're in. Also, is it weird to like Freddy based off his backstory? D? No. So you're putting him down here with Senor Spaulding? Oh, we got DNA, so we got the entire spectrum here covered. He did, I mean, the movie's got really over the top where he's like eating people's faces off pizza. I'm fine with putting him in the middle. I'd probably put him right there. It's funny, I was saying like let's not put everybody in S tier, and we've yet to put anyone in S tier, so did not need that pre-statement. All right, we got Ghostface. So this is not the Scream movies, this is Ghostface, because that may be a different answer for me. Like Scream movies top tier, but Ghostface, you got different characters, some of them kind of suck. S+. Yeah, but some of the Ghostfaces are bad. Because we gotta like kind of take into account the character as a whole, because there is multiple people. I would say think of them all as like if they were one. If they combined into one body. Give you a bad Ghostface. Honestly, all of them in Scream 6. like I would say we did the Ghostface brackets a long time ago. But like Billy and Stu and like Mickey are good. What's her name from 4 is decent. Roman, I've grown to appreciate a little bit more, but like all the ones in 5 and 6, and then like the Culkin kid from 4, like there's a lot of duds, it feels like. B if they were one. Mickey and Roman are both good choices. Roman was cool because he was like solo, but I didn't really like him at first. Okay, so you're like, that's not part of your canon at this point, but you have to include it here in this instance. Yeah, Jack. I mean, honestly, both good actors. Her or him and what's her name from Honora, Mikey Madison or whatever. I thought she kind of sucked as Ghostface, but obviously good actress. I don't mind put Ghostface there. It's still Ghostface S plus. I think we settle on A. Kim Matthew said B. Or no, Bendy said B. True. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Scream 3, so I feel like a lot of times, similar to like Dexter, when people are like, oh, do your season reviews, and then also like antagonist reviews. I'm like, well, spoiler here, but if I like Miguel Prado, I'm probably going to like season 3, so I don't really like Scream 3 a whole lot. So Roman is kind of tied to that. She gets set on fire in Scream, and then Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, she just kind of like shoots that girl in the face at the end of Scream 5 too. It felt like weird plot armor for certain characters, but a lot of those people do well at doing like the maniacal thing at the end, but the whole rest of the movie, they're not great. Like Timothy Olyphant did great as Mickey when like the whole stage scene happened, but he didn't really do much prior to that. All right, we'll leave you there for now. What is this? This looks like something from The Thing. Like, what is this creature? Am I out of pocket here, not knowing what this is? Roman body dude as well, so that was also funny. Yeah, I mean, he also has like technically the highest kill count because he was solo. What kind of bizarre creature am I looking at? Puppet Master? It could be. I haven't watched Puppet Master. I was gonna say Pumpkinhead, but that thing was like very thin, and this thing looks like some blob. Honestly, that's where I would be happy if you guys are content with that. I okay, now we got I forgot the name of this dude. The evil gremlin. I like gremlins. You're kind of a fun character, but you're probably in this category somewhere for me. Stripe? Yeah. Gremlins 2 is a lot more fun than the first one, I'll say that. Have you seen better than House of 1,000 Corpses? Yeah, we put Spalding here. Would you put him higher, potentially? And how's it going, chat? I know we chatted lights previously and stuff, so good to have you here. You've never seen Gremlins? Worth a watch. I mean, they're a little bit dated at this point, but they're fun. Which nightmare is that and nothing special? So what we're doing now is horror characters. So this is just Freddy Krueger as a whole. Yeah, it's me from the chat the other day. Yeah, this is just Freddy as a character, so pretty much all of his movies at this point. I'm kind of surprised we don't have anybody up top, but there has to be kind of a lot of agreement to have that happen. Yeah, just characters. We did horror movies just a bit ago, and we're just doing characters here real quick. Freddy's S tier. I think Cope had Freddy in like D tier, so we're kind of balanced out. Hey, Robert, appreciate you hanging out. You were grinding the other day on State of Play and Silent Hill. Hope you're doing well, man. This character was on the list, but I ranked Ben Willis from I Know What You Did Last Summer A tier. I'm not big I Know What You Did Last Summer fan. I would honestly probably put him in like this category. Yeah, that's a challenge. That's probably why we haven't had anyone S tier. If somebody says S tier and someone's like F, we have to like find common ground. All right, we got we can move around at the end if we want. We have Hannibal Lecter here. I need to watch the Hannibal franchise, so for me personally, he would probably go like here, but I can be talked around here. Robert Englund. He is kind of iconic. He would probably be on a lot of people's Mount Rushmores, so it's maybe disrespectful putting him in a B. Granted, the people above him are also iconic. Hannibal B+. Just watch the dang show. So you'd put him up in this category. I think I can be talked into doing this. I don't think I could go any higher. I think we can, because we can thank Copes for that. Yeah, I'm trying to do some balance of like being a tiebreaker, but letting chat drive a lot of it. B tier, I'm saying this because I've only seen Sounds of the Lambs. I don't know if that's a really good incentive, Cope. Is that, I don't know if that makes me like him anymore. It makes me just think of the menu also. I think this is a good spot. I don't think I'd put him above these two, but you're probably above these two. Hannibal or Dexter? I mean, probably Dexter, because I feel like Dexter has like weirdly, you think Hannibal? Every time Dexter's in a fight with some massive dude, he somehow has like this trained combat, so I think he would handle him in like a battle. I feel like Hannibal's a little bit of an elderly person almost. Like a little older, not like super old, but definitely older than Dexter, at least OG Dexter. That's fair. I need to watch the movies too again. All right, we have Tim Curry Pennywise, which apparently we have two separate ones. So I guess the first Freddy is not supposed to be Jackie Earle Haley, just the OG Robert Englund, because we have double Pennywise here, which we're going to offend a lot of people by putting one of them above the other one. I assume the right answer is having Tim Curry above Skarsgård, but I may not do that. You're waiting on Pinhead? Probably get to it pretty quick here. Dexter lost to Batista, Resurrection. When did he lose to Batista? When he was choking him out? I think Dexter wanted to die there in that scene in the vault. Like, he was like, all right, take me. This is poetic going out by my best bro. S+. He'd be high for you. He was creepy, like being in like the drain and all that stuff. Problem is, I'm trying to remember the original series, but like with the modern ones, chapter 2 of it, you have to take that into account. Like Pennywise kind of sucks in it, chapter 2. And same with the OG. I feel like when we get to the spider stuff, it kind of declines. Tim Curry's the best, so S tier. He does have kind of a nice, like, evil smile. Like, that works really well. Like, Tim Curry was more, like, unsettling, probably. Whereas Pennywise, he looks like he's going to do trouble. He looks like he's just going to a birthday party. Like, you're not expecting him. It's also hard for me not to imagine him in, like, Home Alone 2, if I'm being honest. I mean, I think most people agree that Tim Curry should go higher. I've seen a couple S tiers. I don't know if I would put him above these other people. If it were me, and I know it's not, I would put Tim Curry here. Maybe here. Maybe there. He brought the comedy and the horror. That's true. VP Richie. Do you guys want him to go in S tier above everyone? Because that's the other factor. We have these people in place now, so I know some people would have had Ghostface in S tier, but Ghostface is currently in A, so are we putting him above Ghostface? I would not, but I will concede. I mean, I'm down to do it if you guys want to. If you put him in S tier though, or you put in Skarsgård. I am the eater world, he's above all. Yeah, but then you just make fun of him and like don't be afraid and he goes away. Same row with Ghostface. Okay, I can agree with that. Maybe we can like shift up people at the end of this because we could get clogged in the middle. B+ for Skarsgård. Thinking like there. Because that's where I may have put the Tim Curry version. A. This feels like a good middle ground for people probably then. Do you guys all like Tim Curry more than Skarsgård? Hopefully he winds up being solid in the Welcome to Derry show. Yeah, I mean, this, as I said, he very much, Tim Curry looks like, I'm going to go to your birthday party and blow up animal balloons. Whereas this guy looks like, I am never letting you around my children. Please leave immediately. So, different first impressions. At the beginning of this one, when Georgie's like being friends with him, I would not have remotely talked to him. That's probably true. Although you were older when you had 2017, in fairness. Yeah, you grew up on it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, everybody would have been older. The opening with that drainage scene is pretty gnarly, though. Like, I did not expect the whole, like, teeth and arm situation to take place. Yeah, this very much looks like you're trying to scare the hell out of me. Curry's better. Okay. I think that's, as I said, the right answer. I don't know if I agree. All right, we got a juggernaut here. We got big old Jason. Yeah, Art's not on this list. At the end, we can like chime in. I assume you would probably have Art pretty high. It's hard for me, even though I don't love all the Friday movies, not to like do that. But open to feedback on good old Jason. Jason X Super Space. All right, you picked like the. I mean, some people were like the Jason X. I don't know, which design do you guys like of Jason the most? I'm not an expert on it, but like part 3 maybe. This is like what, like part 5 or 6 look. Probably A tiers, right? But it gets boring after a while. It's a copy of Myers. He is heavily influenced by Myers. I will not argue there. She said B and A, so you guys are definitely not thinking he's top tier. Maybe that. Jason X is your favorite. Fair. I mean, some of them you like unique aspects of it depending on like when you watched it. Can't go higher than Freddy. He's just as strong. Get to your dreams. True. I mean, we're not saying who would like win in a fight. It's like which one do you enjoy the most? Which one's like more iconic for you? So if we were doing a fight, although Jason, I mean, they kind of tied, but technically won the fight. I mean, I would probably have Freddy up here, but early 2000s. I can definitely smell food being cooked at this point. So at some point, I'll probably, maybe before it gets the movie, step away for a quick bite. Don't see Candyman. We will blame whoever created this. I mean, Freddy vs. Jason is like good old, like just all out brawl. Yeah, I don't see Candyman either. So there's definitely a lot of missing pieces. All right, we'll leave you there for now. We can move around maybe at the end. Jaws. I mean, Jaws as a movie is maybe different as like the icon. I've never seen any of them after the first one. put blame upon the. Yeah, I will always plead the fifth with these brackets because maybe someday I'll make one myself, but until then I'll blame the creators. I'm kind of thinking Jaws like there. A+. The most iconic. Dang. He can't even talk though. I mean, I guess neither can like half these killers, but the problem is, I mean, whether they're all good or not, like a lot of these people have multiple movies. Do you guys like, I've heard Jaws 2 is actually okay, but after the first one, I kind of just assume they're not great. It is Spielberg though, so that probably does make it a little bit stronger. Once again, I'm not doing the movie though. Like Jaws is probably a better movie than any of the Friday movies, but Jaws as big great white shark probably created a lot of fears of the water. I will say that. The criteria is which one is your favorite. I don't know what they technically made this list based off of, but I'm going off of like, if you had your Mount Rushmore, for example, they would be in this top category. So not who would win a fight, not who has the better movies, which character you like vibe with the most. His name is Bruce. What's this? Finding Nemo? Art doesn't talk and he's great. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I mean, Myers, a lot of the iconic ones don't talk. Fisher Friends, not food. Are you guys thinking that Jaws is a, what do we say? We said B tier, A+. Maybe there-ish. I don't know, as I said, we can tweak at the end, because if we don't have anything at the top, I'm going to have to move some stuff up. Leatherface. I'm not a big Texas Chainsaw fan, but I think he's maybe a more interesting character than the movies. To me, though, I'm going to keep putting people like here, but to me, Leatherface is like right there. Pennywise and Jaws S+. They may work their way up. We'll see. Come back if she falls asleep, Chad. Yeah, Chad, thanks for hanging out. All of I said this earlier, but Cope, your squad's awesome whenever they jump in here. Leatherface S+. You got a lot of it. I mean, in fairness, it is another iconic one. So we have one S+. What do you guys think about Leatherface? F tier? Okay, we literally have the entire range at this point. I mean, he is kind of just like a all over the place. Like he was not raised properly, so he's just kind of a loose cannon, easily influenced. Not that bright. Seemingly insanely fast somehow when he's got his chainsaw going, though. I mean, O3 Remake is like the first one I watched, so I do dig that one. All right, so we had an S and an F, so we literally... B is like in between of those, maybe. True, he definitely did the early people's skin being on his face thing. You like TCM more? Once again, I gotta probably watch them all to give a fair judgment. I think I like Nightmare more than Texas Chainsaw, though. The original Texas Chainsaw, I feel like, is very similar to what I mentioned about Halloween, where it's a little boring, but I realize it's a product of the time. Also, I feel like those movies are just like straight up like dark, where it's just like, it's almost like RE7, where it's just like go to the bayou area and just like murder people. So there's not much depth to Texas Chainsaw. It's just pretty much like, hey, you're here, I'm gonna kill you. Which that's maybe true for a lot of these people, but I like some like complexity to my killers. Like, give me some Jigsaw complexity. I guess Jaws isn't super complex, but survival of the fittest is his model. I like that everyone hated cousin getting possessed in the house. Is that the? I know people weren't high on the Netflix one. I never watched it, but I remember the scene from the trailer where the people are like on their phones, but like, "Your show gonna get canceled, dude," and he like probably murders everyone on that bus. But I have not watched all the Chainsaw movies. B tier is too harsh on Leatherface. Netflix one is ridiculous. Yeah, it seemed like not the most well received. We'll maybe keep you there for now. What do we have? Reagan up next. Just my opinion, I would put her like there. Maybe there. She's somewhere in C or whatever this is. All right, Bendy, sounds good. Texas Chainsaw 3D, one you liked? Leatherface 2017. I think I've seen parts of that one. It's kind of like more of his origin, which I guess they probably do a few times. I think this is Reagan, so I don't normally think of like that character when I think of The Exorcist. I mean, if I'm thinking of a character, yes, but I think the franchise more so stands out than her. Never heard of her. This is the chick from The Exorcist, if I'm seeing this picture correctly. F? Maybe here then. End of whatever this is, C, because it's not down here with this freaking goof. Like, I feel like it's probably above these two. Never seen it. That's fair. I mean, it's kind of, once again, scarier for people that grew up with it. Yeah, that's true. I think the thing I think of is her like rotating her head and like vomiting, but also going down the staircase like backwards. All right. Probably the star of the show for you guys. He's not my star, but Michael Myers. That is, yeah, that's another. Reagan gets pretty wild. I assume you guys are going to be like way up here. I would probably put Myers like here, but see? What is happening? I thought you guys would have loved Myers. Really? But you love Halloween 78? Halloween 1978? But Myers as a whole, you don't like it? I feel like that's the only reason people like Halloween, right? Unless you like Jamie Lee Curtis. Same tier as Jason. I feel like similar to Jason, while I don't dig all the Halloweens, Myers is kind of an iconic one, right? Linda Blair, are you talking about Exorcist? Yeah. Kind of feels like you deserve at least to go there, right? You enjoyed Halloween 2018? I feel like it'd be weird. I mean, I guess Freddy's not an A, but it'd be weird not to have Michael that high. Even as somebody who does not like Halloween that much. I got chips. Nice. All right. Was it the Chad that was asking? We got to a Pinhead here. Sounds like a pretty good setup, Chad. I don't have a big attachment to the Hellraiser franchise, but Pinhead is kind of awesome as a character. I would maybe put him like there. Some McDonald's. That sounds delicious. D-. Wow. Even as somebody who doesn't really know much about the Hellraiser franchise, it feels like a surprisingly low score. I can definitely smell pizza. D- though. Wow. B tier. That's kind of where I have him. I mean, he looks cool. I don't know how much that counts for, but like the character design. Cenobites Night. That is true. Some of Pinhead's lines are a bit suggestive. I don't know. Him next to Leatherface, should he be above him? Maybe not. Maybe that. All right. Predator. I always feel weird calling Predator like a horror franchise because it feels like I view it more as like action sci-fi, but he feels like there, maybe. One higher personally, but ain't my list. For Pinhead, I mean, Cope had him in D-. So I don't know. Predator A. Yeah, I could see that. Problem is having him above like Freddy as a horror icon. This feels like a fitting pair. Then again, we have these two, which are very far apart right now. I mean, I could see being up here somewhere. A tier? All right, we got a couple A's. I'm down to put him in A. Maybe like right there. Yeah, it does feel more action sci-fi. D-. Who said that? Although I debated reviewing a Killer of Killers this year, so we shall see. All right, we have either Sadako or Samara, depending on if we're going Ring or Ringu, right? She's kind of cool. To me, I'm thinking like there, but what do you guys think? The Ring was definitely like an OG of like back when people had landline phones and you'd like call somebody right after you watch the movie. I don't know if you guys did that, but I feel like I had friends that did that. D. I don't know, you may have rewound a little bit. I know when you mentioned Linda Blair, we were already like a little bit ahead. You think D for, I mean, I could be fine with that. Like there. It is hilarious I haven't put anything up top, given my initial statement. There's also not, I guess, it's weird to have her and not, whatchamacallit, from the similar franchise. Why am I blanking on it? The other girl that does not come out of the TV, but has long hair like that. I watched The Ring when it came out. That's probably true. I mean, the scariest part was like in the beginning when you see the closet and that girl's jaw just like drops. Also, the sequel kind of sucked. I mean, it really sucked. That's possible, Chad. I don't mind keeping you down in the D category though. All right, Sam from Trick or Treat. Not exactly as terrifying as these others, although when he takes his mask off, yeah, the sequel is not good. A+. I mean, if we were doing like horror icon or like Halloween icons, he would be like way up here. I guess we're technically just doing like horror. Yeah, he's definitely a little creepier looking without the mask. Yeah, I would definitely check out Trick or Treat King Matthew. Although, as I mentioned earlier, on first watch, I was kind of mid on it, but have grown to like it a lot more after watching it a few times. I think it's fair to have Sam pretty high, though. Maybe there. I thought about putting him like here. All right, then kind of a weird finale because we have like a partner in crime. We have Tiffany from Child's Play. Puts him high up there. You think like here? I don't mind sending him up a little bit. Tiffany. I don't like her as much as Chucky. I know a lot of people like her more, but she kind of just does Chucky, but a little bit in a different way. True. Solid actress there. There we go. F tier and B plus. We are definitely covering the range here. I would say she's maybe like there. You said B plus. That's like this category. You said F down here. Seems like a decent spot. I will settle for C minus. Okay. Well, here's our list. I think we should probably move some people around. We just move up some people and see how things look. Oh, why did you go there? I mean, it's like very much even at this point, so I don't know if that's the objective, but directionally I don't hate it. Where's Glenn or Glenda? Glenn or Glenda are like off the screen down here below. Are you kidding me? I'm just kidding. I'm not a big fan of the crazy Chucky stuff, but funny watching Tiffany and Chucky argue. That's true. I mean, their banter was definitely awesome. What else did you guys say? You said Art the Clown should have been on here. I assume you probably would have had him pretty high. Probably A to S. And what else did we say? Somebody said someone else. Candyman. I'm not big into Candyman. He probably would have been like C or D for me. Yeah, the ceiling mirror. That part was gnarly for sure. The Leprechaun. I kind of hate the Leprechaun. It does deserve a spot on here. I'd probably put Leprechaun down here with like, are you kidding me? Same with a lot of the people that were left off. Like I would put Pumpkinhead down here. I would put Critters somewhere down here. Any of the like borderline. The Nun. Yeah, I guess we had Annabelle. The Nun movies down here. The Nun as a character could be in like C maybe. Yeah, I'm surprised Candyman wasn't like, we have Tiffany, but once again, ever like this big blob face. I think directionally this is a decent lineup. I mean, I'm sure there can be some arguments made moving them one or two spots up, but don't hate it. I think the Nun should be almost a different category. Yeah, I mean, we have Annabelle, which is like sub-Conjuring stuff. Yeah, Fisherman would have made sense too. As I said, I probably would have put him low. I know you're pretty high on him, King Matthew. Like in a list of demons. That probably is a tier list. If I just search demon tier list, it'd be like the Bura from Dragon Ball Z, Valak from the Nun. All right, if you guys are good with it, we can do the last one I had, which was Halloween candy, which honestly, I'm expecting this one to be the most contentious because for some reason, I don't know, it's easy to like jokingly get invested in it. Chrysler Theater of Idols. Demos on Steam. I know Blumhouse was making games, so it sounds like maybe the first one. I'm intrigued by that then. Candy. It's funny seeing apple on here. I didn't realize that until now. I saw one of them had like vegetables or something. Yeah, I'm expecting an all-out battle here. Chad's already declaring war. So is Scope. I'm gonna take a quick, maybe like 2 to 3 minute break. I'll probably grab a quick snack because we were talking candy, so it's somewhat fitting. But I'll leave the screen on here maybe to give early insight. Once again, not every candy's gonna be on here. Like when I quickly looked at it, I don't see sprees on here, for example. I don't think so. You can mention some at the end again, and we can kind of like discuss it. But also, there's 6 categories again, so a lot of variety. But yeah, we'll see what people's favorites are. I did a bracket challenge of this before, but more team input this time. It's their second game, PSX style. I don't think I've heard of that one. I know, like during I think of the Game Awards, they announced like they were making like 20 different games or something. Yeah, I don't see sprees on here, so some like more unique options probably won't be included. Minta, I know Sheila Summer because I saw something in your dad. Yeah, that's a big thing. If you have like this memory, like I've talked about at length at this point, The Faculty. I think of that movie after going trick-or-treating, coming home, and it being on like the Sci-Fi channel. Granted, it was like the very edited version where a lot of the scenes were cut or like the cussing was like dubbed out, but memories definitely have a big factor in where you rank stuff. All right, we already got some declarations as far as top tier. I'll leave this up, but I'm gonna step away. All right. I know that was more than 2 or 3 minutes, so thank you for your patience. Okay, what do we got going on here already? Twizzlers, Reese's already coming out strong with. Appreciate that, Cope. Yeah, anyone that wants to give the stream a like, I appreciate it. Reese's Pieces, that's a favorite. Obviously, we talked ET earlier. Really, you don't like peanut butter cups? That's definitely one of my faves. Pull apart Twizzlers, so like the peel ones. They're like more cherry than strawberry based. Yeah, there's an apple on here. You bought yourself Reese's flavored mixed with Oreo. I saw commercials for that. It looked kind of intriguing, like it's a white chocolate almost with like Oreo in it. Let us know how it is. It kind of was a fun idea. Yes, people do give out apples, or at least used to. Tier list. 100 gram off the bat, very good. Yeah, that was kind of like a late bloomer for me. I don't know when they started making those. Okay, sounds good, Chad. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out for a bit. I'm all about sour candy. Okay. Enjoy the suffering. Peanuts make you sick. That's going to be an interesting situation here. Hey, what's up, Crazy Illusion? Reese's for the win. Or Steven, it sounds like. I did see where I live. My store is the Reese's Candy sponsored by Scream 7. That's awesome. There's been a lot of like horror. What, the Fanta drinks were a big thing. Caramel apple suckers. Those are favorites for sure. You're not allergic. It just makes you sick when you eat them. All right. Let's do this. Okay, that's cool. 100 grand. What are people thinking here? I know, Cope, you said what, B minus, I think? You pretty much nailed the flavor. It's like that crisp rice with caramel with it. Mid. Never ever heard of them? I think these were, as I said, I don't know when they first started getting made, but when I like started trick-or-treating, these weren't a thing. I feel like when I got older, even probably past trick-or-treating age, these kind of I started seeing around, and I probably like them more than other people do. Granted, they're relatively popular, but B minus you said, and mid you said. It does have that kind of like rice chocolate flavor. Like that crispy, but like not super crispy. It's kind of like if you made a Rice Krispie and you like put chocolate on it. B. I think that's fair. Also, how many do we have? Jeez, we got, this is like a movie length. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know if maybe we'll try to avoid the never had it if people feel confident in their guesses. Three Musketeers. So I will preface all of these by saying, growing up, I preferred the like fruit flavored candies. And as I've gotten older, I probably prefer more of the chocolate ones. So I don't know if I'm judging this based off of like me as a kid versus me now, because it's probably different answers. The candy bar was created in 1964 by Nestle. All right, we're learning too. That's good to see. B, A. I'm not big high on like Three Musketeers. For me, it'd be like there. It's kind of funny titles we have here. Trading fodder. It's fitting for Halloween. But you're saying A. You're saying B. B tier. Yeah, I think it's C for me also. Bendy saying C. Yeah, I feel like especially I feel like dark chocolate used to be very bitter for me, whereas today I will take dark chocolate over milk chocolate pretty much all day. So I've definitely become an old man with my candy preferences. You prefer chocolate? I've grown to be that way. I feel like a lot of stuff I enjoyed as a kid is like way too sweet at this point. So maybe I'll balance scoring these based off of current and past me. Either will do for you. It's fair. True, there's some health benefits to dark chocolate, granted probably in moderation, but like... All right, we have Airheads. Is this just normal Airheads? Because normally there's like variations of stuff. This looks like basic bitch Airheads. It's funny that colorful garbage is literally the category, and I was about to put it there. Dark chocolate's better. Yeah, I thought the way, but I think when I had it like an excessive amount of times, eventually I grew to like it a little bit more. So it's my preference at this point. Airheads A+, B, D. Okay, we were gonna offend so many people here. We have A+, B, and D. And another A, but they hurt your teeth. that's the downside. How many dentist visits required after eating all this? Okay, me and Robert think D. Got a couple A's and a B. Average it out roughly. You do love Airheads. B or C is where it's going to go, so I don't know. 8 cavities, yeah. This is definitely like cavity nightmare. I feel like whenever I eat like any candy now, anything like super sugary, immediately afterwards I feel like I should brush my teeth because I just feel disgusting. It's not bad if you say you love everything, but then we're going to wind up with like the entire category's S. That makes sense, King Matthew. So it's B or C. Who feels strong? Like the people that really love it, or the people that are not interested? All the dentist appointments. I think we keep you maybe here. It's one of these categories. Do I like it? Oh, I do have a preference for chocolate these days. B, strong A. All right, we'll put you there. We'll compromise. Biggest left on candy. Maple nut. Are we going to get to that? I don't know if I've seen that yet. All right, Almond Joy. I don't know how I feel about these now because what? This is coconut flavored with nuts. I feel like when I was a kid, I would have said, how dare you, F? This is like grandma candy. I haven't had it since I've changed my palate a little bit, so I probably give it more credit now. But you're welcome. Never had those. Almond Joys are nasty. That's true. There will be some back and forth, but the movies took a bit of time too. Big fan of Almond Joys. Okay, so yeah, we have... Did you guys, the people that like Almond Joys, did you always like them? Or are you like me where it's like when you first heard them, they kind of thought they would be awful? All right, we got D tier, B, and then big fan and love. +8 hour stream for today. We'll see. When did I start? 4.5 hours ago? Could be. Yeah, I feel like Almond Joys are something you like grow into. It's very much like how dark chocolate felt like it was. I've grown to like coconut as a flavor more. I feel like when I was a kid, I wasn't a big fan of it. I'm still not like in love with it, but D for you. We have the most polarizing opinions. This is the most heated debate. All right, Cope went in the middle, said B. Then we had 2 Ds. Then we had Love and big fan, which is presumably high. I'm kind of thinking right there. When I was a kid, this was definitely trading fodder. But nobody would trade, so it's kind of more down there. They will be judged for sure. As I said, my tastes differ depending on my age, so I don't know. We'll keep you there for now. Maybe if we feel strongly later. I don't know. I debate doing like everybody gets like one veto at the end, but then there's gonna be a bunch of goofy stuff in S. That's fair. I mean, the good part is you probably like loved trading time. I don't think I traded too much candy when I was a kid because I feel like everybody liked the same stuff. So there was always the idea of trading, but all right, we have these mint patties, right? Andes, is that what it says? Is the brand? It's like mint chocolate, a little bit of like cream in the middle. I've grown to like mint chocolate as a flavor, but I don't know if I would like that texture in the middle, if I'm being honest. Andes mints, the Olive Garden dessert. That's fair. Yeah, you're like leaving, and they're like, hey, take some of these. B+, solid. The old hustle. D tier. There's no cream in these? Okay. I maybe thought that thing in the middle was. Okay. Would you say C, D, B+? So, okay, Gilly's coming off the top rope with the D. There's a lot of D's. We did have a B+. We are going to have a major bell curve by the end of this, it feels like, because it's going to be like S or F, and then we just put them in the middle. But did we have 3 people that said D? Is that worth moving down? Never had it. To try to get some spread, I'm wondering if this makes sense to be in D since we have like 3 people that said D. Your parents growing up gaslighted you and your brothers into thinking mini-sized candy bars were as big as the Yeah, I feel like when you went trick-or-treating, you like knew the house, like they gave out the king size. All right, we'll keep you there. I realize it may be not everyone's opinion. Apple. So we're doing Halloween candy tier list here, and while I like apples, how about them apples? I kind of feel like this has to be how dare you. If we're doing, this is a candy tier list. They avoided those houses. They didn't show you the light. Apple S+. The candy was auctioned during Halloween. Yeah, I feel like I like apples, but we're not saying, do you like apples? We're saying, what's your favorite Halloween candy? Then having an apple be as an option. It's like, what? How dare you? That's his house. I don't know if I've ever actually received an apple trick-or-treating, if I'm being honest. I know people give out a bunch of stuff when they like run out of candy. But like, I feel like I don't know if my parents gave out like those little like Doritos bags or something when they like ran out of candy. But apple feels like, while I like apple, if we're doing a fruit tier list, it's probably pretty high. We're not doing that. We're doing candy tier list. So I think it's fair to say F. This is why houses get egg or TP. That is true. That would definitely offend a lot of kids. That is true. We have caramel apples too, but this is purely apple. Are we doing candy apples? If we are, I'm taking this as like straight up like, I don't know, gala apple. Also, unless you ate this right away, like, would you put this in your like trick-or-treating bag and have it just get smacked around? I feel like you get a bruised apple by the end of the night. Especially if you're a kid and you're just like carelessly running around. Probably can't see because you have a mask on. Did you give out fruit roll-ups 2 years ago? I mean, you kind of start to just improvise if you're still giving stuff out at some point. Yeah, there's definitely not a lot of trick-or-treating where we're at. As feels like as much as there used to be. You got a toothbrush? That's another one. I think there was like some candy toothbrush on this list actually, so we'll see what that's it. Like, people give raisins. Yeah, like the little containers. Makes everything sticky. I could see that. Yeah, we'll keep you an F. Baby Ruth. Baby Ruth to me was like a little better than Three Musketeers because it had some texture with like the nut inclusion, but it wasn't necessarily like that great. Like I would consider it in B, but it's like barely above Three Musketeers in my opinion. But what do you guys think? Are you, Robert? You got to take off. That's your speed running answer. Crunch A, candy corn B. All right, somebody take notes. Dots F. I probably agree with you there. Hershey's A, Crackle C, Kit Kat A, Junior Mints C, Fun Dip B. I don't know if I'll remember all those, but I will try. You'll write it down. Sounds good. Baby Ruth peanuts. Yeah, I feel like anything with more texture. Like bland chocolate doesn't work as well for me. Give me some like variety. One of your favorites, A. Got a couple A's. Okay, Matthew says A. I don't think that's a hot take, Bendy. I think a lot of people... Candy corn's one of the most polarizing candies, I would assume. Which normally results in it being put on the bottom. But you guys are heavily going on Baby Ruth. You're saying A? 3 A's, I believe. A. I mean, you guys even... I feel like I would probably go like more B, C, but 4 A's, we got to put it there. All right, what is this abomination? What is this, like toffee? I just copy and pasted it. Thank you, I appreciate it. A better Snickers? I would disagree, but it's fair to have the opinion. Oh, that sounds good, King Matthew. What are you watching? Just a peanut treat, so good. Yeah, these things I feel like... Is this like saltwater toffee almost? Or taffy, I mean. For me, this is probably like down here. Looks like some sort of chewy thing. This feels like very much like some kind of like bad taffy thing, maybe. You like those too? That's right, you said Novocaine, that's right. You're good, man. I appreciate you just being here at all. They're the rock hard. So it's a peanut butter taffy. Okay. This feels like definitely if you were a kid, this would be like at the end that you were trying to get rid of or just throw away. Yeah, you give it out to bad kid. It feels like maybe adults may like it today, but maple flavored probably. I think it's probably fair to put this next to the apple. Nobody's like picking this first, I would say. All right, these things, these little nightmares, Honey-O's, whatever these are called. I feel like these were like the things that just got stuck to your teeth and just took your tooth out entirely. If it was me, I would probably put these down here because there's the flavor, but then there's the experience of eating it and how much of a nightmare that is. Those F. Yeah, these things, I feel like maybe if you were a kid and you like had a baby tooth, you would just probably just attach it to it, then just like pull it out. Yeah, I feel like whoever designed these did not think of it super like long. Probably there. Honestly, maybe even below the apple. Yeah, they were too hard for sure. All right, Butterfinger. I'm going to let you guys chime in, but for me, Butterfinger's goated. They hurt my teeth because of my braces. That would make sense. Lex, I'm getting the vibe that you're going to put all these like in S tier though, so in fairness. Never had Butterfingers. I don't know if they're going to be on here, but Butterfinger BBs. I think those went away, then they brought them back. Butterfinger's also good with like ice cream, I feel like. Or Rice Krispies. Okay, S, A or S. B tier. 2 out of 2. They're definitely a little bit messy. Like that probably fits the category of like I feel like I'd have to like brush my teeth afterwards. Yeah, BBs were probably the better form of Butterfingers. You said B plus. You said B tier. Well, it sounds like I'll at least have to compromise and put it at the top of A for now, because we got a couple B references, so that feels like I can't go in S. Great movie snack. Yeah, I would agree there too. That and like Butterfinger BBs and what were those cookie dough bites? Another good movie theater. I don't know if those will be on here because I don't think people give those out for Halloween. Those were definitely like movie theater candies. All right, the biggest drama probably of all time. We have the candy corn, which you know King Matthew I think said hot take. It's gonna be, or no, I think Bendy said hot take. It's gonna be low, but I think most people are gonna have candy corn low. If I'm being honest. Yeah, see, nobody likes candy corn. It's definitely the most hated. Okay, even you said you. That's C, F, and U. That's not a good endorsement. Gotta be honest. That would not be a good marketing campaign. F, so nasty. Dang, you guys. Yeah, I like candy corn. The problem with candy corn, I will say, and I've probably become more this way as I've gotten older, you can only have like 5 pieces of candy corn, like at most. Like once you go beyond that, your stomach is just gonna be a nightmare. So candy corn, I mean, probably all candy if I'm being real, but they put so many of these damn things in like a bag, you feel compelled to keep eating them. But this is kind of a small bag though. I wonder if the Krabby Patty, I think they are actually. I think I saw them. Orange pumpkin candy corns. I didn't like the softer ones, like the fatter ones. I don't think I like those ones as much. They're probably a little bit less sweet, so maybe. All right, so we got, I think Cope, you're the only one that didn't put an F. End of D seems okay. It's not like on these. Yeah, they're tiny. Yeah, they're like round, like they're pumpkin to your point. Yeah, I would say I like them a lot in small dose, but like I can't do a whole lot of them. All right, weird one. I don't know if I've ever even had this. We have Milky Way caramel apple. I can guess what that would taste like, but I've never had it, so I would put it here, but I don't know if you guys have. Robert says candy corn B. Okay, so we keep it in D then. We'll keep it out of the F category. Honestly, he said B. Should that go above? And we'll put it behind. It's disgusting, so F tier. It sounds like it would taste good, but it sounds nasty. You can maybe not. I mean, that's maybe too many flavors. You're trying too much. You're trying too hard. Move them back behind. I did wonder if the candy debate would be the most like heated out of that in movies and characters. Milky Way D. Have you had the caramel apple version though? That's why I'm probably gonna put it never had it because I don't think most people are familiar with this flavor. Tastes like apple mixed with dark chocolate. I don't typically like fruit, like actual fruit flavored desserts. Like I'm not a big like apple pie or like that kind of stuff. Like the pies I like are like pumpkin or pecan, the more like just straight up unhealthy ones. F. We'll go with never had it, I think, because there's a few people that had not had it. It doesn't offend anyone that way. Crunch. I think Robert mentioned a score for this one. Crunch was always the candy that like I wanted to like more than I really did. They had similar to 100 grand. They had the rice chocolate flavor, but without like the peanut butter inclusion. Crunch for me probably goes like there. What do you guys think? Everything is going to fall in the middle because of average votes. That is true. I mean, but it probably should. Pumpkin pie is nasty. Fair. I don't know. That and as to that and pecan pie are probably my two go-tos. Definite Thanksgiving vibes there. Trading candy and weird kids. Let's see. I thought people really liked Crunch as a kid. Like I thought it was perceived as being similar to Butterfinger, but I did not like it nearly as much because it was kind of bland. Robert says A. C, C, B. Probably B tier. Let's put it ahead of Three Musketeers. It seems like we got a few up there, but we have 3 people saying C. We have so many candies left. Good Lord. This is going to be way too full at the end. Dots. If I'm being honest, I hated dots. Like, dots for me would probably go like there. There was not much flavor. They were just like little gummy things. They tasted pretty gross. F. Your old man candy. B. I haven't had them in a long time in fairness, but Robert says F. I kind of agree. All right, we have 4 Fs so far and 1 B. Okay. Well, that feels like pretty unanimously in F. I know Gilly had it in B. Okay, if you don't like dots, that means it's got to be an F. I'm kind of putting, ironically, some things after the apple, but it feels like that's one that belongs there. All right, what do we got? We have, what's this? The, like, Bubblicious, or whatever brand this is, chewing gum. I feel like your jaw would be, like, destroyed after eating this. This is, like, very hard gum, if I remember. Especially if you, like, didn't have it fresh. Like, even on first chew, you'd be, like, really grinding to try to press it. Hardest, yeah, that's what it seemed like. Like, it was just a cylinder of gum. Yeah, you have to, like, swap out, too, pretty quickly. I would probably put it there. Bubblegum F. Yeah, you definitely get a workout. This would definitely, like, build up some like, jaw muscles. That's definitely a good one to avoid with braces, I would say. I would have an F and a C. I mean, D is kind of fitting in that category. I don't think it's on these level, but it's like I would still have it, but then I would regret every choice I made when I was chewing it. All right, good and plenty. So I mentioned being a fan of like the fruit flavored stuff, but similar to Dots, even as a kid, I would not have picked this. Like this, I mean, this is probably going like there. Do you guys like Good and Plenty? Yeah, you definitely have to swap out F. I don't know if Gobstoppers were on this one. We'll have to see. I think it may have been missing those as well. F minus. I don't even really remember the flavor of these. Was it like, I think there wasn't much flavor. For like principle, I feel like these things being a nightmare to deal with, I kind of still keep them on bottom, I think, but pretty unanimous Fs here makes me think maybe they belong on bottom. I don't think everybody said F for this one, if I recall, so this could be... Yeah, it feels a bit like an older person candy. It's like in the Almond Joy bracket of candy. All right, we have they're black licorice. I hope not. I think there's regular Twizzlers. I don't know if black licorice is on here. We have gummy bears. Kind of funny if you go. I think it's on like maybe it's the sugar-free ones. The Amazon reviews of like gummy bears are hilarious to read sometimes. I forgot exactly what they said, but they're like very unhinged. I don't know why, but had a guy lose his teeth eating these? Really? They're pretty soft, aren't they? I guess if it like stuck to it. Oh, Good and Plenty is black licorice. Got it. That would make sense. Yeah, it belongs in F minus. Gummy bears are good, but you prefer sour gummy bears. That's probably, yeah, true, more flavor. I wasn't a big gummy bear person. Honestly, for me, they would go like here, but I realized people like them more than I do. Although Gilly did say F. It is a weird spelling. Lico rice, almost. This, for me, makes sense, but I thought a lot of people really dug gummy bears. B. I think we do have warheads on here. So you're thinking B. We had an F and a B, I believe. B. Sounds like I have to move it up to at least C at this point. Maybe like there. C? Okay. I think that works there. Okay, we have a big string of chocolate options here. I don't know, Bendy. I know that one time Copen and Robert stream, I got like canceled from being able to type it all, but hopefully it's not happening anyone here. Heath bars. Very generic, in my opinion. To me, they're like here. A. S tier? What is happening? You guys love this stuff. Isn't it just like chocolate? What's the texture and stuff? B. Okay, I am out of pocket with this one apparently. S, A plus, and B. So that's has me thinking like here right now. It's toffee. I probably would like that more than now. Then again, I barely had them. Top of B sounds like it's maybe appropriate. D. Well, maybe there then. I probably would like them. I just haven't had them in a long time. I think they were in the category of Almond Joy that I just blocked out and then never returned to. Crunchy milk chocolate. I do probably prefer dark chocolate, but there probably is a dark chocolate version. Very yummy. All right, so we have Hershey's Kisses, but these are, in my opinion, the better ones that have white chocolate in them. I would personally, honestly, Hershey's Kisses are kind of bland, but I would probably put these guys like there, but I may be an outlier. I don't know, I like dark chocolate and white chocolate. I don't love milk chocolate as much. I know this is like a mix. Couple B's. Okay, that's about where I had it. Seems like a fair spot. These would be kind of a pain to open. You'd want to eat like 5 of them and they would take like a year. They're kind of like pistachios for candy, it feels like. Which is probably good that it takes longer because you would just eat way too many. Oh, your Xbox is still working. That's awesome. Playing some Halo 2. Nice. That's solid. I don't think it's when Gilly hopped in the stream for the first time, so I'm sure he would appreciate. Let's keep those there. Halo 2 super jumps. Yeah, jumping out of the map and all that stuff was always a good time. All right, so we have the milk chocolate version. For these, I'm not as high on. I would probably put them somewhere like there. See? All right, we're thinking alike. Less drama at this point. Jeez, we still have 4.5 more rows of these. You guys wanted to do candy until midnight, right? It's a very interesting topic. Very invested. Yeah, we'll put you probably there. Oh, you just wait. Okay, Hershey's milk chocolate bar. It seemed like a good movie, King Matthew. It reminded me of Jack Quaid playing his same role as in The Boys. 8 more hours. Very invested. All right, that's good. All right, regular Hershey's chocolate. Honestly, for me, this is like here. Like, you need some variety. Put it on like a s'more, maybe. Do something. Yeah, it just... All right, we've kind of nailed these last 3 in consecutive order here. You think B? Yeah, I think you go here. Yeah, that's the thing, King Matthew. You have to say, though, just the chocolate. Don't throw it on a s'more or like add it to some other combo. If you're stuck with just the Hershey bar. All right, so we have a D, a pass, a B. I would say D. In fairness, maybe I should put it higher in the D category, even though I would probably put it below. I'm kind of like viewing candy corn as like the point of delineation for me, but since we did have a few higher up, I will put it at the top. All right, although cookies and cream Hershey's, honestly for me, I would put it there. It's like awful for you, but tastes delicious. But I'll let you guys crush my hopes and dreams. That's A. S plus. All right, we're in alignment. B. Oh, we got. Could this be an S? We got. All right. 4 people saying S. I think that deserves our first S. And there wasn't any like Fs. There was like a B and an A. Or I guess a B and an A changed to an S. Put it up. We had a couple D's though, so I think top of D feels appropriate. I mean, I can maybe put it at the end of C, but that is true. Cookies and cream popcorn, kind of a sleeper hit. Super delicious. It makes me like enjoy popcorn more than I normally would. Keep it S. Yeah, I think cookies and cream for me. I'm surprised I'm not alone there, but happy to see that. Hot tamales. I can appreciate the like cinnamon flavor, but these things like I think these like kill your taste buds. Like these would probably go here for me. People love these as a kid, I thought though, so probably higher, but you would just not have a tongue after eating these things. Never had those, never had those. F. Yeah, I mean, it kind of tastes like if you've had like big red chewing gum. It's kind of like that, except probably stronger. All right, so we had some never had those in an F, so I feel like probably appropriately placed. Once again, similar to candy corn, you can't have more than like a handful or like 3 to 4 of these things. Yeah, it feels like these and like warheads are just like, how miserable can we make ourselves and not die? All right, Jolly Ranchers. These, I don't see any like normal. Like I think of like purple when I think of the Jolly Rancher color, but I'm assuming these are just standard Jolly Ranchers, the variety of flavors. I like these as a kid, but these would probably like not agree with my teeth these days. Maybe like there. F, B plus A. It's quite the range. S tier. All right, so we literally have an F and an S tier, and a B plus and an A. Yeah, I think I like Jolly Ranchers as a concept, but today I feel like they would get stuck to my tooth, and like I would immediately just like get a cavity there on the spot. S. 2 S tiers. Gotta take that a little seriously. 2 S tiers and an A. But then we got an F thrown in there. Maybe I move this up in B then. How about like there? Honestly, grape is probably my favorite Jolly Rancher flavor. But for when I was younger, I feel like that was a go-to flavor for me for like Sonic slushies and stuff like that. I would pick grape. I think that's kind of a middle ground concession. I don't know if I know that one, but Dane Cook, that's a flash from the past. Cherry. I feel like anything cherry, you would like immediately have your mouth stained or like your tongue stained. Like red Gatorade, it's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna have like a red mustache for the rest of the day. Yeah, Sonic slushies, I feel like I would get like a total headache if I had one today, but back in the day, grape was my go-to. Great when they're used for drinks. I crush them up, put them in Gatorade, freeze the Gatorade. That feels like a sugar like nightmare, but probably tastes good for at least a few seconds. There used to be, what was it, amaretto sour? We used to make like a drink years ago that was, it tasted like Jolly Ranchers. All right, Junior Mints. I know these are high up for Lexi. She probably has these S tier, but for me, they're like here. So I'll let you guys prove me wrong here. C, B. Okay, so both higher than where I have it so far. These definitely have cream, like on the inside of the chocolate. 2 B's and a C. Three B's and a C. And probably an S there. That seems to be like kind of a middle ground. Seems mostly fair. All right, OG Kit Kats. Hot take, I think Kit Kats are very overrated. I've grown to like them a little bit more, but when I was a kid, I thought they kind of sucked. Like, To me, when I was younger, I probably would have put them like down here. Today, I'd probably move them up like a spot and put them like there. But there's money on the list. Where? Oh, down here on the the coins. Are those may be chocolates though? Like they had the chocolate quarters and stuff back then, right? I'm assuming that's what that is. It could be money, I guess, but Kit Kats, C, A, B plus. Yeah, Kit Kats weren't very high for me, but I think a lot of people liked them. That's true. They're like the really soft ones. Couple C's, a B plus, an A. I think you're right. They may have been like more like gold tinted or like, I mean, that's a very impressive looking back to it, having the actual eagle. So that may just be money. I don't know. We can treat it either way. It is Kit Kats, King Matthew. B plus, C, A. You guys are like all over the board. 2 C's. It feels like it's either top of C or bottom of B. B for Bendy. I kind of view it similar to Crunch. That's why I'm tempted just to leave it here. But if Squad wants, I can put it up here. That seems fine. It looks like super weird being just covered by the airheads, but okay, Crackle, I kind of think I thought sucked back then, but it does have some texture at least. Seems like it would be there for me. Crackle over Crunch and C. They are very similar, yeah. I can see that. B never had it. You think those are real quarters? I mean, never. I don't think I ever got money for Halloween candy. Okay, C's and 1B for Crackle. Kind of thinking right there. Yeah, I was thinking maybe chocolate coins. Geez, still have 5 more rows of this. This is going to be a full screen, so I'm going to have to like go up and down. Laffy Taffy Banana. This is, for me, this is like, if I could fit you there. Banana flavor and candy, not my go-to, but I recognize that other people probably like it more than I do. F. Laffy Taffies, I don't know. Those also, I feel like they're like stickier airheads, right? Like they get more stuck in your teeth than airheads do. And banana, I just was not a fan of. Maybe today I would like it a little more. C minus, F, love, D. All right, thanks for hanging out, Crazy Illusion. Peanut Butter Cups at the S rank. We shall see. Yeah, it seems like airheads wouldn't like hang around as long. All right, what do we have? C. Wait, no. F, C minus, D. I don't think you like the fake banana flavor. Yeah, I probably agree. F, C minus, and D. Is that maybe there? Yeah, take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out. That's impressive. Appreciate you being here. Chewy Lemonhead. I've never heard of this in my life. This looks like a Pringles mascot almost. I think the chewy aspect. I think I've heard of like the lemon heads, but the chewy is unique. B plus. I mean, I don't mind taking that out. I've never had it if most people have. B plus, F, and D. All right, so that's here, here, and here. B plus, F, and D. That makes me think like there, maybe right behind the Hershey's. Never had them. Yeah, I haven't either. I mean, kids would eat candy all the time, so. Ooh, we got Fun Dip. Another one that was amazing as a kid, although the chalk stick, kind of underwhelming. You had to have like pounds of powder on top of it. Back in the day, I probably would have gone like here. How well does Fun Dip hold up? Don't know. I think I would not enjoy just pounding sugar down my throat, but B all day, A plus. I'm assuming it's favorable for most people. Last one Robert gave a rating for, he gave it a B. S, B, A plus, and B. I think we got in the right spot then. Maybe we can put you in front of Baby Ruth. B plus, they give us C. That is true. These are like the nature-made Valley bars for candy. Definitely can get all over the place. I feel like any kind of gimmick though really makes it more effective, like ring pop or like push. Remember push pops where you like dip the thing in the powder? That is true. We talked about cherry flavor. Definitely Fun Dip. You would immediately have like a blue tongue afterwards. What is this? Mallow Cup? For me, this falls into the never had it. Is that like a marshmallow chocolate? I'm assuming. Old man candy? Is that what a Mallow Cup qualifies as? It feels like it's like a marshmallow surrounded by chocolate. I never had it. You think it's a marshmallow? Yeah, it seems like it really is familiar. Yeah, I think I remember that one too. That may have been a little... I was maybe out of the game at that point, but I remember the paintbrushes too. So good. Oh, there is Spree? I was bad-mouthing it. I didn't even... Where are you at, Sprees? Are you sure? I lied. I thought I didn't see it, but there's like 50 candies on here. All right, so we have an A, an F. Those are the only two pieces of feedback. Maybe we keep it and never had it because we have never had it and then A's and F's, which feels like just we're going to put in the middle randomly. They're good. There's a lot of these I was like, I think I know what that is. Mike and Ike's. Another one I thought people loved, but I kind of hated. They are very much dots energy for me. Maybe I'd put you like there in fairness, but I thought Mike and Ike sucked. F, high F. Really, I thought people loved Mike and Ike's. Any of those like really like gelatin textured things, like those, there wasn't as much flavor. Okay, maybe we are going F. Maybe there. Maybe there. Yeah, I was never a big Mike and Ike fan. Candy is probably nostalgic because it is something you ate more when you were younger. Milk Duds. Another one that I was not high on. Honestly, I'd put you like here. Feels like Milk Duds were always at the end of people's like candy hoards. They would just get to the end and they just have a ton of these at the bottom. A, but you can't eat a bunch of them. Okay, so it's like the candy corn for you. You love them as a kid. They definitely had like a long amount of flavor to them. Like I feel like they were like chocolates, but you would like suck on them, wouldn't you? Instead of like chewing them. All right, we have A. You guys are A and F. Yeah, a lot of these are definitely like you're never getting them out of your teeth at this point. 2 Fs. It feels like maybe this makes sense then. An A and a couple Fs, and I'm low on it too. Maybe it could be a little higher since there was an A in there, but honestly, Sugar Daddies are what I thought of when I saw the Oh Honeys. That may be more so what I had in mind, which we do see down here. Milky Way. In my opinion, the Snickers slightly worse brother. I'd probably put these guys like right there though. They were caramel centers. Wow, you guys hate Milky Ways? C and a D? Really? I thought people liked Milky Way. I guess there's not a whole lot of flavor. It's just like kind of fluffy. They're very similar to Three Musketeers, I will say. C and a D. I think we probably put you in a C then. Maybe there. Yeah, the dark chocolate ones are probably better. I don't know if they're separately on this list. We got straight up plain old M&Ms. Three Musketeers are so much better than Milky Ways. You think so? I don't mind dropping it behind there if you feel passionate. M&M's A plus F. I kind of more agree with like like M&M's are like the Hershey's milk chocolate of the bite-sized candies. Just they do a lot more creative things with them later on, as you see on this list. The straight up normal ones, they're just like the candy coating at that point. I know so. All right, we will for indulging, we'll put the behind the Three Musketeers. Yeah, the minis, I mean, the mini are definitely for the candy coating, but they have a little bit more texture, at least that way. They do kind of get a weird smell. Never have thought about that, but that is a valid point. Probably because you do have them around forever, you don't wind up eating them all. But you guys, once again, are putting A plus and F here. All right, let's see what we have. I mentioned it being with Hershey's. For me, it's probably like right there. Ironically, the colorful garbage category has very little color variety. It's like a sweaty blue jean smell. You just had them in your pocket all day, is that what you're saying? All right, we still got 4.5 rows of this, sheesh. Mounds. These are like similar to Almond Joy, right? I don't know if I have much input on Mounds. You see your favorite candy? I mean, this list looked pretty decked out. I did mention a few that it's missing, but pretty complete. Hey, what's up, Bob? New It movie. I'm assuming you're talking about the Welcome to Derry show. Looking forward to that one. Garbage. You got Gilly. You and Cope have. I assume if you guys have like candy, you do not at all. I mean, you may be satisfied because you eat one and you eat the other one, but it's probably challenging buying a bag because we've had A and F at least like 5 times. Mounds. Yeah, that seemed like similar to Almond Joys. Dark chocolate, though? I like that more than milk chocolate. They're probably F tier. All right, so we have 2 Fs and an A+. What do I do with that? Right above Almond Joy. Jaws of candy's insane. That's fair. I mean, as I said, I used to like the sour and like fruit stuff, but I think I am more conscious of probably my teeth than I used to be as a kid. Also, I think I just get like sick a lot easier with like sugar than I would have back then. You said D for the mounds. So what was that? A couple Fs, a D, and an A+. Is that? Yeah, we can keep it at C, I think. Yeah, Toblerone is probably on here somewhere, right? Mr. Good, this thing kind of sucked. This was like a crackle without the texture to it, so for me, this is like there. Never had it. Solid D. Yeah, it just feels like it's like a bland piece of chocolate, but not even to Hershey's quality. I feel like I would have to have a Toblerone chocolate these days because I feel like I was around it more when I didn't like chocolate as much, so probably would like it more today. Peanut and chocolate last candy 8 in the variety pack. Really? I think I mean, for me, I'm gonna be surprised if peanut M&Ms isn't high up. It seemed like me and Gilly agreed Mr. Good probably here. What am I looking at? I don't even know what this is. Is this also like a taffy? You'll eat a B+ for you. Okay, we can slide you maybe up 1. Echo wafers. I can't find them at A+. That's not like the wafers. That would be like the crack or like the. They would have like a cream filling also. Is that what brand am I thinking of? Like the wafer crackers. A bland Smartie. I'm not surprised you guys are across the board A and F. These do kind of look like Smarties now that you say it, like little, like they're packed in like coins. I have no dog in this race, so we had A and F, so I don't mind leaving it here because once again, it would just wind up in the middle. Distinctive disc-shaped sugar-based candy that dates back to 1847. Thin disc-shaped wafers. Okay. We will have Smarties on here, so maybe we'll keep this one in the Never Had It because too many of the like A and F is just clogging up this middle. I am learning some facts here. Lemon, lime, orange, clove, cinnamon, wintergreen. Look, that's a good variety. Okay, nerds. Category of something that I loved as a kid, but I would struggle to eat today. Probably like there. I don't know if Nerd's Rope is on here. Obviously, that came out a little bit later. SS High S Nerd's Really? I liked them when I was younger, but I just don't feel like they... I don't know, I kind of grew out of them, I guess. But 3S I may have to put it up there. I'm not going to let it pass the cookies and cream, but seems to be well received. And I, at one point in time, probably would have put it pretty high. All right, now and laters. These are like the worst version of Starburst that also get stuck to your teeth. These are the Laffy Taffy Stairheads to these to Starburst. For me, they're probably like there. Also, what is this picture? We actually have like an image of a square of them. Now and later. Yeah, I don't bother them. That one maybe on here somewhere. Not sure if we'll get to that one, but I recognize that name too. What do you guys think about now and laters? Never had those? They're kind of like harder versions of Starburst, as I said. Like they would get stuck in your teeth. Honestly, if I try to eat one of these today, it would probably be the same effect as like the Sugar Daddy. They would be similar to the bubblegum in that you would get some that would just be like a rock. Okay, you like the now laters? You like them. Cope said D. Yeah, the circus peanuts are down there. Feels like maybe bottom of C is fine. Paydays follow kind of Baby Ruths for me in that didn't overly care for them early on, but I would probably put them pretty high today, like there, but Payday OG F the chocolates S. Okay. So we have an S and an A. Yeah, I figured you said you that's what you got from all the now and laters. C tier. All right, so we have A, C, and S. I mean, that's kind of roughly where I have it, right? High B. I mean, they're okay. I think we'll keep you there. All right, what do we have now? Which M&Ms are these? Are these a peanut or are they crunchy? I can't totally tell from that packaging. They look like the crispy M&Ms actually, based off the picture. Are these the crispy ones? What does that say? I think the peanut ones are the yellow packaging. This is like the crispy ones, I think. Peanut butter. Okay, that, yeah, it's showing the filling then. So peanut butter M&Ms here. D tier for peanut butter. They kind of have the bit of that candy corn, like they get mushed together into one flavor. Gilly, I don't know if you meant the regular peanut or still S. Okay, I was gonna say, I do appreciate the M&M varieties more than the regular. A, S, and D. I think that seems like a good spot. All right, C for Bendy. Sounds like, okay, maybe you guys, maybe we'll drop it down one. Snickers peanut butter. If I remember this kind of tastes like a Rice Krispie almost, but maybe I'm not remembering correctly. I really like Snickers, but I really like peanut butter, but it feels like they try to do too much in one thing. So I would probably personally put it like there, but see what you guys think. I feel like this came a little bit later after my candy era. Oh, you guys are dropping C's. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I think Snickers is better in its original form. So you may think B, we got a couple C's. Yeah, post trick-or-treating times. Although there's some candies I still like continue to. So 2 B's and a C. Maybe we'll split the difference and we'll go very low B. All right, peanut M&Ms. So this is what I assume are people's favorite M&Ms. They're kind of lacking in flavor sometimes because the peanut is like such a big emphasis with it, but I do expect this is going to be highly received. F and S, that's okay. That's fitting for how we've gone so far. So I feel like maybe this is a dumb analogy, but I kind of feel like peanut M&Ms were like the gateway candy for Almond Joys. It's like kind of more towards the adult base because it tastes like peanuts instead of candy, but still clearly candy over the coconut flavoring. Ooh, 2 C's and an S. So you guys think it's worse than peanut butter? 2 C's and an S. I would probably have it pretty high, so. Maybe like there. All right, we're finally make a dent in this list. What do you guys want to do with the money? I'm open to if you guys want to interpret it as the coins, the chocolate, or if you really want to interpret it as money and like be like, money's nice, but like, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the like chocolate coins, if that's how we're interpreting it, which it seems like you guys are on board with that. Chocolate coins, okay. Money, but never had it. It was pretty much like a bland, like almost like a Hershey's, just in a coin shaped. 2 F's and an A. That's. Let's see how we deal with that. Kind of thinking maybe there, like slightly worse than just straight up Hershey's. Yeah, I don't think they were that great either. Maybe we go a little lower then. Maybe like there, actually. Okay, Raisinets never really were a thing for me. I think I liked raisins after I was out of my candy era. So I feel like it was like trying to go for, I guess raisins aren't really that healthy, but it was trying to mix like a fruit with candy, and I was like, just give me candy. I think these were also kind of a movie theater choice, weren't they? Six. I like raisins. I just like oatmeal raisin cookie. Pretty underrated, but dang, you guys are dogging Raisinets. A couple F's. I probably am in the category of never had it because I don't know if I really was interested in it. It's kind of in the Almond Joy category for me. But 2 F's. A plus. Okay, that I should have known. I should have expected that. 2 Fs and an A plus. Let's go there. Let's go right there. Okay, I don't even think we need to talk about this one, guys, right? This is clearly the king of candy. Although, who is it? Your 20+ year friend, Steven, I think said Reese's S tier, so keeping that in mind. S. It does feel like it's hard to not enjoy Reese's. Unless you're just not into peanut butter, maybe you're like allergic to it. For me, it's clearly above Nerds. I would debate that in Hershey's, but Hershey's is also one that if you eat a lot of that, you eventually feel like disgusting, but probably applies to most of these. I think Reese's takes the top spot. Okay, Reese's Pieces, which you're saying D for Reese's or Reese's Pieces? I feel like Reese's Pieces had the inverse of what I think of like Butterfingers. I feel like I used to think they were great, but over time, I think they probably kind of suck. Like they're kind of like glorified M&Ms. Oh, no problem, King Matthew. I'm glad everything's all good. D for the Pieces. A tier for Reese's. Yeah, I think Reese's probably makes sense to be on top. So you have 2 Ds and a low S. Was there a candy you guys agree on? Have we? I think we had one early on, but 2 Ds and a low S. I'm debating either that or maybe like right there. Nice middle ground. Ring Pops. I don't think I've had a Ring Pop in like 25 years, but back in the day, it would have been like up here somewhere, but it's hard for me to judge it now. I think I would get bored before I finished it at this point. They would just get like hair on it or something and I would give up. But it's probably still fun dip category. Like it's in that gimmicky, good tasting. I'm not surprised. We got S tier and D. I don't know what to do with that. I'd probably put it in like the A to B. They're like kind of Jolly Ranchers too, honestly. They're like a better Jolly Rancher. Maybe like right there. Yeah, it definitely felt like you got gross. You definitely had to wash your hands afterwards. That and the apple, probably the 2 highlights of washing your hands after eating these. S plus and D. I think probably bottom of A. Okay, Runts. These kind of sucked, I thought. Some of the flavors were better. The banana one I did not like. I would probably put you like there. Ring Pops are A tier. Okay, that probably feels like a good spot then. Runts A, really? I feel like the Runts variety of flavors, it was like a wild card depending on which one you got. Okay, you guys are agreeing with this one. This is the first, it's the time I don't like them. A and S plus. Okay, so we're thinking more up top than that. Closer as we'll get. Unfortunately, I'm not there with you guys. I mean, they were fun, like different shapes and stuff. If you said A and S plus, you chose B. Okay, bottom of A I think works then. I would not have it near anywhere that high. Honestly, you said B, A, S plus. We'll keep it bottom of A. All right, Skittles. Back in the day, this would have been like here. I've kind of softened on them a little bit. They're still probably, I mean, they're still probably there for me though, if I'm being real. I just don't eat them a lot. You order runs in bulk online. I mean, if that's the one overlap, you gotta go bulk for that one. C plus, oh my. Oh my, do we have special Skittles on here? I don't think we have like the other flavors or the sour, but that's okay. C plus though, huh? You were the bigger fan of the fruit candy, weren't you? A tier. Oh gosh, we got 2 C's and an A, so I gotta concede here. 2 C's and an A. I think if you guys are cool with that, I gotta go. The lowest is bottom of A. Like honestly, well, you guys both like runs, so I'll concede that one. But well, I don't eat a lot of the fruit flavored stuff anymore. This feels like one I would make an exception for. The flavors changed though. What do you did? They changed like the green. I thought the green may have changed. I didn't honestly all the other ones too. Like I like the tropical ones. I like the purple, like the berry ones. Sour Skittles were good, although those also kind of made your tongue just get destroyed. But my like, I mean, we'll get to it later. But Twizzlers and Skittles were my go-to. That plus like cookies and cream chocolate would have been like my holy trinity of candy. Smarties. I know these were kind of like trading fodder back in the day because they were always at the bottom, similar to Milk Duds. But I didn't hate them. They were kind of fun, but you couldn't do like more than like a pack or so. Speaking of Smarties, I don't see Pez on here. You guys remember Pez? I feel like Pez was like the better flavored Smarties. Except half the time I wouldn't put the things in the little cartridge. I would just eat the Pez. Smarties are S tier for you. A just for nostalgia. You guys are, surprisingly, I'm not as like far off as I expected. A minus or A plus. Bendy, I don't know if you meant Smarties. I don't know what rockets are, but you may have had a typo with or autocorrect. They do feel like probably of all of the candies, I haven't had them forever, but maybe the least like negative transition from eating them when you were younger to now. You don't like Pez? I feel like Pez had more flavor than Smarties. They kind of tasted a little bit like Flintstone vitamins though, so I kind of get that. How to smoke Smarties. I assume you like cook Smart or like make them. They're called Rockets here. Is that really a thing? They're like a different brand. Yeah, I like Pez. What'd you guys say though? You guys were super high on this. B, A plus, S tier. A. So an S, 2 A's, and a B. Probably there then. Bad flavor. That's, I mean, it's probably a preference thing for sure. Pixie sticks, I mean, they're kind of like Fun Dip, just in a shorter amount all at once. I don't know if I see them on here, though, to your point. Was that pizzazz? They learned how to smoke Smarties like cigarettes, but that was back in the 90s. That's funny. I remember when I was in middle school and our science teacher, we had like this like, I don't know what it was called. It was like just an activity hour where we were in like certain like different groups. And we were like playing poker or something. And I'm surprised she let us do this, but we brought in like those sugar cigarettes and pretended like we were like cool playing cards and stuff. Those also remind you of a family member? Pixie sticks or B2. I don't even have them, but we can we can pretend we do. Yeah, Snickers. Here we go. I don't know why it says fun. I'm assuming just a small size. I would agree with S tier. For me, Snickers is like there. Back in the 90s. I love those candy cigs. I feel like they tasted disgusting, but it was like you were trying to look cool or look kind of, I don't know. Snickers are S tier. All right, got a couple S tiers. I got you, Bendy. Yeah, I think Snickers are S tier. They pretty much nail the combination of ingredients effectively. The ice cream Snickers also used to be bangers back in the day. C. Well, we don't have it at the top of S tier. I think that'll be your concession there. It feels like it does like the perfect blend of all the ingredients. All right, Sour Patch Kids. The one can should stay its original flavor. That's fair. I mean, I think a lot of these companies like to branch out and like have variants. Sour Patch Kids, I didn't really eat them growing up, but I feel like as I got older, like in high school and stuff, they became more popular. They're probably pretty high on the list. Oh wow, you guys hate Sour Patch Kids. You both. Whenever you guys agree, I am on the other side. We had that with Runts. Now we have it with Sour Patch. I do feel like, once again, can't eat too many of them. But a couple D. Okay, S tier for you. Okay, we have an S tier and 2 Ds. So yeah, 4th of July is what I'm thinking of. We'll put them after Smarties. Or you think B? All right, maybe top of B? I missed Runts. Yeah, I did not put those that high. Do not. That sounds like you were in agreement with that. Sour Patch. We had a B. You guys both agreed in D, and we had an S tier, and I'm probably in an A. Top of B makes sense. All right, Starburst. Put it runs by Fun Dip. That would be a big jump. Although Alexi's implying that she's a big fan of Runts too, it seems. I would have Runts like down in here, honestly, so. Starburst, I feel like Starburst were kind of like the worst Skittles. I mean, they're not remotely the same like texture or anything, but like I would pick these and then like second up in line was like, all right, Starburst. Starburst has kind of fun variances to like, they have like the Starburst Chews or whatever, which is probably better these days. These also sometimes had like a very, like you could get one that like you would chew it and it'd be like a rock. Where are we at here? C, B plus. You love the banana ones? I thought pink was everyone's favorite, right? Am I wrong there? I guess you guys are saying banana? You like the yellow one the most? I thought pink was like universally the one that everybody went with first. Okay, we got banana. I'm the outlier. I'm the only one who liked pink the most. Yellow was probably my least favorite. I probably would go pink, red, orange, yellow. Although these days, the orange one may be last. The heart ones? No, wasn't there a pink Starburst color? I thought those were the 4 colors: red, yellow, pink, and orange. You just get runts out of the quarter machines. Banana ones for runts. Yeah, I was not a big fan of the banana runts. Oh, you're talking about runts. Yeah, I was talking Starburst. Where are we at though? You said Starburst B plus, C, B plus, S, A. You guys literally, let's name every. Yeah, you return to the runts category. I am like 10 candies deep at this point. Okay, C, B plus, S, and A. So we have these top 4. I think they're then. Dark Red's your favorite. Yeah, it's similar to, I talked about Skittles. Starburst, all the variety flavors were fun too. All right, these little goofy strawberry things that like your grandma would eat. I don't know what I would think about them now. They had like a flavor on the inside too, didn't they? Like a different, it was like wet, I thought, on the inside, but these things kind of sucked back in the day, I felt like, but maybe I would like them now. Okay, F and S plus. I expect nothing less from this group. Julia's even chimed in. We got Bendy dropping the bomb on you. Okay, it sounds like Gilly's agreeing. It's probably F. Yeah, maybe they were Christmas. I don't really know. So at least an F and an S, and potentially another F because we got a so gross. Yeah, I feel like honestly it got worse when you got to the middle. That may be just my opinion, but I feel like it tasted okay on the outside, but then when you got to the center, I was like, oh, okay, this is gross. Now I'm done. I am equally an old person at this point, except mine are like, I don't like external noises, or I don't know what else. Then again, I'm like having like action figures behind me, so I'm a nice blend of old and young. Okay, F and S, this is like all over the board. Honestly, these things I thought sucked, so I'm going to take that into account here. I think we had 2 Fs and an S. These are probably like there then. Because I would consider having them an F and 2 Fs, 1 S, D minimum. That's fair. That seems like an okay spot. I'm using a lot of these as like clear delineations. I'm like, okay, it's not as good as a Hershey's bar. I sympathize with you, King Matthew. Body-wise, I would agree with the being old at this point. So we are one and the same. D tier. All right, then that's honestly that may have dunked it down to this point. Choose yourself 3 rows of this. Sugar daddy. I mean, it's gotta be, it's like a worse stat, right? I feel like a sugar daddy was like such a tease. You'd be like, oh, this is gonna be good. And then you'd immediately try it and then you would regret everything you had done in the past 5 minutes. A all day. Do you still like them? I don't feel like I don't think you can have teeth and like these things. I don't know if I've ever finished a sugar daddy. I feel like whenever I've had one, it's like, all right, that was like 2 minutes of it. I'm done. It's good. Maybe in some areas, I don't know if my teeth coming out is a good pain. I am pretty heavily in the F category. We have 2 Fs and an A. I think this, like, similar to the Almond Joy Mounds combo and the M&M's Hershey's, these feels like these are meant for each other. Jawbreakers are S. I don't know if those are on here or not. Once again, I've probably finished a Jawbreaker, but then your mouth would be like raw on the side because you would have just had it in like your cheek the whole time. Since we did have an A, I'll concede to say Sugar Daddy is above Honey-O, but that's about it, I think. Swedish Fish. This is one that I never got behind. I thought they kind of sucked, but people seem to like them, so I'm curious where you guys fall, because it seems like you've been kind of in agreement with me, but I don't think there's much flavor to these. Jawbreakers hurt your teeth. I mean, that's in the name. I feel like it's intended. A, yeah, I think a lot of people dig. Okay, D plus, F. Okay, throw it out. Yeah, so we have a D plus, an F, and an A. And another F. Feels like they're going in the D category. How about right there? How about right there? Haters. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these are kind of polarizing. I'm surprised that one is so polarizing. I'm not like a big hater. I never would have picked them. F would be sufficient. We're trying to be encompassing, though. We want everyone to feel included. We may not always take their opinion, though. Sweet Tarts. Sweet Tarts feel like a nice, like, upper B, where it's like, they're never anybody's favorite, but they're probably not your least favorite either. Like, they're pretty serviceable. Can't really go wrong. They're more of like an Easter candy. See, we're learning the stream. F on Sweet Tarts. A, okay, that's not surprising. We got A and an A plus. Candy is you heard here first. More than like politics, we have candy as the polarizing debate topic. The big one's your favorite. You've never had Sweet Tarts? They're kind of, I mean, I don't know how common they are these days. They're kind of more back in the day, I felt like. Yeah, the Ducks and Bunnies. They'd have like a little bit of a sour flavor to them, but not like intolerable. That's cool that you have a similarity with the Sweet Tarts with your mom. Sorry to hear about the other portion of it, but I don't know. It's kind of the fun part about whether it's, I mean, surprisingly candy, but I talked movies earlier, just like the memories you attach to stuff. All right, sounds good, Bendy. Third level. Yeah, that's touche. F, A plus, and A. I feel like upper B then works. All right, you talked toothbrushes earlier. I don't know is that what these are? I thought when I saw this picture, I was like, is this a candy I'm not familiar with? But I think these literally are toothbrushes. This is probably below Good and Plenty. I legit, when I saw that, they were colorful. I was like, are these new candies I don't know about? But I'm pretty sure these are just toothbrushes. I don't know if I ever got a toothbrush, I will say. Yeah, I think they go below probably most things at this point. Yeah, I don't think anybody... If we're talking candy tier list, toothbrushes is not going to go high. What are these? Are these? Oh god, these were gross. These are like the fruit flavored Tootsie Roll Pops. These are probably like there for me. These were nasty. Although it does help prevent cavities. Yeah, if we're talking about like things I like in life, toothbrushes is probably higher than Good and Plenty, but on this list it is not. B for the Tootsie Roll Pops? Okay, I am apparently the outlier here. I thought they tasted like very... I don't know how to describe it. Like, there wasn't much flavor. It kind of... I think it reminded me a bit of Dots as far as flavor, but more like thick. B, F tier, I hate them. Okay, so we're going out of F because we have a few B's, then we got a I like these. I think the best I can do is there. That is true. They're softer, so they're not as like gonna stick to your teeth. So in that aspect, they're better than Now and Laters, but I don't think the flavor is as good. I think the thing I don't like about them is they very much taste like artificial fruits, which is kind of the point of a candy, but... Okay, these are these the... Wait. I think the picture, this looks like not the right picture, but these are the Tootsie Roll Pops. Not the chocolate ones, but the actual flavored ones. Where back in the day, you'd get the little like Native American with the shooting the bow and arrow at the star, and you would, I don't know what you would get. You would be happy that you got that on your wrapper. That's about it. I don't really know the point of it. Blue or purple, whatever the heck color this was probably my favorite. But couldn't really go wrong with any of them. Tootsie Lollipops, F, S plus. I lean more toward, I'm not going to say S, but like they're probably like sweethearts to me, where it's like, it's pretty much hard to screw it up. Maybe I'd put them there. S plus and F. What do I do with this information? Unlike the strawberry ones, I didn't mind the center being chocolate. They had the ones too that had like bubble gum in them, I think too. Yeah, the ones with bubble gum. Sounds like a C. Yeah, I would rate it not an S though. I would probably put it in A so I can drop it down. If I would have it like an A, we got an F and an S. Maybe like there. I will say the chocolate ones I did not like at all. You had to have the flavored ones. All right, just a straight up Tootsie Roll. Not like the little wind up ones though. This is ones in like the just plastic packaging instead of like the paper. Tootsie Rolls, I feel like we're kind of the same as Hershey's, where it's like you need to give me something else. You need to give me more. Okay, F's. These are the best ones. The ones that with this wrapping. I like this probably more than these guys, but they're both not good. I think Tootsie Roll, if we're going to say F, we'll say top of F. It is like the Hershey bar for the chewy version of chocolate. Oh, they were better than the ones in the paper wrapping. I mean, I can move it up to D if you're thinking it's not that bad, but like honestly, I would probably put it more behind the Milk Duds, but we can keep an F if you guys want. They were kind of bland. But you're saying they're the best ones, so does that mean you're thinking a little bit higher than F? Yeah, you're right. This is like the larger one. I don't mind putting you like right there. Maybe behind the Swedish Fish. Like, it's not offensive, it's just not something I'm going to pick. Okay, Twix. That works, cool. Twix, I've grown to like more. I don't think when I was a kid I liked them a whole lot, but for me, they're going like there. They're like Snickers' almost as good little brother. Second favorite. B+. Thinking back end of S then is probably okay. A tier. Yeah, I mean, both these are probably a little bit, the outer shell of them, you have to bite a little bit. That seems like an okay spot. I mean, I like Twix a lot more than like Three Musketeers or Milky Way or Crunch or Kit Kat, wherever those are. There. Okay, Twizzlers. See, the hard part is, and maybe you guys won't agree here, but these little tiny Twizzler packs sucked. The normal Twizzlers and like the normal size, like the long ropes, amazing. But these like mini ones, it sounds blasphemous, but these are like weird. Like these tasted different. They weren't as good. So I guess we're judging these ones. Delicious plastic. Twizzlers is probably like an S tier candy for me, but the small ones are more like a B for me. Sweetheart ropes are better. I don't know if I know Sweetheart ropes. I know Nerd rope. I think Bendy was talking earlier about the peel ones, like the cherry ones, the stringy ones. That's what you're talking about. The sour ones. What was the name of the one they sold at movie theaters mostly? It wasn't Twizzlers. But you guys both said F. I don't know if I can do F. That's rough. They are not the... I mean, this picture is not the normal size ones. Oh, the Sour Punch straws. Got it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. 2 Fs, and I would probably put them up in B. I don't know. Is that an okay spot? Bit of a middle ground-ish. OG Twizzler, like the long ones, I would put like way up here. But these ones, for some reason, it felt like didn't taste the same. Oh, here's your Sour Punch straws. These I wasn't a big fan of. It sounds like you liked them a little bit more. I would probably put these probably where almost I have the Twizzlers, but A+, C. All right, so it seems like we're going a little higher on this one. I'd probably put them at C also, but not in mini form. This is the downside. It's kind of like a TV show when it's like, hey, do you want to watch a 3-hour movie? No. Do you want to watch, I don't know, 6 30-minute episodes? Absolutely. That's kind of like what small candy is. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just eat like 10 of these packs. No problem. Used to get to the 90s. So you said A and C. I would probably go C. Low B. Speaking of burning sour patterned in your mouth, we have warheads. I feel like there's not a picture of it, but the black one was always like the mega one. I liked these back in the day, but I don't know if I liked actually eating them. The flavor was good like after the first 5 minutes. It feels like they were kind of a gimmick. Like instead of their gimmick being like fun ways to eat, it's like fun ways to be miserable. S and D. Okay. You love warheads. So I'm assuming a high score, an S, and a D. I would probably go like somewhere here, so maybe the very top of B. Yeah, they were definitely could not have been good for your like salivary glands. I feel like you would get like probably 50 canker sores from these. Yeah, I think top of B works. All right, these goofy things, which these probably are delicious, but I feel like these were also like grandma candy. But I'm imagining they're actually like pretty solid these days. They're very like creamy, I remember. Old, yeah, they very much are old man candy. But I think they're not actually that bad. I think just kids didn't eat them. But if they did, like they kind of have that like honey flavor to them. These are grandma's purse. Yeah, I don't think I really got these in Halloween. That is true. Yeah, they're kind of toffee, although I feel like I think of toffee as being like chewable, whereas these are like solid. All right, so you said S, a million pluses, B plus, caramel apple flavor. That'd be good. I don't see the caramel apple lollipops on here. That's kind of a miss on their part. All right, we said B plus and insane S's. Maybe like there. Soul man candy, that's fine. Send it back. Yeah, if they don't give me a large, I send it back. Or I guess grande, whatever it is at Starbucks. I think that's kind of a good middle ground. Mid A. Whoppers. These were typically at the end of people's things too. They had some actually surprisingly decent like texture, like they were that wafery flavor or like texture of them. To me, before you guys chime in, they're probably like, I don't know, top of D. You used to like them, but they changed something. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to go anywhere above like a C. They're definitely like C, D territory. They're not offensive, but nobody's ever picking these. Whoppers were kind of the category of like, you know, you got your Halloween candies, like the stuff you really liked, stuff you really hated. Whoppers were like the last thing in my candy bag that I would eat. Like they weren't so offensive, I would just throw them out, but they were probably last in the draft. Whoppers, I wish could find the strawberry milkshake ones. That sounds interesting. B plus and D. Okay, so it sounds like we're probably going up higher here. That is fair. It feels like they are very much a trading fodder, so maybe they should go in that category. B plus and D, and it sounds like I'm in a D and Lexi maybe too. Maybe like there. I don't know if I could say they're better than Milky Ways, so it's about as high as I can go. It feels crazy having them above Twizzlers to me, but here we are. All right, 2 rows left. We are in the final stretch. York patties, not my thing, but I know, Lexi, you probably like them more than I do. To me, they would go like there. Maybe there. I think she does too. So I think Gilly, you and me are in the same boat here. B plus D, and I know a high score, and then I'm also liking the D, so kind of think we're gonna wind up C plus. Yeah, seems fine. I guess is York dark chocolate? I don't mind putting it top to see if that is the case. I haven't had them in a long time. What the hell is this? These look like little like trucks running each other over. Why ruin chocolate with mint? I don't mind mint chocolate sometimes. I don't know if I love the texture of the York patty, but what is this? Anyone know what the hell this is? Are these those things that are like, this is wrapped in plastic right here where there's like multiple flavors? Like we have the strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate. This is like a taffy also, I think. Nasty licorice. Oh, even worse. F. Little Neapolitan candies. Okay. I don't know if I've had these, but we have an F being declared. These are like the same exact thing they almost look like. I don't think they are, but color-wise, they match. Yeah, that would make sense with kind of the color representation. I know Gilly said F though. Has anyone else actually had these things? I may lean towards putting them here. Looks like Neapolitan coconut slice candy bar C minus. Maybe we'll keep them and never had it. If I got the impression that based off of looks like that you're not overly familiar either. So maybe we can put that there. These things sucked in my opinion. These, was this Cadbury cream eggs? Another one I think Lexi likes, but I would drop like here. More Neapolitan ice cream. Yeah. Texture doesn't seem like a good thing. Yeah, this is definitely more Easter. I mean, it's literally... Once again, I don't think I would mind the shell. I think the inner goo would disgust me. F. Yeah, they definitely are more Easter oriented. Do we actually have like regular raisins and pretzels on this list too? You're saying F. I know Lexi likes these. Easter Bunny brings them. I think the best I can do is like there. Less than used to. Maybe behind that Tootsie Roll. Okay, what the hell is this? Here comes me. What is this? Jacko stick? The hell am I looking at? This looks like a Cheeto. Milk chocolate, that's what this is? Or are you saying milk chocolate is your cream egg that you don't like as much? I don't know what this is, so this is definitely in the never had it. This looks disgusting though. Yeah, cream egg. Chico stick. Is that what this is? Chico stick? What flavor is that even? Like this looks... I can't tell if this is fruit flavored or... The end of this list is like extremely bizarre, I will say. Do you like Chico stick? I think it's probably going to go in the never had it though. Coconut with cane sugar and corn syrup. So extremely healthy. Sort of like a Butterfinger. Maybe we'll keep it never had it then because I don't want to like dog it considering how high we had Butterfinger. These little peanuts. I don't think I like these at all. Anybody like these? I think Lexi may have said something about them earlier, but Abomination F. I don't disagree. Okay, I thought somebody said maybe something about the peanuts. Maybe it was Cope. I don't know. Maybe it's roasted peanuts and coconut each flaky bite. Okay, maybe I'll have to give Chico stick a chance. Circus peanuts D+. Grandpa liked them. Okay, maybe you said they're like memorable. F for the peanuts. I don't disagree. Honestly, that feels like a good spot. Yeah, nostalgia, not delicious. You like these things? Maybe we'll give them a chance in the future, but I'm not familiar. Is this just like a Dove chocolate? Okay, we have multiple. We have milk chocolate, dark chocolate, and caramel chocolate Dove candy. So a little unfair. We have a variety pack of Dove chocolate. S tier. If I'm gonna eat peanuts, I would buy the candle boiled peanuts. Never had Dove candy. C+. Okay, so we have S, NA, C+. All right, so for starting at C+, maybe like there, mid B. Ghirardelli's better, probably. I don't know if that's on this list or not. Are these Gushers? Keeping in mind, we're not saying how much we like Gushers. We're saying how much we would like Gushers in our Halloween candy, I guess. Gushers S. I don't think I've had Gushers since I was like 10, maybe. I feel like back in the day, all the kids like snacks were insane. Like Gushers, fruit roll up, fruit by the foot, Dunkaroos. Like we were sending kids to school with these things. We passed them. What is this, like you're dealing? I said earlier I gave away fruit roll-ups for Halloween. That is fair. I don't think I ever had any of this for Halloween candy. I ate them plenty with like school lunches, but are you both are saying S tier for Gushers even for Halloween? Kind of a wild take. Maybe just above nerds. I guess as a kid, you'd be much happier with that as opposed to like a toothbrush or an apple, but definitely would lean towards like candy. I would be like, what is this? This is not the right time for this. Below nerds? Okay, I'm down with that. We live close to school, so we get a lot of trick-or-treaters. That's fun. I mean, if you're like into it, it may be annoying otherwise, but if you like get pumped for it. Jelly beans, assorted flavors. Does anybody really like jelly beans? I feel like the fun part of jelly beans would be like looking at the back and seeing what like bizarre flavor you had. The root beer ones I remember being decent. A for jelly beans. I feel people eat jelly beans now for like the, what was it, like Bean Boozled or whatever, where they're like hoping to torture themselves. A and B plus. I would put it like super low, so I don't like jelly bean. Yeah, I don't really either. I feel like any of these, like, this is very similar to me as candy corn is, where you just get this like concentration of this, like, I don't know, big just gooey thing in your stomach. F tier, you hate them. That is true. It is probably more Easter. A, B plus, F, and don't like. I mean, they may be actually in the right spot where they are now. Maybe right there. Yeah, I think other candies do that shape probably a little better. What the hell is this? Are these like the little like drinks? What does this say? I can't see even what the name of that is. Something nip. These are like those little like fruit drinks, right? Like the Kool-Aid things almost that you like twist off the tops. Liquid inside plastic. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting here. It's some fruit flavored drinks. If you guys haven't had them, maybe I put it in never had it because I mean, I get the idea of what this probably tastes like, but I don't get the point of this picture. Like, do we see these any easier outside of the packaging in this below image? Yeah, I assume they're similar, but they're not. They're a different brand. Are these those little like barrel looking ones? D. You thought these are wax, so this is like an edible thing? They're not a drink. Do you guys have a stance on these? Because I would put these in never had it because I have no idea. Do you eat this whole thing, like whatever the yellow thing is? You just chew this thing? Or do you like open it and like pour it out maybe? The containers are actually you just drink the liquid inside. I'm so confused. You guys are... They're not a drink, but you drink the liquid inside. Understood. It's a tiny bit of sugar water in a wax container. Okay. Got it. So it's not like a drink. It's like a 5-hour energy shot almost is what it sounds like. A shitty gusher. I'm getting like 5-hour energy vibes minus the caffeine. I'm going to leave it here unless you guys... It sounds like, Cope, you said maybe you gave a D, but you chew it then spit the wax out. They're giving these to kids? Smaller even? Okay. Fair enough. You can fit the whole wax in your mouth. That's what she said. Reese's Nutrageous. I don't know if I ever had this. I get the impression it's just Reese's with some kind of like peanuts in it, maybe. F tier for you for the whatever nightmare this is, or for the Reese's. Filled with a sweet liquid of fruity syrup, just bite off the top, slurp down the delicious juice, and chew the wax bottle to get the full experience. Just don't swallow the wax. That seems like a great idea for kids. That feels like a great idea if you have to say, like, don't swallow this thing that we're saying to chew on. I don't know if I've ever had these. I can make a guess of what they would taste like. Yeah, I would agree. These are... I'm putting in never had it because I don't have any idea. A tier for the Reese's. I don't mind. I've never had this, but you can kind of guess what it's gonna taste like. It's gonna taste like a Reese's with some like nuts inside of it, like almost like a Snickers, but more peanut buttery. But maybe we leave it. Never had it. Because then King Matthew, you're the only one that gave great on that one. What's up, Bendy? I forgot the candy that you were pumped about, but we've probably passed it at this point. Big Reese's Man's. Yeah, I'm probably in a like, you can't really screw up the Reese's formula. Probably is zebra gum. Here. Okay, we have peach rings. I know, Lexi, you're into these. This is probably like more of an older kid's favorite. Twizzlers. I tried to. I mean, how would you rank Twizzlers, Bendy? Because I would raise them if you feel so inclined. I highly like them, but I did mention the smaller ones don't taste as good. Peach, ooh, there's a lower tier. B. These are surprisingly not too bad, I don't think. Okay, 2 Fs and a B plus though. Okay. Orange slices. I don't know if I've had those in like is there a candy that... I think I know what you're talking about. All right, so we got a B plus and a couple Fs. I would probably put it somewhere here. So bottom of C is maybe okay. Maybe there. Awkward timing. So you're not in lockstep, is what you're saying. Twizzlers or S? You know what? We can make changes. Twizzlers are moving up the bottom of B. We'll keep it below your preferred version of the Twizzlers, but Bendy's influence has risen the Twizzlers. Pretzels. Okay, what is happening? We are just going off the rails with... People barely like pretzels on an airplane, so... Yes, I'm content. All right, good. People barely like pretzels on an airplane. Would you like pretzels in your Halloween candy? I mean, it's better than apple. Put those before my sour straws. F grabs potato can. S plus. C. Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe you guys are pumped about pretzels in your Halloween candy, but we got an S plus, an F, a savior, and a C. Yeah. You know what? We'll... S plus, F, C. put you after the Tootsie Roll. A tier for King Matthew. Okay, we gotta go higher. Honestly, that may be another level almost. Bottom of C for pretzels. It's funny how back here I was fine with putting it after Tootsie Roll, but then when I moved it up, I'm like, oh, you're better than the other Tootsie Rolls. Those mini pretzels don't have salt for shit. That's probably true. These look like they're probably just basic pretzels with no salt on them. They're well. You want them down here? I assume you wanted them like at least before candy corn. Candy corn's a Halloween candy though. Like pretzels aren't a Halloween candy. Come on. All right, raisins. We have reached the limit. We don't have sprees or caramel apple lollipops or whatever else. We have raisins though. Can raisins surpass raisinettes or whatever those? Where were those at? Yeah, here. S plus, C plus. Okay, so C plus and F. I mean, I probably would like raisins around the apple. If you're saying C plus, you're saying F. Maybe raisins are top of F. Try around the toothbrush. I would, but I mean, a C plus in there, it's got to bring it up a little bit, right? Reese's Take 5. Is that different than the normal Take 5? Like, because this is the thing that's got a pretzel in it, right? It's got to be better than the pretzel. Honestly, Reese's Take 5 is probably like up here for me. Reese's are F. Dang. B. I'm thinking that. A, B, and F. So maybe not all the way this high, maybe like there. Okay, sounds good, Gilly. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. So appreciate you chilling and sharing your candy feedback and the other like horror icon stuff. All right, we are on our last row, so we are almost candied out at this point. What in the world is this? Sixlets? Are these like the worst version of sprees? These are a never had it for me. Never even heard of it, honestly. I've heard of, well, some of these I haven't heard of at all, but I don't know what sixlets are. They look like kind of sprees. Did you just like speed run your ending here? Take it easy, Gilly. I'm gonna rely on maybe Cope to memorize that. A, S. Very polarizing opinions, one or the other. We only have one middle of the road. You love sixlets? They're chocolate. It's weird that they're colored then. Like, why is it yellow and red? I guess M&Ms are also that way. Has anyone else had sixlets? I may put in never had it unless maybe I'm the outlier here. Similar to M&Ms, okay. They're mid. Maybe we'll keep it never had it. All right, you haven't either, King Matthew. Okay, these look familiar, but they have no packaging, so I'm a little bit unsure. These are just like little caramel chocolates, right? This feels like it's old person. Is this the S for Gilly? These feel like you can maybe have like one of them and then move on. Not even chocolate, just caramel. So pretty strong. So kind of like these guys, but maybe less textured. More chewing. Okay. I don't have a strong stance. I don't know if you guys do, but I don't know if I've ever actually eaten them, so there's that. F. Maybe we'll leave it and never had it, because I'm assuming, Lexi, you probably like them if you bought them, so to keep things balanced. Krabby Patty. We talked about this way up top. These things are disgusting to me. Honestly, this is like, in my opinion, this is like probably behind the toothbrush. These things are like disgusting. Melted for caramel apples. That's fair, yeah. A for nostalgia. These feel like they look cooler than they probably actually tasted. You also say F. So you have an A and an F. All right, so then I can't completely dog it. A tier for you? I don't know, dude. These tasted like fake. They were like very artificial tasting goo, it seemed like. But 2 A's, at least a nostalgia one in there, and 2 F's, so F is fine. F from Bendy too. F is for friends. That, you know what? That is a good call out. But King Matthew did say A, so have to take that into account a little bit. Maybe there. How about that? I think this looks more fun than it actually would be to eat. It's kind of like, it's giving me like purple colored ketchup, where it's like, that's fun, that's a cool idea. But even as a kid, I was like, that's disgusting. I would never actually eat that. Is this fruit by the foot? I assume this is following in similar as the Gushers went. Yeah, I agree. They're like very confusing, and you know, it just doesn't taste good to me. S plus for fruit by the foot. You guys love the elementary school lunchtime snack candy option, it appears. B tier, too sticky. That's true. I mean, yeah, you gotta touch it. So B and an S. Bottom of A. That seems fine. I would probably put it somewhere super low. I think touching it, you get a little bit of like, not a lot, but it's that like fruit like texture just kind of gets on your fingers a little bit. Not like a lot, but you definitely can feel like a little bit afterwards. Okay, fruit stripe gum, right? This, we were talking about zebra gum earlier. Not for me. This honestly would be like there, but what do you guys think? Some fruit stripe gum. We're approaching the gum category, it seems. Also, there are gobstoppers. Okay. A for the tongue tattoos. Oh, but it would like leave a imprint on your tongue. Is that like the fun gimmick? Taste is F. That's a great balance. For chip gum, 2 seconds flavor F. A tier. Okay, we got A's and F's. A's. That's okay. bottom of C, just below pretzels. Well, it's still, I'll put it above pretzels because it's candy. The wrapper at Timber Tattoos to use them. Oh. Trying to give kids their candy cigarettes. Fun dip again. What the hell is this? Is this like cherry fun dip? Is this like it's just a different flavor? Because fun dip, you got the blue. That's also cherry though. What is the difference here? I don't know the difference in this fun dip versus last fun dip. Any idea? I can't really read that, whatever that says. I'm assuming just different flavor. You guys are saying S tier. Somebody, the original fun dip, I'm assuming, got brought down by someone. Probably, I don't remember Gillies. He had an F in there. I'm assuming fun dip may have been there. Blue's green apple, blue raspberry. This is worse than the other. I wonder if Juicy Drop Candy's on the list. Well, we only got a few left, so I'm going to say probably not. S tier for Fun Dip? Did you guys have the original Fun Dip that high? Like, I forget how that got not in the S tier then. But, Lexi, you're thinking this one's not as good as Fun Dip original. I don't remember who dogged on this one that brought it down from this. I mean, honestly, I like Butterfingers, so I would move these two up there if people wanted. It's good, but blue is better. Okay. So then, probably at the very top of A, just behind it then. Gobstoppers. These were hit or miss. They weren't like jawbreakers, but they also weren't stellar. For me, Gobstoppers were like there. You had some flavor, then it just turned into like chalk. Do you like Gobstoppers? I don't think they really provided that much. A and B. And you say good. So we can send it up for sure. Where did I put those here? A and B and good. So B tier. I'll put them at the top of B then. That seems like a good balance. Singing them in Willy Wonka. All right, what do we got? 7 more. Bubble tape. This is probably the best of the bubble gums we've gotten. We haven't gotten like Big Lead Chew or anything like that, but it's better than this junk and probably better than Fruit Stripe. Had a fun gimmick. I'd put you like there. It is still just bubble gum at the end of the day, but it was kind of more fun. It was like super chalky if I remember. Also could go bad if you didn't eat it fast enough. See, that's where we got it. A tier. Okay, so maybe we move it up a little bit. Maybe like there, low B. Seems okay. Halloween Kit Kats. I think this was a bit after my time because these are like pumpkin flavored, right? Or something. They have like a little bit of different coating to them. I don't remember if I like these more or less than Kit Kats. They're more unique, but gross F. There's definitely like the variants that they were trying at that point in time. I probably wouldn't say F, but I'll take that into account. F tier for the Kit Kats. Okay, maybe we are going F. Kind of thinking there, like they're not bad as bad as a Krabby Patty, right? Never had them. I'm thinking here because I mean, this thing is, maybe it's just me, but it's hard for me to drop this below this abomination. Okay, Lifesavers gummies. So this isn't like the solid Lifesavers. This is chewy Lifesavers. I don't really remember these. I remember more of the regular Lifesavers. I feel like what's common as an adult is like the mint Lifesavers, which also were like insanely strong mint flavor. Gummy Lifesavers, I don't know. C, like, they're inoffensive. Chewy is A+. You almost bought them last week. That feels fitting. Okay, so we're thinking a little higher than B tier. So between B and an A. About like right there. I'd probably have them like down here, but it's nice balancing up a little bit. Okay, OG Lifesavers. These things, I feel like we're hit or miss sometimes depending on the flavor you got. Also, depending on like the quality control of the ones you got. Pretty bland, but they're not like the worst. They're kind of like the Tootsie Roll Pop of the fruit flavored things. C-. C, yeah. I think like there maybe. A tier for Lifesavers. Okay, we'll jump you up a little bit. Maybe right after Whoppers. You got them in your stockings every year. They're pretty generic, so that makes sense. Pretzel M&Ms. I feel like these are amazing. I would probably put these like up here somewhere. But outside of the OG M&Ms, all the variants I would probably put pretty high. It's also fun size. I mean, this is pretty much like the Take 5 for bite-sized candy. A+. Yeah, if I was placing these, I'd probably put them like there. It's weird, some of these I'm like, runs shouldn't be that high, but it's also like, it should be behind Skittles though. Any variation to like chocolate, I feel like is an improvement over the original though. Like Hershey's, bad. Cookies and cream, good. Something more unique for sure. You could probably roll with that as our spot there. All right, 2 left. Rolling down here. I don't know if they go together better, but I like the texture variety. Also, it's like salty and sweet, so satisfies that. What am I looking at? We got a Reese's like jack-o'-lantern white chocolate looking thing. I've certainly never had this. I can kind of guess what it would taste like. So I will say I like peanut butter and I like white chocolate. Them mixed, not as high on. It's still like good because it's two things I like, but I would prefer them probably isolated. D-. Has anyone else had these? I'll put it on the board if people have. I've never had that. Yeah, I'll probably just leave it on the never. Some of these Reese's varieties I've never jumped into, but I feel like they're probably... It's kind of like pizza. It's like you can't really go wrong. It's got to be decent either way. I don't know if I've... I mean... I guess to your point, I've had like regular Reese's white chocolate. Is that what this is? It's just like a different shape. I assumed maybe the outside was like a different, like a more harder texture. I will say a lot of times when I'm doing like white chocolate pretzels, I will sometimes do like the peanut butter filled one. So that is true. All right, Rolos. Kind of an underwhelming finish for me, in my opinion. These are pretty bad. These are like, for me, like down here with like Mr. Good. But what do you guys think? Pretty similar. Like the Holly shape ones are softer. F for Rolos. Yeah, I feel like I got into chocolate a little bit more after Rolos were a thing, so kind of also an older person thing, I think. F tier. I don't mind throwing it down there. I don't entirely disagree. Although I'm looking at this Krabby Patty again, and I'm like, it can't be worse than that. So I'm partially like thinking that maybe. I think that's roughly right. We have a pretty good spread, honestly. Similar to last time, B is kind of a big category. We could bounce stuff up. There could be like Butterfingers, Fun Dip in the top row. Pretty solid list, though. Some variety of opinions, but I mean, if I was listing my favorites, Reese's, Cookies and Cream, and Snickers, and Twix, these would all be probably S tiers for me. I would throw in Skittles and maybe like Twizzlers, but can't go wrong with those. Yeah, this definitely probably isn't more time consuming than any of the bracket stuff we did. So, but it was fun to do. It was lengthy, I will say that. But cool seeing like the varying opinions. I know it's a little early for Halloween, but I was like, you know what? It's kind of a fun thing to do ahead of time. So I haven't seen some of these, as I mentioned, though. Like, I still don't know what this is. Maybe I'll check it out at some point. These, yeah. But appreciate you guys kind of sharing your thoughts on each of these. There's more options for each choice. What do you mean? I think that went way over my head. My brain at this point is like done. But maybe we'll do more tier list stuff in the future than the brackets. That's true. I mean, that's kind of the fun thing about this as opposed to that. In the bracket, if your favorite gets knocked out, you're just like, all right, well, cool. Whereas this, you like stay present. Like in theory, if these got matched up together early on, you would think this sucked, but with this, you get to see them all actually in their like final version of things. Yeah, that's true. You can place them more widely. So I'll probably do more tier list stuff in the future. More bracket stuff too as well, but a bit of a blend with kind of sharing your guys' input. See one brain. I don't know. Do you guys want to do some guess the movie stuff? I may take a quick break if we do, but if you guys are still chilling, I don't mind running a little bit of it at least. Okay, cool. I'm glad you guys. It seemed like you guys were into the tier list stuff. I'm a little bit unsure because sometimes you can't control, as I said, what's in here, but you can make your own tier list, I guess. It's just easier to use like a pre-populated one. More tier lists. All right, I will. We'll do that. If you guys have any suggestions too, if you want to throw any out there, like either on Discord or in the chat, I'm open to like exploring stuff similar to the brackets. Like if there's an idea. Like I just kind of thought of Halloween stuff because it was kind of that time of year. All right, we'll do guess the movie. I'm going to take a quick, probably 5-minute-ish break. But we will be back and do some guess the movie before we close out for the evening. All right, I will, since we've done this at this point, we will actually send you to the break screen. All right, be back. All right. Appreciate the patience. Let's see what you guys are saying. Do a ranking of the kills on all the Scream movies on tier list. Could be a fun one. We've done some of the bracket fights for Scream stuff, but I could do a kills tier list. I don't know if one exists today, so maybe I'd have to make one, but that'd be a good kind of, to your point, build up to Scream 7. I trade also dance. Breaking just straight up horror movies would be cool. That's true. Yeah, that list was like definitely was like skewed towards like October based stuff. So horror movies in general could work. Appreciate it. All right, let's do some guess a movie. We'll see how long we do this for. Let's see. Pull kills from all the 13. It'd be interesting. I guess most movies have deaths, but sometimes like kills aren't like the big focal point. Like Event Horizon comes to mind. Like there's not really kills per se that are overly prominent in that. I mean, people die, but like the lady falling, maybe. All right, let's see. Do you guys want to do the box office game, or you just want to jump in and guess the movie? I do have both available. Let's see what year the box office game even is, if it's like a nightmare year. 1994. Together is worth watching for sure. You want to do it? All right, let's run it. I think last time we did this, I think it was Brian that jumped in. He's like, I'll just look up the answers. I was like, all right, fine, fair enough. I'm not gonna stop you by any means, but probably makes it marginally less fun. Okay. Had some good ones like Ace Ventura together. Yeah, I don't know about Perfect Date movie, but you may want to like sleep in separate rooms afterwards. I will say that. Okay, let's pull you up. Okay. We did Insane last time. I think we took like one clue. Yeah, it's got some good body horror for sure. You think Ace Ventura could be a candidate here? January of 94, so it's early 94. I can seek out more information. It seems like the big one here is 20th Century. Which honestly, we did this last time, but I've never really done this without giving any clues. You think Speed? Sure. Tis not. Mrs. Doubtfire. We definitely play this way different than Blair Fonix has been in chat before, but he plays this game sometimes, and he normally like finds all of the clues before guessing, and I feel like we're like, all right, we have one piece of information, let's go. Yep, Mrs. Doubtfire. Tagline probably would have been a giveaway. Also actor. But nailed it. Got that one for sure. We got a couple Warner Brothers. One that made a lot of money, one that made not as much money. As we learned last time, the W means the week it came out, so we're in week 4 and week 3 here. The cheapest thing to reveal, the budget and genre. The hard part is I feel like the big clues normally are tagline and actor. Genre can be helpful if it's like animation or something, but Yeah, that's true. It is helpful. But without any other context, I'm not really any closer because it could be like, I don't know, action. And I'm like, okay, well, that's only like half the movies I could have said before. Grumpy Old Men, I've never even heard of that. Is that I assume that's actually a movie? I'm down to send it on that. I have no idea what this is. You are correct. The best of enemies until something came between them. I don't know who these actors are, if I'm being honest. The faces look familiar. Names I don't recognize, though. See, like this rom-com, I would have been like, I don't know. Yeah, I was never getting this movie, so... We can try Ace Ventura. I don't... Who made Ace Ventura? Is it either Warner Brothers or Hollywood Pictures? Because that's all we really have. I've never even heard of Grumpy Old Men, so... I was never getting that. I don't know who made Ace Ventura. Could it be this one? Is that a Warner Brothers film? Also, would it come out? I mean, comedies I don't think have like a time of year, but generally January is like a dead month. At least like in modern times. We'll send out some Ace Ventura. It's not, unless it's not the first one. Maybe it's the second one. Interview with a Vampire. I mean, we have 8 misses. We can just blast through these. Is the vampire? You know, let's get some clues, I think. Ace Ventura 1 was also another early Courtney Cox movie. Let's check out the tagline. I feel like that makes it a little bit more interactive where it's not like just blind guessing. Let's see what we got. 2 Supreme Court justices have been assassinated. One lone law student has stumbled upon the truth. Investigative journalist wants her story. Everybody else wants her dead. Star Wars? No. Because that would have been before or after. I don't think any Star Wars came out in the 90s, right? I don't know when episode 1 came out. Probably around the end of the 90s, but... Schindler's List. As far as like one of these two, because I don't know what this tagline is representing. Episode 1 was 99. Yeah, I thought maybe back end of 90s at best. I think I went, speaking of Halloween, I think I dressed up as Darth Maul for Halloween that year. This doesn't ring a bell, if I'm being honest. I would probably have to see an actor to know what this is. The Pelican Brief. As I said, this year may not be good for me because Mrs. Doubtfire is the only one I never heard of this either. I mean, I know Julia Roberts and Denzel, but no idea. Never heard of this movie. I know that's Julia Roberts. That's all I can tell you. Which I knew this movie, didn't know these two. It's not very promising for these next couple. What's up, Bendy? Let's do some taglines for these last two. Hollywood Pictures. I don't know if I know that distributor. Every town has a story. Blank has a legend. So this is the name of the movie. Honestly, this made me think of The Sandlot, where it's like, heroes get remembered, legends never die. Your internet sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Tombstone? The number of asterisks there would check out. I don't know if I've ever actually watched Tombstone. I know what it is, obviously, but all right, this last one did not make a whole lot of money. This was opening weekend. Jimmy Dolan went to recruit a new player. What he found was a whole new ball game. Okay, so sports movie. Is this The Replacements? No. Jimmy Dolan went to recruit a new player. Because that came out like late 90s. 94. Tombstone and Wyatt Earp. Hardball. I think any of those Keanu films are like late 90s, aren't they? It's not a bad guess, though. Hardball, it's a super sad movie. I kind of forgot about that movie. With G Baby. Isn't that B.I.G. that's in it too? I love it when you call me Big Papa. Yeah, it's super sad. I don't know if any of those kids really went on to do other stuff, but I totally forgot about that movie, but that's another Keanu Reeves like classic. We're going to the ship. Yeah. When they're like eating pizza. There's a few sad moments in that. It's sad when the kid gets beat up when he goes home. Definitely like a sad feel good though, where it's like kind of overcoming a lot of stuff. Either way, okay. Jimmy Dolan. That name is so familiar. When did Any Given Sunday come out? That feels like that probably also was around like early 2000s. Also, I think James Dolan is the name of the GM for the Knicks, or the owner for the Knicks. The air up there? Try a League of Their Own. I feel like a League of Their Own would have made more money than this, though, right? 92. I'll try the air up there. I mean, I've never heard of that, so the amount of money would make sense. Is that Kevin Bacon? Yeah. Well done. You guys crushed it. I would have just probably gotten Mrs. Doubtfire. So I don't think I know this. It's a college basketball coach. One's a big promo. Okay. This feels like The Blind Side before its time. Which, remember when everybody actually could like The Blind Side before they found out like the true story? I'm not big into League of Their Own. I do like baseball movies and stuff, but I don't know. You knew Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, maybe not like off the rip, but with the tagline and like actor. Yeah, Cope and King Matthew, you guys definitely carried. Thanks about. Yeah, you. I've never even heard of either of these two. Honestly, I haven't heard of these two or this one. Heard of Tombstone, never seen it. I obviously know Mrs. Doubtfire. You never seen Mrs. Doubtfire? That's fair. It's not my favorite Robin Williams film, so I'm probably never gonna be like pushed to watch it. All right, let us. I don't know if I should stick with like that smaller camera for this. I've always just gone back to the big camera, but I don't know if it's actually easier. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, this is where I gotta like get over the side now. You're not taking up the whole screen too. Let me drop that down. Wait, that didn't do anything. It was a drive-by fruiting. Tombstone's your all-time favorite movie with Kurt Russell. Yeah, those are kind of like classics. They're not like my go-tos, so. Actually, I probably should be tiny screen with my freaking like head today, but I haven't seen any of them. Oh, that's fair. I mean, most of those were somewhat obscure. I mean, it was 94, so that was also kind of a factor. You gotta pay attention. All right. The end of Fast and Furious 4. That's a very deep cut. I would be impressed. I am very curious. I don't think I'm gonna like test it out, but you know how we did guess the game and the front end of it was insanely easier? I'm kind of wondering if the same applies to movies. Granted, we're only at 359 and the games were at like 1300, so there is that. The ending of Fast and Furious 4 where they rescued Dom from the prison bus. That's a very deep cut. We already did No Country for Old Men, didn't we? This is kind of giving like out in the middle of nowhere. It's a little more green too. No Clue, yeah. I mean, I'm down to send it on Fast and Furious 4. Isn't it just called... I hate the naming convention of that franchise. The first one is The Fast and Furious. The fourth one is just called Fast and Furious, I think. Which is like the dumbest thing ever. Right? Because there's The Fast and the Furious. And then 4, I think it's just called Fast and Furious. But... I don't think it's that, but I don't mind trying it. Yeah, let's send it. Okay, we have what? Probably bad guy sitting at desk. This is giving like Iron Man vibes a little bit. 57% though, pretty rough. 6.9. I assume we have villain of some kind at desk. Pretty cool office though. Other than it being like very ominous and without any windows. It's kind of making me think like Ex Machina, where it's like down and secluded. Mission Impossible. I mean, that is like one of my go-tos. I think one of the streams, Cope, you gave me grief because I'm like, James Bond, that's our starting point. So Mission Impossible also a starting point sometimes. Although I don't know any of them, so it doesn't really help me to have that as a starting point. Maybe Escape Plan. That's a little bit older for a movie, isn't it? This looks like it came out in the last 20 years. I think, isn't that a bit of an older movie? Yeah, the score is peculiar. It's not awful, but it's not like a big franchise either. 2013, The Hunt. I've never heard of that either. So we have Escape Plan and The Hunt being thrown out there. I'm down to try either of those. Rather if you feel like particularly confident. I don't think there's much context clues on the periphery of this room. This is giving me like bad guy vibes for some reason. The Hunt, you said? Not for Red October. All right. Adventure, comedy, sci-fi. What are we doing here? Looks like Jurassic World 2015. I can kind of see that actually. What's going on here? This is making me think like Real Steel for some reason. It could be Real Steel, right? I can't really see what's happening here. Comedy, don't think so. You don't think Real Steel is a comedy? I'd say there's some comedy. National Treasure, maybe because that's action comedy. Yeah, is there sci-fi? I mean, it's kind of like fake fiction. I guess there's some real or some fake fiction, fake history, I mean. Sci-fi action, Real Steel. That's what's coming up as the genre, you're saying? Yeah, maybe not. There's some pretty funny moments in it, though. I can't really tell what's going on in this room. Do you guys have any idea? I don't know if my magnifying glass is helping. I feel like we're like in a warehouse and a ton of chairs here. It's kind of making me think like iRobot, but I think we've already guessed that one before. Yeah, the sci-fi, I think that would lean towards not National Treasure. I don't know what the highlight of this room is right here. What about that? I'm trying to think like a mummy movie, but this looks too modern. Like that really bad Tom Cruise mummy. Never saw it, but it does look like a like kill table going on here. I don't know. Did you guys ever see that mummy? They were supposed to like build a franchise out of it, and I don't know if that'd be comedy though. That doesn't feel comedy. Comedy and sci-fi. Indiana Jones. You know what I'm thinking of? What about Paul? One of my guilty pleasure movies. Don't know if it's remotely right, but I don't think we have much to go off of, so I'm gonna send it. Yes. Yes, I feel so good about that guess. That was awesome. I didn't really have much to go off of. The sci-fi comedy and in this road. And this is Sigourney Weaver, right? Never seen it. I would recommend it. I think you really like it. We talked about like nostalgia for like when we saw movies. I saw this movie one of the movies I've seen like solo in the theater, and I remember going to see it and just totally digging it. Yeah, you had some good guesses, King Matthew, for sure. Yeah, Seth Rogen plays the alien. We have Bill Hader. We have what's his face, who's in like Superbad, and I Love You Man. Speaking of my voice, he's the guy that's like, everybody keep it up. When he's like lifting with him and I Love You Man. But it's kind of that group of people. I have watched Barry. I don't know where we stopped. I think I got to partway through season 2. For some reason, we didn't like continue it. Men in Black 3. That'd be a decent one. Yeah, honestly, I think this movie's hilarious. It sounds like you probably understand, but from the premise, you have Simon Pegg. So it's like the Shaun of the Dead guy, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost or whatever, and they are visiting the United States, and they go to like Comic-Con, and then they're going to, I guess Roswell, New Mexico, and they stumble upon Paul, Seth Rogen as an alien, and they kind of try to help him. It's almost like an ET, but it's like a raunchy version of that. And you have like the detectives that are like hunting him. There's also like Jason Bateman in this, I believe. So there's a lot of like unexpected, pretty recognizable faces. Yeah, I think that was one we were like enjoying. I was just having a good time with it, but we just kind of stopped. Yeah, they're awesome in this. I would not, this is definitely the category of like not good movie, but one of my favorites. I think it's actually, I thought I saw the other day it was like leaving Netflix. So I don't know if it's still on there, but it's a fun, like, I don't know how I can describe this, almost like a stoner humor as well. So I would recommend it for a good time. I never watched Ozark, but yeah, I know a lot of people do really like him in that. I liked him in The Outsider, that Stephen King series. But nice, we got that one. Okay, this looks animated. Are we in a zoo here? Is this Madagascar maybe? Yeah, it did seem more of that serious drama tone. Yeah, I don't know if I remember them being in zoos, perhaps, but also there's like a ton of them. No, it no longer looks animated. How do we have the same guess? I mean, I think thinking of animated plus like zoo creatures. This is apparently not animated though, right? Because this is not. This looks live action. This is giving sci-fi. We got like a workshop, so we got like the crew of characters. This is almost giving like, it's not this, but Gone 60 Seconds or Italian Job, where we got like the good guy squad meeting up at this like isolated garage almost. Madagascar 2. This doesn't look animated anymore though, does it? Maybe it is, but this looks more live action. It looks like a portal. It does kind of look like a portal. I think it's just an open warehouse with like a truck outside of it. So it's just like the sunlight, I'm pretty sure, coming through. John Wick. This looks animated to you? We can try Madagascar too. I've seen the first one, but that's about it. Which one were they in a sketchy, like auto shop almost looking place? All right, I'll send it. Jeez, Madagascar Escape to Africa. Which one is 2? Oh my word. Okay. Took place in Africa. It is called Escape to Africa. We have Europe's Most Wanted. I don't. This doesn't look. I mean, the score is pretty good, so it would maybe fall under the animated category. You know what this could be? What about Zootopia? Would that be? They also had the second one. I don't think that's even out yet. This could be like the criminals. I don't know if they're at the zoo in that movie, but Escape to Africa is too. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe Zootopia would have been a little higher scoring. We'll try this, and if we're wrong, we'll go down the Madagascar route, I think. Okay, we are animated again. Adventure, animation, comedy, family. Score doesn't match. Yeah, I thought maybe it would have been higher. We'll try another Madagascar. This definitely is animated. You were right. So, Escape to Africa, sure. Who are you? Are you a prominent character at all? I think we've already done Big Hero 6, if I recall. This does kind of look like it, though. If I'm... The score feels like it would be also higher, though. I think you may be right, but I thought we did Big Hero 6. We may have guessed it, and it wasn't actually one of them, but... I don't hate that pick. Problem is, if we keep putting off these Madagascar sequels, we're gonna be in trouble. We did do Big Hero 6. Okay, we'll send it on Madagascar. We've been dogging that one for a minute. No, 2016. Are you sure we did Big Hero 6? This kind of gives me Big Hero 6. That was about when that came out, right? No. It came out before that, I think, because Big Hero 6 was in Kingdom Hearts 3, which came out, what, in like 2017, maybe? And I think Big Hero 6 has been out for a while. 2014? Yeah, I thought it had been prior to that. What are we doing here? We're working at like SeaWorld. Is there an animated film where like there's an employee working at like a SeaWorld type of place? Like this looks like the same character. I'm thinking of that like really bad Kevin James Zookeeper movie, but if I was animated. Yeah, this even says C. Finding Dory. I like that. Yeah. Okay, Matthew, coming off the top rope. It's definitely Finding Dory. Good call. Yep. It makes sense now. I mean, this would have been the giveaway with Ellen. I don't remember these characters. Are these like the seagulls for the sequel? There's Dory. Baby Dory with their parents. Yeah, good call on that one. I wouldn't have thought of it right away, but as soon as you said it, I was like, yes, for sure. That makes sense. All right, what else we got? Is this Dune? I don't know. Last time there was a desert and I shot down the idea, it was like Star Wars, I think. Dune 2. I'm gonna wait for Cope's response. I think she would know. Hey, we got an E. That doesn't sound very confident. What are we doing down here? Are these just rocks, or I was trying to see if there's like cars down here or something, like meeting out in the middle of nowhere, like Hangover style or something. Very much a prominent rock structure here. All right, Bendy feels as confident as possible. 100%. I mean, how can I deny 100% that is a slam dunk? Yeah, King Matthew, you put two and two together well on that one. I don't know. I mean, we probably need more information. This is definitely giving sci-fi a bit. Send it. Okay, we gotta bring it down to like a 99% maybe. 84%, 83 or 8.3. Huge score. I was kind of thinking Arrival from this first picture, but I don't know if what we're doing here. Sand equals Dune, totally. Picture in Egypt. Is this the awful Mummy movie? Tenet. I like that pick. I'm trying to remember a scene out in the desert though. But the score checks out. I was looking at the rocks. Hey, how's it going, Lone Wolf? Appreciate you hopping and hanging out. We've had a pretty lengthy stream today, but we are now playing Guess the Movie. Which I don't know if you've been here when we played it before, but appreciate you stopping in. So pretty much the point is we're showing pictures, we get some more information, and we're trying to guess what this is. So we started with this picture, which we were told 100% this was Dune 2, and then we quickly found out it was not Dune 2. So now we know it's an 84%, so pretty highly regarded movie. Is this on an airplane? This is on a plane, right? What are we looking at here? Could this be like a Top Gun Maverick or something? No, this is like an airline jet. This is not like a fighter pilot. Gods of Egypt, maybe. Don't know that one. That score, if I haven't heard of that movie, feels like a high score for that. The rocks in Dune are darker. I would not know. You just finished Peacemaker? How was that? I've heard pretty good things. People are digging it. Cena's a surprisingly pretty good actor. You're all out of ideas. It's fair. It's fair. Definitely airplane, yeah. Tomb Raider 2018. The problem is that the 8.4 or the 8.3 and the 84%, this is like a really good movie, and I don't know if any of those qualify, unfortunately. You love Dune Part 1 and Part 2. I think we've maybe had one of the Tomb Raiders. The score, I don't think any Tomb Raider's touching an 84% though. Also, who are you? Are you bad guy? You're giving like that Sigourney Weaver from Paul appearance here. We've also had like War Dogs before, but this is making me think of that. Like we're traveling out to this desert on the plane. It's not this, but this guy's kind of giving me like Air Force One vibes. Like the Russian dude. Actually, could it be that? I don't remember a sand part in that movie, but Mr. and Mrs. Smith. This could be like a Brad Pitt arm. This looks like a massive plane. That's why I was thinking maybe like an Air Force One. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Smith probably wouldn't be that high. Season 2 has been good so far. Just got a massive plot twist. Nice. I didn't watch the first season, so would be quite behind, but I like this character in Suicide Squad. Also, this looks like too futuristic for Air Force One. Like, we're looking at some monitor here. Probably just need more information. Is there anybody else on this plane? That's kind of the weird part too. Like, we have solo individual here. Because I was thinking something like Red Eye or something, which would not be this high score either. Mission Impossible 2. I don't mind trying one of those. Oh, he killed your cap flag. Is that a... I feel like your person's this Mulchin, right? And he's Polka Dot Man. Is that not that same person? James Gunn directing, it helps. That's for sure. Kind of funnily enough, I've mentioned before on stream that outside of stuff I review, like my guilty pleasure stuff I watch, one of them has been Big Brother. They actually had James Gunn on this past week as like a guest person to talk about the show. But let's send on some Mission Impossible. He was in both Suicide Squad films. I don't remember who that was. There's not a whole lot of people that were in both. Mission flag. Mission Impossible 2. That still feels like a high score, and I don't know. This looks a little bit too modern. Is 3 the one where he fights Henry Cavill? It could be like his arm, maybe. We'll send it. We need more information, I think. Sci-fi mystery adventure. I did say Arrival from the get-go. Is there any chance this is Arrival? I don't know what we're doing here. Fits that category, fits the score. This could be Jeremy Renner. All right, I'm gonna try it. I don't know if we've guessed this before, but no. Okay, I suck. 68. Wow, I was way off base. Special effects are pretty solid for 68. What is this, like Con Air or something? 68? I don't know many movies from back then. What are we doing here? We got 2001 Space Odyssey. Or are they dressed up like that in Breaking, like they're in Breaking Bad? I don't. Fair question. Yeah, they're going to the lab. This does look very space, so let's do it. Crushed it. Am I an Eminence fan? I like some of their stuff. I think I remember when I did. Yeah, you nailed that one, Cope. Score makes sense, I guess. I don't know if I've actually ever seen this like in its completion. I believe when I did my top 30 movie or top 30 songs from the first half of this year video, I think Imminence was number 30, if I recall. I like some of their songs for sure. It's very like anthem sounding. The original Planet of the Apes would be a good guess too. That name doesn't ring a bell. Is that you? Another. We've had a lot of Stanley Kubrick directed stuff lately. The Black was your number 2 of the year. I'm trying to remember the song that I had at number 30. I don't think it was that. It was the one where in the music video they're like out in like it almost looks like the Antarctic and they're like playing the violin. God-fearing man. That was it. Yep. Yeah, Cope, you crushed this one. I don't know if I would have ever gotten it. I know the movie, but pictures would not have helped me. I probably would have started guessing space stuff at this point. But yeah, I like their stuff. I don't know a lot of their stuff, if I'm being honest, but what I've heard, I do enjoy. What the hell is this? Got a train. I'm immediately like Polar Express. This looks like a Studio Ghibli film, though, which I assume this audience is not trained on. Speaking of train. Yeah, I have said this before. I like kind of unique instruments in that kind of music, like saxophones, and violin is another example. This is telling me Studio Ghibli, and we've already guessed Spirited Away before. And we've already guessed, whatchamacallit, Howl's Moving Castle or whatever. Maybe it's not Studio Ghibli, but the art style is telling me it is. Which, we're in trouble if it is, because I don't know all the names. I've only really watched a couple of them. So hopefully it's not that, but it does look very much that. I wish I could just type in like the creator and like get options given so I can at least like pick stuff. Problem is I'm also drawing a blank on the movie titles of the ones I haven't seen. I don't think they ever added this, right? Yeah, this doesn't. I don't think this is not Spirited Away. I already know because we've guessed that correctly before, but I think it's the same studio. Maybe it's not, but it's making me think that same studio. It's too cloudy for Polar Express. Yeah. It's raining too. I'm just now noticing. What's up, Eli? Yeah, it's been a long stream. We've kind of had a lot of long streams lately, but doing some guess the movie now, and I'm a little worried about this one because I think this is a Studio Ghibli movie. Maybe not, but if it is, naming it's gonna be hard. How to Train Your Dragon? I don't mind trying that because I can't think of any of the titles of the ones I know. Although they don't have, I mean, it trains in the title, but they don't have trains in that movie, right? Because that's like medieval. Yeah, we started at 5 Central. So yeah, that's true. Probably not setting a record today, but pretty lengthy. This is, I feel confident it's probably that studio, but the movie titles I kind of forgot. Thank you, Eli. I appreciate that. It's always awesome having you in chat, and always great to see you in some of our cross friends chats too. Album of the year so far. I've talked about this before. I know I did top albums on a recent live, but I'm not the best at like knowing album titles and stuff like that. I don't know. I'd have to think about that probably a little bit as far as like what's come out this year. I think it's the same people that made Spirited Away, Eli. I know it's not because we have guessed that movie before, but I believe it's the same company. I'm just blanking on the other names that they have. What are some of the other movies that company has made? Prisoner of Azkaban. This looks animated though, doesn't it? Like I'm getting animated vibes, especially with like this rain. This looks like animation style. You know what this could be? Is this a flyer pick? Okay, it is Studio Ghibli. This looks very much like that, I feel like. I was gonna like love it if it wasn't because there was a train, and I was like, all right, it's animated. 85%, 7.8. It's almost guaranteed to be that company. I told myself last time we got one of their movies, I would look up all the titles and have them in like my Rolodex, but I did not. You may know this, Bendy. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but if you know any of that, like the Spirited Away catalog, that's where this would come in handy. Dare you to move for the train. I've never heard of that. I don't think that's one of their things, but it does not appear to be in here, which means it's not going to be the choice. Yeah, I know it's going to be one of those movies. I just don't know the names of all of them, and I wanted to watch them all a few years ago, but I just haven't gone through them. It's just called Dare to Move. I don't think I saw. Let me see. Yeah, it's not popping up for that either. So sometimes if it's not in here, it means it's obviously not going to be. It could be a real movie, obviously, but it's not one that they've submitted on here. I'm down for that. That sounds like one of their movies. Eli coming in clutch. It was one of, yeah, this is definitely the art style. 89. It's been out for a while. Wow. Kirsten Dunst is in this? Yeah. Miyazaki. Kiki's Delivery Service. I was not familiar with this one, so you crushed that one, Eli. I could describe as much as I could, but then after that, I was going to be in trouble. Have you seen this one? Is it worth checking out? I mean, I think all of them have pretty high scores, but pretty impressive scoring. I assume this is Kiki, potentially. Is this where Harry Potter got the inspiration? This feels like... You did mention Harry Potter earlier, King Matthew. We have a Harry Potter cameo here. It's good. I imagine all of their probably movies I would enjoy, but that is Kiki. Okay. At some point, I'll probably go through the rest of their catalog. All right, what we got next? Ooh, Destruction. This is giving like... I think we've guessed San Andreas before. Like, this looks actually more like The Day After Tomorrow, actually. Because it's like flooding. Maybe The Day After Tomorrow? The smoke is a little bit unsure, though. 2012, you guys both came in hot with that one, so I'm going to take... Crushed it. Another, I haven't seen it, but that's another like natural disaster, right? Pretty rough score. This looks like a Godzilla movie or something. 2009. John Cusack. There he is. I probably wouldn't have guessed this. So you guys, I mean, first picture nailed it. Yeah, I could see the smoke being similar to like Pearl Harbor. This looks like it's like flooding though. Like end of the world type of stuff. All right, back to back, Eli. I mean, Lone Wolf, you crushed that one too. What do we got here? 1-800-4 houses, fine homes and estates. Sold. Okay, pretty generic sign out front. Can't tell where that plate's from. Kind of hard to tell. Just pulling out the driveway. Not much to go off of. Pretty narrow road too. Also, it's sold, so we're like moving at this point. So what movie has a family moving? This is like when we had Toy Story a few streams ago and that sign gave it away. Hey, what's up, Ghost? Appreciate you hopping in. Got the whole Cope squad today. Joyride 2001. Not a bad guess. Do they move in that? It is quite vague, I will agree. I think the only context is we have somebody who sold their house and probably leaving. Like, I can only think of like animated stuff right now, but I'm thinking of like Inside Out, or as I said, Toy Story. Would this be like, I don't know if this is like a haunted thing. Like, I think we did Sinister before, but it's like that maybe, or like an Amityville horror or something where we're like moving somewhere else. This could be just like a drama, though. This may not be remotely horror based. Yeah, your squad is rolling deep today. Appreciate you guys. This is tough. The Shining. We have had a lot of Kubrick. Sure. Also, there's like a, I don't know who took this shot, but like clearly in the shot right here. True. Maybe they're just leaving. Is there a different Shining? Is there multiple Shining movies? Am I like off base here? There's a made-for-TV one. I wonder if that would be included here. It is not. Wow. So this is typically a 30% to a 7.6 means either horror or comedy. This is giving maybe more horror. Although, like maybe like Longest Yard type of thing. We have like guards up here. There's 2 Shining movies. I did not even know that. Would this be like The Longest Yard? 30% is pretty rough. I don't know if it would have scored that bad. Nah, not with a 30%. Shawshank would actually. Shawshank, I do know we have guessed because I got that one on the first picture. It was like the scene of inside the jail cell outside of like Andy Dufresne's cell, seeing like the staircase and stuff. I was thinking maybe like a Halloween 2018. The 30% is pretty. I feel like they've gotten more generous with modern horror, so that's pretty low. Although there is a 7.6, so Butterfly Effect? I don't hate that guess. You know what? There is. Yeah, let's send it. I like that guess. Crushed it. That was good. You just came in clutch on that one, Ghost. Kind of funny. I mentioned this the other day, but Kevin Durand is surprisingly in this movie as Ashton Kutcher's cellmate. Science fiction thriller. Is this Amy Smart walking home at night? I should watch this movie again soon. It's pretty sad though. It's going in to get an MRI apparently here. Okay. This is when he's in the jail. And this is one of the endings. Why does this guy look familiar? Is this like one of the guys from the Mighty Ducks? Yeah, I don't know. I think I probably prefer the ending where he just does it. Like the one where he goes back when he's, I mean, I won't spoil it, I guess, but there's one of the endings that's like very sad. Yeah, this was definitely, I mean, when was this? 2006 or something? 2004? Remember the Titans that's calling to us? Yeah, you got Ethan Suplee in it. The prison thought of the massive wall surrounding prison was memorable. Yeah, you picked up on this picture for sure. And then when you said, like, I remember him reliving one of his memories here. He's in Daredevil. Who is? Lords of Dogtown. I haven't watched that movie in a while. It's a solid. Oh, the guy at the end you're saying? This dude? Yeah. Lords of Dogtown's a fun movie. Your father has like 1,500 movies all in boxes from the 70s, 2014. I mean, that was the golden era of like buying stuff. People still do a little bit today, but not as much. All right. You guys are crushing it today. Okay. We guessed Zootopia earlier. Is this actually Zootopia? Animated film. Heath Ledger skater movie. Is what's his name? Emil Kirsch in that or whatever? Yeah, I agree. This does look like Zootopia. Yeah, this is like a Hollywood type of environment. Angry Birds? I never saw Angry Birds. He shaves his head in the film. I probably don't know enough stuff he's in, but I feel like he's an underrated actor. Actually saying that, he's in Into the Wild, he's in Lone Survivor. Ooh. We were mistaken. 49%. Not a well received. Why does this scene look familiar? Oh, you know what this is? I think I know what this is. I think this is what the answer is. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe the bunnies pursue with the fox. Yeah, Into the Wild, that's a solid movie. Girl Next Door mentioned the movie because Timothy the Elephant. The blue thing kind of looks like Sonic up there. I think it's just like a light. Let's try it. I was wrong again. The score, like disparity being low, like normally animated isn't reviewed so poorly. Okay, this is my nightmare. This is beach overpopulation. We've swung and missed a couple times here, being very close. This kind of looks like Greece or something. Despicable Me 3. Huh. Sure. You guys both said it. I'm down to... I think I've seen that one, right? Okay, you guys crushed it. Time to Find Waldo. Yeah, this very much looks like a old like I Spy type of thing. 2017. I think here's where we would have figured things out with Steve Carell and all the squad here. Okay, yeah, we got them all here again. Nice job. Yeah, I think I Spy Cope is the one you're thinking of with the objects. Yeah, Eli, you and Lone Wolf are like in sync on timing. I should buy an old Waldo book solely for nostalgia purposes. Probably pretty cheap. Ooh. Old school looking clock tower. Yeah, I definitely associate those with like school. for sure. Those and like those, what, like Zoo or like National Geographic Junior or whatever those were called. What can we derive from this? Clock Tower. Willy Wonka. You guys both said that. I can't not send it on that after you do that. I mean, two people saying it once feels like it's got to be right. Yeah, the color palette looks very much like that. I'm waiting to get a picture of the meme. Family fantasy comedy. 71. Okay, we don't get the meme, but we get kind of some variation. Not a big Willy Wonka fan. I would have probably maybe around here. Throwing out that guess. Great movie, The Tunnel, classic. Oh, we are going heavy animated. You know what this is? This is Wreck-It Ralph. I'm worried about it being the second one, but I feel like it's probably the first one. Wreck-It, yeah, we were on it for sure. This is 100% like the transfer station. Your wife loves the 05 version of Willy Wonka. Chalamet. I'm not a big Willy Wonka fan, so I haven't really jumped into too many of those, but I'm sure they're a fun time. Let's hope this is the first one. Nice. Only really watched the 05 version, especially as a kid. I watched the 71 version though. It has singing. I'm not like, I mean, is it like prominent in the movie? Then I may agree. All right, we're at a wedding here. Here's in the arcade. Here's in what's her name's Candyland. There's Wreck-It Ralph himself. And what, Sarah Silverman, right? And this is blank on her name. The girl from Role Models who does like the hot dog thing. This is Fix It Felix Wedding. Yeah, the second one. That's him up there. He's like small. I don't really see him up there, but you grew up on the Gene Wilder version. It does feel like the classic is probably the go-to to start with, at least. That's good songs. It's fair. Yeah, I'm definitely, I think Cope and I are similar too, in that mid-30s range. Penelope is the one in the car. Yes, yeah. Here. $33. All right, I'm a little older than you then. Tim Burton films aren't always that good. That's fair. Where Farquaad has his wedding in Shrek with Fiona. I could see some similarities. Where like the dragon comes in, I think. Then there's me, born in 2006. I mean, you're crushing a lot of these. Like Butterfly Effect would be kind of a deep cut being that age. Ooh, okay. Is this muddy? This looks like somewhere coastal. Can't tell if it's raining. It definitely looks like not the best weather. Does the sign tell us anything here? No, just super blurry. That plate. The either looks like kind of like how New York has, I think some of theirs are yellow, or we're in Europe. Looks like you're driving on the right side though, so it seems like we're probably in America. The Goonies, The Impossible. Oh, the baby like me though. I've never heard of The Impossible. The Goonies, maybe? I mean, it looks like a bit of an older movie. I'm trying to determine if this building has any significance at all. Gangs of New York. I did say this looked like a New York plate. So I don't know if you were building off of that or if you had some other clues, but let's try that. Not Gangs of New York? Okay, well. Apparently you've been vetoed. All right, sounds good, King Matthew. Thanks for hanging out. I know you've been here for a vast majority of stuff, so appreciate you hanging out as always. Great having you chatting in like the Discord too, so anybody who's interested in joining that, you're welcome to, but keep it the Goonies. Okay. You doubled down, so let's try it. I don't like the Goonies, so maybe it's that. Okay, fair enough. That was impressive, I gotta say. It's been a long time since I watched the Goonies, but super impressive. You hate being... Yeah, having a birthday with the holiday probably makes it a little bit less fun because people are celebrating the holiday. It's probably better than like Christmas though, because I feel like as a kid you'd be like feeling like you only got to celebrate one of those. Born close to Valentine's Day. I mean, I guess the positive is summer birthdays are kind of fun, so there's that. Yeah, I don't know how you got the Goonies from this. I'm severely impressed. Sister Christmas Eve. Yeah, that's probably a tough one. Also, you're on 4th of July and she's Christmas Eve. That's pretty wild. I don't know if I would have gotten it still. I mean, Adventure Comedy Family, we got the bikes, so maybe here. Okay, we are on the toilet. Sean Astin probably would have been helpful. That plus the 1985. And you have the whole squad here. Nice. Well done. First picture, that was insane, I will say. I feel like I'm playing like a Telltale game. What is happening here? Bob Hope. Anita something. You go to your father's house most Saturdays, usually watch movies. Nice. It's kind of a fun bonding experience. Yeah, I understand. Sometimes life takes over. Oldest of 6, that's big family. I mean, we don't know who's in it yet, but I don't know the context of these names being here. Why do we have a scope? So somebody is like getting sniped here. I don't. The like art style is making me think like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or something. From Russia with Love. I'm down for that. I don't think I've seen that, but okay, you guys are crushing it. We've probably had the most first picture dubs in quite a while. Okay, well, it looks like a bit of an older movie, pretty highly rated. Okay, just looking at some buildings. I'm not getting much context from this movie as far as the plot. Sean Connery, okay. It's giving kind of Bond, maybe. Except a lot more boring. Are we playing chess? Okay. Well, probably not one I'll add to my list, although the score is pretty high. Impressive you got this in the first. Is this somebody like... I'm not sure I get the context of this part. Like, why do we have a red scope here? What are we pointing at? Oh, it is a James Bond? That's a sniper scene? So I should have started with James Bond is what you're telling me. Listening to a Russian song about someone being constipated. That was solid. You were guessing? Fair. Ooh, okay. I don't know how to perceive this building. It's kind of giving me like the iRobot building, but not. Got some water nearby too, so probably somewhere coastal. I guess it could be a lake. Honestly, I was about to say some Marvel movie if this was like a headquarters. Captain America, Winter Soldier. X-Men Days of Future Past. Yeah, this is like major headquarters. You sent in a Winter Soldier first. You guys are insane today. Don't know if this would have helped me, but it's been a while since I've seen that movie. Okay, we're driving next to the cops. This probably would have been where I first actually got a little bit closer. Yeah, okay, then here. Yeah, you guys are crushing it for sure with these first picks. Okay, if you get this, I'm going to be severely impressed. This is what, like Jaws 2 or some? I don't know what is happening. We have a bunch of boats out in what appears to be some kind of bay. Like, this looks like very ocean. Scarface? Don't hate that guess. Could be like down in Miami. Okay, you guys are ready? Some Tony Montana. Dang. You guys are on top of this. Scarface is 65%. I feel like people, I mean, the 8-3 is kind of what more I expected. The Godfather the other day had 100%. $83. Okay. I mean, Pacino for sure. Okay, he's just murdering this dude. Brian De Palma. That, what is that like? I think that's like 5 in a row, like in the first one almost. Yeah, a lot of those old mobster movies, I feel like if you didn't like watch them previously, it's a little bit harder to like pick up the pace to them. I mean, this is giving Shining. Halloween 2. You said mental hospital vibes, that fits Halloween 2. Full Metal Jacket. All right, we got 2 on that one. Feels like let's send it. 3 on that one. You guys are wild. I think, what was it? Blair Fonks came in chat the other day. He was like, we should do a trivia night. This feels like you guys would clean up at movies. Okay, he is the director. I did say Shining. I mean, thematically, we were close. You hated that movie? I think I've not seen the entirety of this, so maybe at some point I will. Okay, apparently we did this one previously. Where do we stop? Oh, we had the gap, and then we're running out of movies to guess in this. Yeah, I think I used to like military movies more than I do today. Like Saving Private Ryan was a classic, but I've kind of waned on them. Are we getting another Azkaban reference here? I fully trust you on saying Harry Potter 3. I do not mess with you in Harry Potter. If you say it, I will run towards it. Pretty high score. Dang. Can barely even see what's going on here. This is when he's like with the his family, right? The Muggles, before he gets bailed out through the window. Is that in this one? I think I'm thinking of the fourth one where the Weasleys, I don't know, come and grab him. They're going down to Hagrid's, right? That's where he's at there. Jeez, he looks so young. I don't know if this is like the most helpful final picture. I mean, I guess technically you have a lot of cast members if you look. Because it's amazing. That's when the movie starts. Yeah, I thought this was like the opening. I fully believe you. That's why I didn't even like wait for anyone else to comment. I'm like, all right, if you said Harry Potter, it's Harry Potter. Ooh, I like the art style with this one. What is going on? I wanted to say this looked like prehistoric, but then there's like a wheel and we got some people out on this boat. Flow? Is that the cat movie? Two Little Mermaids. Hard not to send on that. Is there like a purple sky in that? Okay, it sounds guys are just nuts. Under the Sea. A lot of singing in this one too, which pretty standard with all the Disney stuff. What did it get? 88% 7.4. I do like the art style, I will say. They remade this in a live action, didn't they? I know they were going to. I think it already happened, though. I don't overly love the live action stuff. Yeah, the art style is very good, I will say. A lot of colors. Great soundtrack. They did, yeah. I thought it came out already. I agree. I think it did get quite destroyed. It's great. Hey. That's witty. Maybe. It's thinking. Hello? Pardon me briefly, I was like, oh, is internet? But I think we're still good. There we go. Refresh. Okay. It's entertainment to give you movies. I haven't seen a single Disney live action, so I can't like critique them, but it just feels unnecessary. I guess if you're trying to introduce it to a new audience, but I feel like most people that go see that are like kids that grew up with it who are now bringing their kids. We have sculpture of man holding his breasts with umbrella. This looks Doctor Who. The live is bad, but don't go based on stupid critics. Fair. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I already like a lot of the animated ones, so it's like, why do it again? Some of them I feel like aren't even that old. Like, aren't they doing How to Train Your Dragon? And that movie's not even that old. Hey, thank you, Eli. Thanks for hopping in a couple times. And I'm pretty sure we're like perfect on your guesses here. So amazing job there too. Have a great weekend if I don't talk to you. Is this gonna be your first blank on the first image for a while? Is it raining? Or are we like in a cave where it's like sparkly? I think it's it's like a night sky almost looking airplane. That's fair. I feel like I don't know. I like the the animated like Aladdin, so I feel like it'd be kind of, I would be critical of the new one. It wasn't like Mulan supposedly really bad. I should have never doubted you guys. Very identical score. I don't think we've really ever seen that. Normally there's always some difference. Just comedy. I guess that's probably fair. Nice. That girl boss turned oblivion in Mulan. I like the original. It's probably one of the better Disney movies. That's kind of cool cope. It's fitting for the character jumping on like rooftops. Doing the dying light maneuvering. Yeah, I dug the original Mulan. It's Eddie Murphy too, so great blend. Ooh, what are we doing here? This immediately makes me think of like Signs, but it's too green. What's that other movie? I haven't seen it, but like the cover is like, I think it's also like Joaquin Phoenix in a field. Is that Beau is Afraid or whatever that movie was called? This could be like Field of Dreams also. Interstellar. Okay, you guys are sending it on that. That's... You love the live action Aladdin? Some of them I may have to check out at some point. I did recently get Disney Plus, so... I mean, I had the sci-fi. Honestly, this looks like the house from Signs, pretty much. Is that Michael Caine? Or Michael Caine? I heard he's coming back for some movie. McConaughey here. 2014. Yeah, this is him and Damon, right? When he like goes rogue on him. This is where they go to that planet, the water one, I think. Pretty strong cast here. You don't like the twist in Signs? I guess that's fair, like what defeats the aliens. That movie with evil cornfields. I don't know if we've gotten the Martian before. Oh, the cold planet. This is when they go. Oh, yeah, you're right. Right. This is when they find Damon, right? Wait. Yeah, he's old. That's right. I was like, they lose somebody, don't they? I thought it was him that they lost, but I don't know. I was a bit hit or miss on like the whole storyline and like him and his daughter. But it was interesting, at least, I will say. All right, if you guys get this and I can't even see the picture, I will be impressed. There is a staircase. That's as far as I can tell you. It's one of your all-time favorites. I think a lot of people probably think the same way. Yeah, if you guys can even see this picture, I'll be impressed. I don't remember the style. Valid question. Maybe I'll copy this real quick. I may take a quick 30-second step away. So I'll let you guys try to get this on the first picture. All right. Turn the music back on. I just said there's a bathroom outside here. I don't know if you guys have like silverfish where you live, but I feel like our bathrooms like get them all the time. I literally walked in and one just like fell down from nowhere onto the bathroom counter, and then it jumped off like the counter and I don't know where it went, but all right, what are you guys saying here? Minecraft silverfish? No, like the maybe they're similar. I'm not a big Minecraft person, but maybe the like little bug looking thing that like disintegrate as soon as you touch them. Yeah, they're not as like bad as like other bugs, but silverfish are real. They're pretty much like dust if you like touch them with anything. But what do you guys thinking this is at this point? Tangled, Rapunzel, Labyrinth. They're probably only in certain parts of the country, I would guess. Maybe more like humid areas, because I always see them just like at the bathroom. I think they go to closets a lot too, but I don't hate the Tangled guess. Does this look animated though? Labyrinth? What, like Pan's Labyrinth? Yeah, I would probably assume colder temperatures. I'm just guessing, but they feel like more of a humid bug. Does not look animated. Live action Aladdin. I don't know. Labyrinth, like David Bowie. Is there like a David Bowie documentary movie? One of us is right. You think so? What, not knowing Labyrinth? David Bowie's also an actor. Okay, fair. Let's go gambling. Two of you said Rapunzel and Tangled, so let's try it. Apparently it is animated. This looked like the scene, yeah, like up the staircase. Inside the tower. Oh my lord. Fantasy movie from 86, Jim Henson and the Muppet Guy. He did The Dark Crystal too. I'll have to check that one out. Everything. Yeah, this is the guy that she's with. I didn't see this when it came out, but I saw it years later, and it was decent. Mandy Moore. There's Rapunzel. You guys nailed it. I mean, when you said it, I agreed. This looked like kind of that top where she would put her hair down or whatever. But solid pick. Okay, somebody just had their entire like civilization burned here. Yeah, dude walking away with no shirt on. Probably the least of their problems at this point. Is that a person? I can't really... those are animals. I know we did this last time, but this is like giving me the witch vibes. Probably not the Northman. Your wife loves Tangled. It's a fun one. It's hard to not appreciate it. Not the witch. Labyrinth, Dark Crystal classic. Surprised you haven't heard of them. I've heard of the Dark Crystal. I've not heard of Labyrinth. Is it burning or low campfires? They have to keep the building warm. That's a good question. It's weird they don't have like... I mean, I guess if they were keeping it warm, that's why they wouldn't have roofs. But it feels like... Why have... I don't know. Why have this together if you're going to have gaps in it anyway? Like, why build a roof with holes in it? I don't know. Trying to think of where this could be at or what era. Like, are we in like Central America? In Africa? Looks probably too green for some of Africa, so maybe more Central America. Lone Ranger? Yeah, I mean, you're thinking these like Native Americans, maybe? He's great in The Prestige. I haven't seen The Prestige in a while. I should probably give that one a rewatch too. Let's say Lone Ranger, sure. Our first miss in a while. Although 44%, it's probably was going to be happening. These dark color palettes don't help me a whole lot. I will say that. %, also not a good score, so... Is this, This is the capital. Tarzan? What, like the Brendan Fraser one? He's in that, right? He's the one that... Legend of Tarzan? I mean, you both just dropped Tarzan. I think I'm thinking George of the Jungle when I said Brendan Fraser, but similar. Nice. Fantasy action adventure. The Legend of Tarzan. 2016. I don't know if I saw this one. Alexander Skarsgård's in it. This is not giving me... I mean, I guess this is Tarzan here, but what kind of like modernized Thor-esque Tarzan is this? Also, what are we fighting over here? This, I mean, fantasy makes sense. This feels like sci-fi. Or I guess fantasy would make sense. Like, these feel like some Game of Thrones villains all over the place. He's in the Northman? Yeah, the same impression there then. Stormtroopers, of course. You remember the trailer? I mean, sometimes that's the plus with this game instead of some other movie games, is that if you haven't seen it, if you get some kind of context clue, you can kind of pick up on it. Okay, you guys both saw the trailer. Is this Pineapple Express? No, right? I feel like this is them in their abandoned car, but the background feels... I don't know. It looks a little older too. But it's making me think of when they drive out to the wilderness and just like smash their phones. Looks like it. I can't tell if this looks like an older camera though. Like the Evil Dead 91. That I mean, it does look a little bit more dated. I don't think it was 81. 91 sounds more right. Hey, yeah, we are. Is that, you mentioned birthday being close to Valentine's. We talked a little bit about Evil Dead earlier. 81, you were right. I was wrong. You called it Ghost. I guess it makes sense because some of the cast that I did see were a little bit older. Bruce Campbell's been rocking for a while, though. And I guess his boy Sam Raimi. You'll have to rewatch the first couple soon. Today's your B-Day? Awesome. And lucky we got a first pick on that one. Same as Kurt Cobain. Ooh. This is giving like a Mission Impossible, Jason Bourne. It is Mission Impossible vibes. Some kind of like global threat that we were facing. Trying to tell what city this is. Is this like in Rome? Opening of A-Team. Man on Fire. Is that the one with Denzel? Ghost Protocol. I didn't know. I thought Man on Fire took place in the US. This looks like it is in Europe. It is Denzel. A-Team is a great movie. I mostly liked it. I haven't watched it. I think I only watched it one time, but it was funny. It's kind of what I imagine like the Expendables is, probably. Who feels overly confident in the one of 3 guesses that were thrown out? They're all kind of thematically similar. I guess Man on Fire is a little bit different, but... Armageddon. It could be. Honestly, if anybody was like, this is what it is, I'd be like, yeah, you're right. That is what it is. Is right. You can try it, maybe. Yeah, let's send it. Ooh. 47%, 7-4. Okay, this looks like not the greatest scene. Like, this looks like very much like an OSHA violation all over the place. Lone's Choice. Honestly, I thought like Lion's Choice, like the restaurant when you said that, but you said it, you're going with Man on Fire. Lone the Person. Okay, you were right from the beginning. It was Man on Fire. This does look like there's ironically a fire there. 04, Denzel. Yeah, you guys are crushing it. All right, maybe we'll do 10 more. Let's stream for a little bit, so. We got here, is this animated? Kind of looks animated. Top floor of some apartment complex. This is like Hey Arnold's place. Honestly, not the worst guess, probably. Yeah, appreciate Lone Wolf you hanging out for a bit. We've done this a few times in stream, so I know earlier we talked like Alien, and then we kind of just screwed around the first like 30 minutes or so, and then we did some tier lists, which it got very contentious when we did Candy, surprisingly. Oh. You guys still here? It looks like yes. OBS Studio said disconnected, so it's reconnected, so probably fine. I think we're still good, but OBS like temporarily crashed, it appears, but and we're back. Okay, there may have been a drop temporarily. You were right, it was Monsters Inc. All right, definitely the guys here. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. It said OBS disconnected temporarily, so. Is this, what's her name? Boo? I want to say is her name. Something like that. Billy Crystal. Solid Pixar movie. The second one's not as strong. I think we did have Monster University as one of them in the past. Slice of bread. Boo, yeah. Yeah, Ghost, you, I mean, Lone Wolf, I know Cope's crushed at this game before, but you guys have come in and dominated. All right, we'll do 9 more. Huh. This is making me think of like when we did the Da Vinci Code or like Angels and Demons, one of those. Very like oldish style temple. Harry Potter, okay, or the castles. Yeah, I could see this. You're right. Like the stairwells. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Moaning Myrtle going on here. Nice. This is just chaos everywhere. Is this where like all the like Hedwig is at, maybe? The back of Ron's head. Here's the squad. All of the Weasleys. And there is the basilisk, right? Or I guess just there's a snake in the scene, not like the big old one at the end. Yeah, Harry Potter, whenever it's thrown out there, I will not question it. 8 more. Ooh. Is this like, this is making me think like Boats and Hose or Wolf of Wall Street? Yeah, I appreciate that, Lone Wolf. Try to make it. I mean, it depends what we're doing. Like when I played Halo in the past, for example, that's more. I mean, if people ask something, I'm definitely chatting with them. But this makes it a little bit easier to like bounce back and forth. But I appreciate the compliment. Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, it definitely feels like this is like when Jonah Hill goes a little bit crazy. Nice. I do wonder if we get like down to smaller numbers, if these get a little bit easier. Okay, here's like them spying on him probably. This is him down on his luck at one of the scenes. I'm trying to remember if this is when he loses his wife or this is like, is he missing a shoe? No, he's just got his, probably Steve Madden's on. There's his dad there when he's like messing around with him. Was she in much stuff prior to this? I feel like this is the first role I like recognized her. Is that John Bernthal? I did not know he was in this movie. Okay. Learn something new every day. Yeah, it goes a bit crazy is one way to put it. I don't mind talking food. I mean, we did do candy earlier. I have done like the bracket challenges of like fast food and like different, I don't know what else we did. Maybe chip flavors or something. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not looking to get demonetized. I think one of these, it probably would have been fine, but the platform was one of them on here, and you just see like some like nude dude. I'm like, okay, that's great. But Tanya, yeah, I did watch that. She was solid. I'm not really into that storyline, but she did a good job. Missed the ranking of the Halloween candy. Yeah, that probably was like a 3-hour venture. Maybe not that long, but it kind of felt like it. I don't have it. I probably still can pull it up, but okay. I don't know. 7 more. I don't know, man. How many we've done. Oh, totally understandable. Honestly, I'm surprised people aren't snoozing at this point, so appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out. What are you doing here? You love figure skating? That's the right movie for it. Some drama thrown into it. Why are you sleeping? This is giving me like Peter Jackson's King Kong early on when they're in New York. You've been stuckmanized. Public Enemies? I don't think I've seen that. Is that the one with Johnny Depp? My sleep schedule is also that way, so I sympathize. I'm down to try Public Enemies. I should not have even questioned it. I did kind of send it, but yeah, I've heard mostly good things about it. It's hard to say because I know a lot of people that have seen it are like also on YouTube, so sometimes authentic feedback is tough to weed through, but I'm imagining it's a solid movie. It's awesome he like got to launch that too. Christian Bale, huh? Nice. 6 more, I think. Yeah, John Q. That's a good movie. One of Denzel's best. Very sad too. Oh, you watched them reviewed already? I think I saw a little bit of Cody's input, which I think he talked about the budget being, like the movie was good, but he expected better things in the future with higher budgets. Need to get the psych ward finished and work off on the main prison. That sounds sounds like a lot of work needed on that. From 1990? Yeah, I could see it. Is this like a DeLorean? Like, what is this, like, very low riding car? Yeah, we're doing 6 more, I think I said. A Metroid film? That is kind of an untapped area. Weren't they supposed to do something like Zelda? Also an untapped area. Blank Woman. Beautiful Woman? Pretty Woman? Like the one with, is that Pacino? Could be Beautiful Woman, I don't know. Pretty Woman? I mean, we got a tag team effort there. I'll take partial credit. Zelda in the works. I've heard like rumors about casting for like a Zelda movie, but I feel like a lot of them haven't been serious. So, yeah, that was clutch that you knew that, even without knowing the full title. Pretty wide scoring there. Rom-com 90. Richard Gere. Yeah, if they made Ocarina of Time, I would be down for that for sure. Be curious to see how they would do it, though. This looks like some movie that if you knew the answer, you would instantly get it on this picture. Going to some highly secured prison. Is this like a District 9 type of thing? I think I just saw a number and I jumped to that, but... Is that snow? Okay, so we're at a prison in snow. It's in English. Part of me was like, is this in like Russia? But English, so probably not. I've never seen that, so I don't mind trying that. Lone Wolf, you sounded pretty confident. I felt Grand Budapest Hotel. This does look quite grand. Just insane picks by you guys. High score. Wow, that's pretty insane. Comedy drama, 2014. Ralph Fiennes. Another Wes Anderson. You expect it to be brighter. Does look a little bit like dull or like gray. This is a very orange yellow room, I will say though. There's the brightness. Oh, and some of the later pictures. All right, 4 more, I think. He loves yellow. This is giving kind of some fantasy. The Gorge? I don't think I know that movie. I know this is not it, but this is making me think at the end of Small Soldiers when the Gorgonites just go off. I think I saw Gorge and made me think of that when they get on the boat. Bird Box, girl going down the river. You guys are on it. Crushed it. Yeah, I mean, both of you guys jumped on it, so I had little doubt. Pretty low score. Also, this picture looks older than Bird Box. Yeah, for some reason, some of these shots look like older. I feel like this was like a big, like popular movie for like 10 minutes. Yeah, people did love it. Yeah, it kind of a low score, to your point. 5 or 5.9, 51%. You would think, although people watching doesn't always mean like they highly review, so I'm trying to remember how it does. I mean, they get, this is like the ending, right? Ish, where they get to like their destination. You never saw Bird Box? It was okay. There was some suspense. There were some thrills, apparently. All right, 3 more. Okay, we're back with the animated squad. Interesting. Where are we? We're in like a city. This also looks like Hey Arnold Stoop, honestly. Take it down the river. Okay, so potential spoiler scope, so maybe if you're gonna watch it. Got it. Meet the Robinsons. You guys are apparently quick to this one. Pretty low score for this too. Animated movies normally do pretty well. I'm trying to remember this one. I think I have seen it. Is this the one with like the T-Rex in it? Pretty sure I've watched this one. We talked about it last time, but underrated animated movie, Mitchell's vs. Machines. Definitely worth a watch. You watch this nightly? Fair. All right. Actually, I think it was 3 more now. I think I miscounted earlier because I from the top of the number here. So 3 left will do. What is this? This is just like top of building. If you guys got it from this, I don't know what I would say. Like, Harry Potter 7. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I could see it being kind of like a dormitory. What about like Tolkien? That movie kind of sucked for as much as I like Lord of the Rings, I will say. Dead Poet Society. The Prestige, not a bad guess. Appreciate it, Cope. Yeah, it's been fun to do these. I know I've been going like kind of long, which is maybe not the best idea, but it's been fun to chill. Heroes Born. This is giving kind of like a dorm, like a boarding school maybe, or college. Like it could be. Yeah, we've been going since 9 hours. I've kind of lost my voice a little bit here and there, but you know the pick. This like art structure of the building makes me unsure because I'm also like, well, they go to and remember the Titans, like they go to camp, or this could be the school, but this like these pillars look very like prominent. It looks like at most like Greek life, if we're gonna say it's a dorm, but I'm locking my answer for the Prestige. Holiday. All right, you did say you were locking in first, but then Cope was like, "You're 100% is completely wrong, Bendy," like we had earlier. But I could see apartment. What about like Goodwill Hunting, where his girlfriend lives? I'll try the Prestige. I think I've guessed Goodwill Hunting. I think we were wrong. I thought I saw the staircase for that one in the past. Ooh. You are like knocking this out of the park. We were literally talking about this movie earlier too. This is one of the magic tricks. Yep. 06, yeah, that's what you said. Dang, you even knew that. Christian Bale. I don't know if I knew Nolan directed it, but I probably should have known that. All right, 2 more. Ooh. This is giving fantasy. This is like Return of the King at the end when they get on the boat. You haven't seen it? I probably haven't seen it since 06, honestly. This does look familiar. It is giving like at the end of Return of the King when they're like going off in the distance. But I think the mast and stuff would be a little bit more prominent. It is a nice lake. Yeah, I do think it'd be a little larger. I'll give you time to cook this one. Where are they going even though? I'm like, where are you headed? King Arthur. I'm gonna say probably not Half-Blood Prince because Cope would have like jumped out of her chair if it was. Yeah. What one is the question? King Arthur. I can see what we have as options. There's only 2. There's only King Arthur and King Arthur Legend of the Sword. Do either of those sound good to you? Maybe just like the OG Legend, you think? I don't know this franchise, so to me that sounds like a deep cut. So if that is the answer, I would be dramatically impressed, but Princess Bride. That's not a bad guess. Like early on when he's on the ship. I probably should know the answer to that one. You've gotten like everyone right. You were totally fine. Gamble? The hell is Gamble? The only I know like Gambler, what was it, that Mark Wahlberg movie? That should be the right size. It could be. Didn't they have like another like rowboat though? Oh, Gambler. Gotcha. All right. I don't even know why. I should have just said you're right. I don't know why I even questioned it. I don't even know what this movie is. 41%, 7.2. Action, drama, fantasy. This is like the round table here. King Arthur's round table. 2017. I don't know how I've missed these. Oh, Charlie Hunnam. Or is that a typo? It's the guy from Pacific Rim, right? There should be an F there, I don't think. Yeah, this guy. Guy Ritchie directed it. I've never heard of this movie, so the fact that you guessed it is insane. What's he in that's new? He was in what, like, was that like Anarchy, Sons of Anarchy or something? I thought he was in. I only really know him from Pacific Rim. Was he gonna be in one of those like 50 Shades movies and then like bailed, I thought? All right, final guess here. Gotta be honest, this is also giving a bit of Studio Ghibli. Oh yeah, I have seen that on Netflix. I don't know. I mentioned before, I'm not like big into like the I guess technically that's like a playing off of somebody previously, but not like super big into the whole like serial killer that's real. Oh, Kira. I don't hate that guess. I think you could be right, honestly. I actually not recently, like a year ago, read the manga. I don't hate that guess. I don't see any motorcycles, but I honestly, I'm down for that. Excellent work. Let's see when I maybe would have gotten this. Nope, would not have picked it up here. 60%, 8.4. Animation, sci-fi, action. I still don't think I would have gotten it here. Here, I would have potentially guessed. Yeah, there's the motorcycles. I've actually never seen. That's the what's his name, Tetsuo or something like that. It's been a while since I read the manga, but I had a good time with it. But impressed that you got that from the first picture. This picture, yeah. The back of the hair very much had the same flow to it as both of these. But dang, you guys nailed it. I don't think we've ever had so many firsts. I mean, it's probably easier with more people guessing, but it's still only been a couple people. We had what, like most of them were first picture, which is nuts. But yeah, let's kind of close things out here. I can share what we had for the earlier stuff if you guys are interested, if I still have those up. Let's see if these work. It does still populate. If you want to see the insane, I'll probably just share this one. The insane candy tier list that we did earlier today. So we did Halloween movies, horror icons, and Halloween candy. And this one was quite lengthy. As you can see, we have absurd things like apple and pretzels and raisins, and my face is blocking it, but toothbrush as some of the options. But yeah, we did some tier list stuff today, and candy was a quite contentious one, but it was fun. Hershey's Kisses by really? The OG, like just straight up, I don't know. I don't mind the white chocolate blend, but the straight up regular ones, they don't do it as much for me. They're pretty generic, I would say. I was fighting for Milky Way. Honestly, I had it at the top of C, then I was told it had to be below Three Musketeers, granted by my wife, so I obliged to that one. But yeah, candy corn people, actually, I'm totally blocking this. Yeah, my camera is super tiny. Candy corn was down in the D category. You need to examine. Milky Ways are solid. They're kind of like not necessarily like a top tier, but it's hard to go wrong with those. Three Musketeers are mid. Below York, the Crunch. Yeah, and Three Musketeers and Milky Way. I will say this is based off like team consensus. I'm pretty content with the top 4, but somewhat collaborative effort. How did the bubble and garbage get B tier? The bubble tape one, I think I had that at the top of B, but then that may have also been my wife who said that she thought it was fun, or maybe King Matthew may have liked it. I mean, that's the highest of the bubblegum. There's like that, and then there's the fruit stripe and the awful, what were those, bubble troubles, whatever those were called. Yeah, we can do a quick one if you want. I don't mind doing it real fast. Now there's a tier for me. Like, you really like it. I feel like those are kind of, those can be a little bit tough. Like, we talked about a lot of these get stuck in your teeth. That's definitely a big one. Ghosty may be good at it. We got good at it once we switched to earlier on in it with like the easier games. We will we can do a quick one. 3 of them, you said? That seems fine. Airheads are S tier for me. I liked them more when I was younger. I've kind of probably backed off them these days. I mentioned earlier I used to like more of the fruit stuff, and I've probably more grown fond of chocolate stuff. Why are you not allowing me to go back any farther? There we go. Let's see what we did last time and just start at the top because those were easier. Sour candies. I used to like that stuff a little bit more than I do today because it just feels like it gets in my teeth or whatever. All right. I already know what this one is, so I'll pop it up, but I'll let you guys try to guess what it is. So, same thing, but these are video games. This one was very obvious to me. Unless I'm totally wrong, which hasn't, it's not the first time, but I'll let you guys think about it. I'm pretty confident in my guess. Which maybe I'm totally wrong, but although the art style kind of makes me question a little bit. Now you guys are making me second guess my answer. Yeah, the art style. So I'll tell you what I thought it was. But now the leaves are looking less. Oh God. Here's what I thought it was. Recently played on stream, but the leaves do look a little bit pixely, but that could be just because older graphics. But maybe mistaken. This is making me think of the second level. Like the opening of the second level. Skyrim also not a bad guess though. I'm gonna probably send it on this because I think it was my first hunch, so could be. But it's Halo. Yeah, we recently played this 97%. Love that. I mean, some of these earlier ones are like more prominent games, so we did also just recently play this. So I was definitely going to pick up on it. All right, two more. This I do not know, I will say. Although the water textures in the ground. I think you should check it out. I mean, it's an easy one you can jump in and play. Like my wife played it. So you can pick whatever difficulty. I don't know why this was making me think of like Evolve for some reason. Could be like a Call of Duty though with like the bricks and stuff. I don't think like a Fallout. God of War-ish? You think so? I can't tell if I'm getting like a fantasy vibe or just like rainy terrain. Bloodborne. I should know that. I could see that being the case here. Although, what part of the... I think what part this would be. Maybe when you're heading towards the Blood-Starved Beast or something? I don't hate that guess, though. It's a little brighter, but it could be just a brighter part of the map. All right. Kind of ironic we got my Halo. I think I had a 3. 2 of my top 3 games. Okay, yeah. I think, is this the same spot? This is over where you fight like the witches, right? I believe. Honestly, if this was on Steam, I would probably play it. Here's the, I mean, this is gonna be spoilers for the game, but here's your main hub. Nice. All right, one more we'll do. Well, this is just GTA 5, right? Yeah, I would be totally down for a remastered Bloodborne. Feels like they're just like leaving money on the table, not doing a sequel, not doing some kind of remake. For me, this seems like probably pretty. I mean, it could be like one of the Final Fantasy ones where you're driving the car, but I think, okay, I was wrong. What was that Final Fantasy? Was it 15 where you're driving? Although 92%. Uncharted, maybe? $15. This looks like a spoiler to a car. Is this a racing game? This is definitely a car spoiler. You think it is 15 maybe? I mean, as I said, they did have cars in that, but I'm debating if this is like a Forza or a Gran Turismo. No, probably more of a Forza. 92%. I don't think that would have been that high for Final Fantasy. Shoot, what's like one of the later Forzas? I'm not in the loop, but I think it's probably a car game. Horizon 4? I don't know. Could be Gran Turismo also, but I don't think as much. No. Ooh. PC, Xbox. Oh, it is Forza. You guys can't see it on screen, but unlike the movie stuff, I guess I can probably share real quick here. Unlike the movies, if you're in the right franchise, this game tells you if you're in the correct franchise with that yellow icon. So it is a Forza game. Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, it's kind of a fun side effect of streaming and getting people joining the community. So whoever subbed, if it's anybody still hanging out, appreciate that. Forza 3, sure. We're in the right franchise, so. Ooh, also could it be like a motorsport? We'll send it on Horizon 3. No. Genre racing. Maybe Forza. This looks pretty new graphics, so Motorsport 7? No. 2021. I do not know my Forzas, gotta be honest. $2021 though, probably it still would lean towards one of the later numbers. All right, so we have Motorsport and Horizon. Oh, did there's a Horizon 5 that I just skipped over. 2021 though. Okay. I saw 4 and I thought that was the latest one, but apparently there is a Forza Horizon 5. Yeah, you were on the money with that one. Yeah, I don't do racing games a whole lot, but I can appreciate, like, that looks extremely high quality. So yeah, different alteration to guess the movie. There's like other ones too that I've never really done. There's like guess the audio, which I think there's actually like music sometimes with that, so I probably won't do that. I did guess the book one time to flatter my wife, and I think we got it right eventually, but it didn't go great. Logo, those are fine. There's one that's like house price. One that's a what angle something is. Guess the phrase, that feels like a new one. Need for Speed and Burnout. Yeah, those were kind of the more fun, fast-paced ones. Burnout I probably liked a little more because it's like crashing into stuff. But yeah, that was some guess the game. We'll probably do more of that in the future since there are thousands of Guess the Game, unlike movie where there's only so many left. Although there's other websites that run kind of similar stuff. So, but yeah, appreciate you guys. Yeah, of course. Appreciate you guys hopping and hanging out, whether you were here earlier or you're here now. Super grateful for you guys joining and hanging out for a bit. Blur? I don't know if I remember that one. The name sounds familiar. Yeah, I would agree. Like the arcade stuff where you're actually using like the steering wheel, a lot more enjoyable. Like the Cruising USAs or stuff like that. Although Eli and I have talked at length, Midnight Club Dub Edition, best soundtrack. Fun game too, though. But I only know the band Blur from Song 2 or whatever. I think that's the only song I know by them. But I think a lot of bands cover that song at this point in time. But yeah, as I said, appreciate you guys hopping in and hanging out. We obviously covered a lot of stuff today. We started with like PlayStation State of Play, talked about some collectible stuff, talked Alien, tier lists, guess the movie, box office game, tons of stuff. As far as schedule upcoming, I'm not sure if I'll stream again. I know the last few weeks I've done Thursday and Saturday. Maybe I'll do that again this week. We'll see how this weekend goes. Hand of Blood by Bullet. Was that on Need for Speed? I mentioned The Poison as an album the other day, as it was like borderline top 10. I feel like it probably should be my top 10. Yeah, Bullet. They're awesome. I mean, that whole album is top tier. Appreciate it, Ghost. I'm glad you hopped in and hung out for a bit. And you, honestly, all of you crushed it at the movie stuff. I definitely would have gotten most of those wrong, so yeah, the guitar play on that album is just nuts. I saw them at a festival around back then. I think it was probably like somewhere between like 06 to 07 time, but yeah, appreciate you hanging out, Cope. I know you've been here like most of the time, pretty much, if not all the time. So thanks for hanging out, and always appreciate your contribution. And obviously your community hanging out as well, like you, Ghost, for example. All right, good luck with your working tough. Hope you crush it. You guys see Health next year? I don't really know a lot of this stuff. I know you've mentioned them on the Discord, but I am not overly familiar with their stuff. They're coming to Austin. Nice. Working on voice lines and making another NPC. Are you like a dev? Are you making a game? That's making me think. Yes. Nice. It's cool. I'm going to bring small communities together and grow bigger. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it before on like that sharing community tab on, or I guess channel on my server. Like rising ships or rising tides raise all ships. Like, glad to bring people together for sure. You are making a game. Cool. Looking, or is it like already on Steam as like a wish listed thing, or I would be curious about checking it out maybe. You despise blueprinting, but it's awesome to see when it's finished. That's fair. Honestly, that's how I feel about videos sometimes, where I'm like, I don't really feel like recording today. But then when it's done and I like post and I click submit, I'm like, I feel accomplished at this point in time. But Roblox style, okay? I never got super into Roblox. I know it's like insanely popular. The mostly industrial group has a lot of video collabs. Reference anime music videos. Nice. I think that was that one that I did check out, that I saw that. It's a prison game. You want to get into Unity? Okay. I mean, that's honestly, that's impressive. Like, no matter what software you're using. So It sounds like you're probably about to jump on some of that stuff. So best of luck in doing some, I think you said voice lines and stuff. So, but yeah, as I said, probably I'm planning to do an Alien Earth season review. Probably won't be super long since I covered most of the stuff throughout the episode reviews. But we'll give an overall score, recap that. And then after that, there's not a whole lot of like scheduled stuff. I do need to eventually do these horror movie reviews so I don't get like backlogged with them. But probably we'll do some more lives because of that. So potentially on Saturday, I'll probably post on the Discord if I plan to or not. So we'll see. It's easier to have all your servers hosted for free, multiplayers there. Yeah, having some of the like existing tools is probably helpful. 40% of the work's done for me. 10 players daily if you get more. Yeah, that's, I mean, you gotta, it's kind of similar to YouTube. You gotta celebrate the victories where you can find them. So I can sympathize with that portion of stuff. Hopefully, I mean, it seemed like Noah Hawley felt very confident that season 2 would be happening based off how he ended the first season, but with the scores we talked about, I don't think it's a guarantee by Disney. Whenever you join, we accidentally hit like 20 every time. That sounds like a good thing, right? Sounds like a positive. I think Wendy is the our clear protagonist. I don't think she's dying until maybe like the end of the show, which who knows how long it'll be. The Boys, I watched. So I had Prime like for a month, a couple years ago. I want to say I watched 3 seasons of The Boys. I think that's as much as they had at the time. I liked it. That was fun. I probably liked Invincible more. I mean, they kind of do the same thing. One's just animated, but they're doing like the more R-rated version of superheroes. But I thought it was fun. It's not like my favorite show of all time, but some good stuff there. Definitely a more unique spin on superheroes that I've been a little probably burnt out on with Marvel. Let the Eye bring her down. I mean, the Eye is going to have a lot of information on her. Yeah, I appreciate they did some difference from typical superhero stuff, so at least there was that, but I think the season I watched last was when Soldier Boy was introduced. So I think that was season 3. Yeah, it's definitely like I want to watch Superman. I know it's on HBO now, but most of the superhero stuff. Although I did mention I've been watching My Hero Academia, which is once again kind of unique. I kind of agree with this, Cope. I've heard people compare it, or at least one person compare it to Harry Potter, because you have these like students who are becoming heroes instead of becoming wizards, and you have like your Voldemort-esque character and stuff like that. So some overlap. Carl Urban. Yeah, I probably stopped getting super into superhero stuff around like Infinity War, I would say. He's coming back in season 5. Yeah, I will. I'll share if I watch Superman at some point. I feel like I mentioned to my wife and she was like, oh, I would watch it, but I think if I turned it on, she would watch it maybe, but it's not like something she'll seek out per se. The community is dog water with My Hero. I don't think I've engaged too much with the community. I just finished season 4, which I've heard seasons 4 and 5 are people's least favorite, so I'm kind of in the downside of it, but I've enjoyed it for the most part. It has an actor you love in it, Superman. Anthony Kerrigan, don't engage with the community. You're saying. So if you want to watch an amazing anime to watch, The Promised Neverland. I've heard of that one. I've never actually. Speaking of My Hero, I did show this earlier. I got a Todoroki figure that I've not actually opened, but I've heard of The Promised Neverland. You promise I'll love it? Do you promise Neverland that I'll love it? Yeah, he does a lot of variety. Sean does. I'm impressed by both him and Cody kind of crossover. He does, to your point, more Marvel stuff. Cody's more of like horror. Season 2, maybe not as much. Season 1 was God tier. I mean, I prefer that. I feel like the old like adage with like One Piece, it's like, oh, you'll love it after episode 350. It's like, I'm not going to watch that many if it's not going to be good by that point. Like, I don't know. So I can appreciate if it starts good and then maybe dips, because at least you got to the good part. Cope's trying ASMR. Yeah, I know you've been talking about doing that stuff. Hopefully, I don't know if you're still pushing towards it, but hopefully it's going well. Because you haven't posted anything like on YouTube with it, have you? I don't think I've seen anything. Send help. I am right there with you, so I can fully relate. Honestly, the pro and con of like doing Alien Earth or something like that is like it forces me to stick to a schedule, even though I would want to procrastinate. So there's that. Yeah, I'm in Cope's Discord. Yeah, full year ranking. I don't see enough stuff because honestly, even like now, if I did like a top 10 movies of 2025, I've probably only seen like 20 movies. I don't know, like maybe not even that. So like every movie I've seen is on my top 10 list. So it's impressive when they go see like hundreds of movies. My role is Dexter superfan. I can accept that. But yeah, I'm on her Discord, so. But all right, well that'll probably do it for today. But I said maybe I'll wind up streaming on Saturday. We'll see, or Sunday. Just depends on what's going on. Sean did 300. That's insane. I mean, that's literally like a movie almost every day. Which I get if you go to like Fantastic Fest or whatever, it's easy to like do like 20 in the course of like a couple days. So there is that. You can change your ad to it. That's fair. I'm fine with whatever tag I got. I mean, 150 is still insane. Every other day, like a movie. He's gonna bug me now. It's fine. That is okay. Yeah, they were at Fantastic Fest down in Austin, right? I feel like that sounds like a fun time, but also I would be like wiped by the end of it, watching like that many movies back to back. She's probably long asleep at this point, honestly. So, but I'll probably be joining at some point soon. Yeah, you're. I think you not to like talk locations, but I know you mentioned you're in the kind of that same area too. I think we've talked like Angry Joe before, being in the same area too. That's totally valid. I mean, life takes priority, whether it's work or health, whatever else. But yeah, you are. I'm not too far from you. Yeah, we'll wrap up today, and I'll keep you posted on streaming maybe again this weekend, or if not, sometime pretty soon. So appreciate you guys hanging out as long as you have. I know we kind of just been like shooting the shit at this point. So thanks for hanging out as always. And yeah, we'll keep talking on Discord too, I'm sure. So other than that, you guys have a great evening or great morning, whatever it is at this point. So, and have a great weekend. So, okay, let me switch over. Let me turn off the music too. We'll get our jazzy outro. 3:46. You're East Coaster then? You're staying up. That's fair. I'll probably be up for a little bit too. So if people are on Discord, I don't mind like chatting. It's easier because then my voice is not having to keep going. So up New York. Nice. Actually, my wife was just up there. She first time visiting. She got to check out a Broadway play, which I was pumped because I used to live up in that area, but it's been a long time since I've been back. So but yeah, we'll chat further next live in Discord, wherever. So thanks guys for hanging out, and have a great one.